Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of the LCS Summer Playoffs and the LCS Waiting Room. Now, unfortunately, Revenge is unable to accompany us today, as was promised. We wish him well, and we'll look to get him on a future show as soon as we possibly can.
Oh!
Did he get hit?
By the wind.
Yeah.
I didn't see what hit him. A ghost. A ghost of LCS playoffs past. Speaking of the LCS playoffs past, yesterday we had FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, the 3 seed versus the 6 seed. It went the way of Team Liquid, but I think, to some people's, expectation, not necessarily in the way. We may have predicted the 3-1 scoreline, Emily, but I think a lot of people didn't expect FlyQuest to come out swinging and get that first game like they did.
Yeah, the thing I was most surprised with is how, in the first game at least, FlyQuest were kind of able to hang with TL in the early game. The other 3 games kind of went as expected. I had a TL 3-1 going into that series. TL, for them, they're looking a lot stronger in mid-game in terms of snowballing their early game advantages, so that was really great to see.
It did feel like a mismatch to me, though, where, Team Liquid had an explosive early games. FlyQuest, we showed on the broadcast, was like negative 200.
Yeah.
They match up very similar. A lot of counter picks top lane, very strong mid laner, so it did feel kind of like checkmated from the beginning, and game 1 was really cool to get that kind of aberration, but the rest of the series kind of went to chalk.
Yeah, was worried about game 1. Felt like nerves there with Bwipo using stopwatch and all these things happening, getting solo killed in lane. But then the rest of the series, not only was what we would expect from Team Liquid better. Hansama was a demon. He won player of the series for that one.
Yeah, he awakened in that playoff series yesterday. So I'm excited to see what else this Team Liquid squad can do as they move forward, look to challenge 100 Thieves in their next matchup. We're going to talk about a couple of pieces of LCS business before we get into today's series, Cloud9 versus CLG. All split long, or at least the remaining, or the final weeks of the regular season. We were talking about top 5s, LCS 10, reflecting on, the top 5 per role or best in those roles. ADCs is the only one that we had not talked about while revealed some time ago. I don't think it's going to catch anyone by surprise that your boy Doublelift takes up the #1 spot. Sneaky just behind him before we get to Wild Turtle, Sven, and Stixxay to round it out.
Feels like a pretty good list. I think 5 solid entrants here. There's some where we're like, ooh, number 5 might be up for grabs soon or something, but this one feels like a really good list of players. I think North America has always kind of been known for their AD carries anyways.
Yeah, it's funny, these are our co-streamers. These guys. Hey.
Where are they?
But yeah, it's undeniable that Doublelift is there. There has been some discussion between Wild Turtle and Sneaky. But Sneaky, I mean, just throughout his entire career, has been somebody that's played up during international events as well, and has had such a long, tenuous career. Being as flexible as it is, as memey as it was about Sneaky in lane, when he got out of lane, he was a damn good team fighter. And so I just love the fact that our top 5, for the most part, was like, you couldn't really debate against it.
Sneaky also, very sneakily, mind the pun, it had a really long career. Like, if you actually, because I wrote the blurbs for this, I don't do the lists myself, guys, but I do write about it. And looking at it, I was like, oh yeah, he had that kind of like late career resurgence too that was kind of cool. So I think people sometimes underestimate just how long he played.
100%. Not to discount Turtle's legacy, though, as well. He still technically holds the record for most games played in the LCS, but will soon be eclipsed by Afromu.
Yeah, and I mean, to the point about Sneaky, right? Like the late kind of career resurgence, the early career creativity. When it's Ash Zyra, you will always kind of put your mind back to him.
Sneaky Lemon, yeah.
Exactly, and Lemonation being the most creative bot lane in the LCS at the time. And so, like, I think it's very deserving, and it's nice to see it, especially Sven, who is no longer an AD carry.
That's where I was going to go next. Sven's an interesting one. I think he 1,000% deserves to be there, but it's intriguing to see a player on this list who still plays, but now just in a totally different role, Mark.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch the #4 AD carry of all time in North America take to the Rift today on Yuumi, backing up Berserker.
My question is, would Sven be able to retain his top 5 bot lane spot by the time he would take up a support spot?
Ooh.
No. Probably not, right? You'd probably be eclipsed at that point. And then there's also the conversation, as you mentioned, like 5th is probably something that's that spot will be in danger soon, right? And I think immediately people are going to start to think of like, okay, how long and how much does Danny have to do to get there? And somebody like Berserker, another FBI, exactly. Those 380 carries are going to be fighting for these spots here soon, I think.
Yeah, that was definitely the online conversation when people are looking at this. I feel like this list was kind of the least discussed and argued in terms of like the list itself, but the conversation then turned to, okay, who's next? Like, who can make it on the list?
All right, well, we got another 10 years to wait, I guess, until we find out.
LCS 20.
How often are we
Let's
doing
go.
this? I don't know. I don't want to
Five.
commit
Let's
us to
go with
anything, I guess. is what I'm
LCS
saying.
11. See you next year.
LCS 11, please. Okay, from here, we're moving on to FTX Most Improved. To be eligible for the FTX Most Improved Award, players must have participated in at least 50% of a combination of lock-in group stage and LCS regular season games. So that would be spring and summer regular season. In essence, what that boils down to say is that players who only played the duration of the summer split of regular season games are ineligible due to that stipulation right there. So the reason I bring that up is because one of the names that has been top of our mind throughout this conversation has been Dokla. Dokla, unfortunately, is ineligible for this award based on those things. And so I'd like to push the conversation towards who then really is the next challenger for this trophy.
I mean, pick anyone off CLG, basically, I think is a
Yeah.
very good candidate. For me, it's Palafox. He went from being someone who was struggling a lot in spring split, to have an impact to borderline all-pro. I personally felt like I snubbed him not putting him on my ballot. And to go from someone who was on the 9th place team last split to now almost breaking into all-pros, an insane turnaround. He's been so critical in the much improved season.
Yeah, basically last place into 4th place. And like, it felt like a snub for him as well. It was really difficult going through mid lane lists. It's even harder going through jungle lists as well with how strong the jungle pool is for this year. For Contracts to have a performance last year where I felt, or at least last split, where I felt he was the weakest jungler, to now where he is, in my mind, a top 5, clearly a top 5 jungler. Some people would have him much higher. I think that is a huge resurgence for him as a player who had great points within his career, and he is going to be a difference maker within this series. So without a shadow of a doubt, this guy is going to be in contentious for this award.
I think agree with everything you've said. I think the difficulty with evaluating Contracts is always going to be that discussion of like knowing what his peak is, right? Like evaluating him compared to like what his peak was maybe 2 or 3 years ago, understanding that this award is about growth over just the year of play that we are currently in.
It's all about how you were actually playing on the stage.
Yeah.
I know this is really difficult for a lot of people. I know for awards, people will be like, oh, but he's playing so well in scrims. Doesn't matter if he doesn't show it on the actual stage itself. And if he's shown it on the stage, but then, of course, in Spring Split, in this case, was playing poorly, then that's what we take into consideration, so that makes sense.
And it's also a credit to CLG overall, because when you look at both Contracts and Palafox moving into the summer split with the team's improvement, they both look, A, just more coordinated with each other, but B, a lot more confident in what they're doing. I know people have talked about confidence a lot with Contracts because he likes to be so aggressive. But comparing just their past spring play to their summer play, there's actually quite a stark difference in how much better they're playing around, how proactive they want to be.
Also throw out JoJo and Danny. I know that they are good, but they became great. And I think a lot of people look at the delta from bad to good, or like, a team that was struggling to good. I think you can also just be like, this person went from like pretty good to like
a literal best.
They went from, 5th place in spring, 9-9 over the regular season to undisputed best team in the league, because I think a lot of the rookies stepped up for that team.
I like that. That's an important angle, I think, for everyone to consider, especially because I want you all to keep your eyes on the LCS official Twitter account. This year, we are opening up Most Improved to you at home. All right? Voting is going to include fans. Make your voice heard and be entered to win an MIP
Most
trophy?
Improved.
Most Improved trophy of your very own. I was like, I've never heard that acronym. The MIP.
They mipped you.
The MIPT. Don't miss it. Get your votes in on Twitter, the LCS official account. From here, we're going to transition back towards our day of play. We're taking a look at the bracket. Obviously, yesterday it was 3-1 fashion for Team Liquid over FlyQuest. That will slot them into that matchup against the 2-seed 100 Thieves. And for FlyQuest, they dropped down. Thank you, Mark. You're being so helpful.
So helpful.
Look at this area. Oh,
the nebulous
they cut
finger
me
pointing.
off.
The FlyQuest down to face the 7-seed in TSM. Today's matchup sports the 4-seed CLG against the 5-seed C9. Winner plays EG. Loser will drop down to play Golden Guardians on August 26th. I want to dive straight into our discussion of these two teams. I think this is a tough matchup to call in terms of predictions overall. But just like we did yesterday in previewing the new patch, as well as doing some deep dives on drafts and having quite a bit of focus on the way the drafts played out themselves in the series, I wanted to talk about these two teams from a drafting perspective, because I think they're very interesting in very different ways. We're going to start with Cloud9, all right? Let's get this tweet up onto the telestrator, because in so many ways, it perfectly encapsulates what we believe Cloud9's approach is to all drafting. First pick Yumi.
Oh, I love his man.
Yeah.
First pick Yumi, first pick Yumi, first pick Yumi, first pick Yumi, first pick Yumi. Agree, disagree?
Disagree on first pick, Yumi.
But I like the mentality very much taken from Flackid. I think the entire mentality of just straight into draft, one purpose in mind.
Yeah.
Draft coach might not like it, but
All right. I mean, I hate it. Are you looking at me? As if I'm the draft coach. I'm not going to speak for him,
First
but I'll
pick
speak
Yumi
for
or first pick Renekton, which is
I'll
more
take
cursed.
first pick Renekton. That's more exciting to watch. At least you get kill lanes and you have opportunities for
I
kills.
feel like that
I don't want to
is
see
a
Yumi.
contentious take.
Okay. Let's talk about C9's drafting, because obviously it goes a little deeper than this, Mark. And we've seen a lot of experimenting from them throughout the split, I think. And we've even heard the players talk a little bit about that's where they think some of their losses have come from, was just having some experimentation. So I challenge each of you to come prepared with the draft here today. Mark's going to go first.
It should be behind me.
It'll
There
be
it
over
is.
there.
All right, so this is from the Cloud9 I'm not getting up, I'm too lazy. This is from the FlyQuest game in the tiebreaker. I really like this draft. It showcased a number of things that I think C9 can do well. One, pocket picks in the mid lane, obviously the Zillion coming in. It combos well with the champion pool of Blabber, who wants to be really aggressive. They also went for double immune frontline against the team comp. You can't see FlyQuest here, but they had like a Twitch and this pick-off potential. And if you have this ult available for Xin, the mist for Gwen, you can't really hit those frontline. And then you also have the Yumi Sivir combination as well, just pairs so well with them. And so I thought that had a really unique showcase of two frontliners you can't hit, a resurrect, some pocket picks, as well as just what they always want to slam in bot lane, which is kind of that Yumi scaling bot lane.
And they saved it for the tiebreaker. It was one of those situations where you're like, the pressure was on, they wanted that win, and they broke out a beautiful draft. Raz, I believe you're next. What do you bring for us?
So this is funny because I thought I was going to be nabbing it from either of you guys. This was the game that CLG had versus Cloud9. And a lot of this was actually based through their flexing ability. So they flexed the Yone, they flexed the Seraphine earlier on. So it's not even so much about just the draft as a whole, it's how they drafted it. And I think this is the most annoying thing for teams if they're on blue side. If they're on red side, it's like, okay, I got to be afraid of the counter pick. Maybe they're flexing. If they're flexing two picks really early in the first three parts of the draft, amazing. And it goes back to their identity as a team that's really strong around Seraphine compositions and Yone comp. So this was a great comp for them specifically. I think this was Exodia and Cloud9 drafted really poorly into this. So if you get something like this, great.
I was just going to clarify for the viewers, because obviously blue on blue, and it says CLG and C9. Just clarifying, that's a CLG draft if you weren't watching back in week 7, day 1. All right, Emily, what are your thoughts on the way that these teams draft and should come prepared today?
All right, so I'm surprised that I didn't steal this from anyone because it has some of the similarities that Mark brought up with, Jensen has a lot of pocket picks he can bring into the mid lane. This was on blue side. They early picked the Poppy. They early picked the Draven, which was like really great to see Berserker on that. And the Anivia thing is the most important part because I think if you're going to be slamming Sivir super early, this was against TSM and they went to Leah Sivir 1-2 on red. I think Anivia is such a great response to a lot of things that are going on right now, but in particular, Sivir compositions. And the Poppy Anivia combination was disgusting. It was so good. I absolutely love this draft.
I mean, just generally looking at the 15 champions that are up there on the screens, I'm excited because a number of those we didn't see at all in yesterday's series. So
You know what I would have loved to have seen?
What would you have loved to have seen?
Just for Emily to just walk right up here, just to not be able to touch the top.
I wasn't going over Gwen. Gwen is the most boring part of the draft.
Perfect.
Let the top lane be the top lane. It's ignored anyway. One of the other things that's already sort of been mentioned throughout our discussions so far of these teams is the junglers and how both essential they are to their team's success, but how much they both will look to get done, and just generally how much either of these teams will look to get done in the early game. And so that's where I want to talk because much differently than, say, yesterday's series, I think there is an expectation that both of these teams come out swinging.
Yeah, I absolutely love both of these teams and how willing they are to fight early, right? Regardless of whether it's around an objective, we know that Contracts really loves to gank super, super early. That's where that early first blood time is gonna come in. I included the league average. Shout out to George who made this awesome graphic for me. But like these two teams are so willing to scrap early, it's great. Like whatever happens today, I think it's gonna be very interesting to watch.
I don't know how to stress to people how nuts a 3:25 average first blood timing is.
It's only
especially with how many first bloods they've got.
It's only been getting faster too.
I mean, they're just insanely aggressive about, as you see, protecting their buffs as well as going for the enemies. That's Poom level 1 roaming up from bot lane saying, screw it, I'm going to where the action is. And that's kind of the mentality both these teams take is if they think something is happening on the Rift, they're going to collapse onto it. They're not going to leave someone alone to kind of deal with it. And so you get a ton of skirmishes breaking out all over the map by both teams.
Yeah, and which is crazy that they're doing this in best of ones, because you expect this more in best of 5. It happens far more frequently when you're able to prepare for a specific opponent. But they're able to show this against a lot of teams with, of course, like credit to their coaching staff, or even them, the willingness to do this in level 1s, knowing that games can be ruined off of it. And I think this is just going to make it even more firing, knowing that these teams are going up against each other, and they're the most willing to play that way.
Yeah, and it's definitely, like, bringing it back to the point you made, it's definitely about contracts and Blabber, right? Because Blabber, we know, even when he's on some, like, quote-unquote farm-heavy picks, he'll still just gank with them. Like, he's like, you know what, I think this can be a ganking champion. And contracts is a huge part of why their first blood has been so early. So I'm looking at both of these junglers to be very explosive.
Yeah, both of them are the key for the early game, so teams play around them naturally, and I just can't wait to see what they end up taking away from each other as well. That's why we're highlighting the drafts, is because they all kind of play similar aggressive styles champions as well.
Absolutely. Okay, from here, I think that there's an interesting little storyline that a lot of people may not be aware of. While there are a lot of people on the stage that, at this point, names are recognizable, people might not remember the fact that 2 of these players came onto the scene right alongside each other.
Origin stories.
Origin story, baby. 2017 Scouting Grounds. 2 names played on the same team. Blabber, Palafox. Let's see them reminisce about the good old days.
So before Scouting Grounds, Palafox's name was like Wow Fixes in solo queue, and I wasn't like super close with him, but I kind of knew of him. And when we got him in Scouting Grounds with the last pick in the whole draft, I thought like, wow, that's a steal. And I knew like our team was gonna be really good because I didn't really have the best like scouting event. Like before the draft, there's like a scouting event. I played really poorly, and so I was drafted like later than probably I would have expected. And my team ended up being really good. I think we got Palafox, and I was really happy with that. He was definitely easy to work with at Scouting Grounds, and yeah, I enjoyed playing with him at the event.
2017 Scouting Grounds was really interesting. Obviously, you saw people like Blabber and Vulcan and Spica come out of it. I played on the team with Blabber and Vulcan. I think from like a really early point, Blabber was like always kind of insane. You know, his comms were really, really good. And Vulcan also just had like some crazy angles. I think like there's a play actually where it's like me and Vulcan, like I'm playing Azir actually in the play. I like WEQ over the wall and like he travels with me, gets a sick like 4-man or like 3-man Rakan like RW. It was super, super nice to watch. But yeah, super, super good players, and I played with them even in 2017.
Teammates then, opponents now. What's interesting to me is kind of the trajectory that each of their careers took from there, right? For Blabber, instant success upon joining Cloud9. For Palafox, a little bit more of a slow burn to get to the point that he is, but turning on at just the right moment for this CLG squad, as we've already talked about, with ramping up from a 10th place team last split to now 4th place team. His first playoff matchup, though, comes against an absolute titan of a mid laner when it comes to LCS postseasons as well, Mark.
Number 2 all time when we saw the top 5 list of mid laners in LCS history. They have very different play styles. We talk about all the similarities. This is the probably biggest difference, where Palafox is all about getting on the map, working with his jungler, getting a ton of kills. He's number 1 in kills pre-15 minutes, but Jensen's not far behind. With assist factored in, Jensen's actually ahead of him, but he does it a lot more around mid lane. You see he's 9th with mid-jungle proximity, whereas Palafox is 3rd. So Jensen's chilling in mid lane and like following up on plays that happen around him, absorbing a lot of pressure. Palafox is all over the map.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the game that he had where he was playing either Zillion or the Anivia game. A lot of the times, Jensen is more willing to play scaling picks that lose prio, whereas it feels like CLG's identity is based off of Palafox being on the map and moving.
Yep.
So I'm interested if there is going to be the difference. If both teams have studied each other, recognize, okay, like Jensen's going to be playing these mage options, and Palafox is going to be moving, which one is going to win out?
Yeah, someone's got to win. They're 2-3 in goal difference at 15. It's possible that Jensen stays mid and gets all the farm while Palafox is popping off on the rift, but like realistically, one of their styles is going to break against the other. I think.
Yes.
Do you have an idea which one will win out? I don't want to leak predictions. It's too early here, my man. Hey, I wasn't asking for full series, just the microcosm of the mid lane. You know what I'm talking about? But I guess, yeah, if you really think they're going to have that big an effect one way or the
Just
other.
need a prediction, man. Anything.
Give me a prediction.
Give me some predictions.
Just mid lane.
Just at least the first game, man.
Oh, God.
Another thing to consider, again, as we've just talked about, with kind of the two different trajectories of like Blabber and Palafox's careers, to understand or to acknowledge how much more experience exists on the Cloud9 side of things when it comes to postseason play, best of 5 play, especially at the LCS level, at the major region level. When we compare these things, and we've done that, and we'll show you it in just a moment. Here we go.
Boom.
It is pretty astronomical. If I could get somebody to quickly relay the totals to me as well, it's over 100 best of 5s played by the Cloud9 side compared to about 7, whatever that is.
Yeah, it's
15,
a little more. Can't do math.
on the side of
15
It's 15
CLG.
to like 144.
Something like that. Exactly. But that is nuts. And you notice there in the mid lane, 0 to 39.
It's a big reason why this is a very interesting matchup to talk about, because CLG is the higher seed by a little bit, not a ton. And
Yeah.
you start factoring in best of 5s now that you're out of the regular season. It's like great regular season CLG, and I think a lot of people acknowledge that, but then also go, but all that playoff experience.
This is the thing that people picture in their minds essentially when they're saying, but Cloud9. But
on
Cloud9,
paper.
right?
But on
Like
paper.
in all those
Yeah.
conversations of the actual standings of the LCS, and was CLG deservedly fourth? By the way, they were deservedly
Yeah.
fourth. That's
yeah,
that's how
absolutely.
standings work. But number 2, I think it is and was always a valid argument that when you get to the postseason and with a little bit more time, we're just waiting for these players to live up to the number of best of 5s that we see there on that graphic. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's why we've always, because we know how talented the players are on C9, every week, like, we've always been like, oh, we're waiting for them to improve. We're waiting for their communication to work out. Obviously, they didn't have their actual lineup for the first 2 weeks. So, I mean, that is why we say this, is because of all this experience.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that, when we say on paper for Cloud9, we've seen them on big stages do it before. Like, Jensen is a great example, even though he hasn't been there in the spring split. When he was international, he killed it at Worlds. It was actually a big surprise that he wasn't on Team Liquid the next split. That was the drama.
Yeah.
And so that's why you always have faith when it comes down to playoff moments. Even though the regular season for Jensen wasn't great at that time, when it mattered, it was. And so that's where people are like, hey, I'm a Cloud9 fan. I think Cloud9 can do it. But then there's CLG fans saying, well, I'm a CLG fan. And to hell with that old man talk.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a clear experience gap. But the question is whether or not experience amounts to an advantage. Let's hear from the players themselves on their thoughts as to whether or not experience provides a deep playoff advantage.
Fans and analysts probably like rank us the same as like maybe a little bit under Cloud9 in the sense that like Cloud9 has more experience showing that they can make like a miracle run, right? And I think that like this year would be our year to show that we can do that too.
Going into playoffs, I think I'm just generally excited to have this opportunity to compete. Really, it's just a lot of pressure. All the eyes are on you, so it's definitely just your opportunity to shine and make your name for yourself. So I'm really just excited to prove what I can do.
I definitely think I played different during playoffs. Just everything leading up to playoffs, you know, practice and everything. I think I take it to another level. Not to say I don't take it serious during the regular season, but I think I just have a different mindset going into playoffs. So I just feel more comfortable somehow.
I feel like this experience conversation is sort of the crux of this matchup, where
Yes.
C9 has clearly not fired on all cylinders that we have expected so far through the regular season.
Yeah.
CLG has been this team that has been perpetually slept on because we all expect them to not be good, and then they start taking games, then they start having a winning record, then they start beating top teams, and now they're in best of 5s against one of these top teams, and I still think when we get to predictions, you'll see them doubted. I still think C9 are actually the favorites, despite being the lower seed in a lot of people's minds, only because of the experience. I don't think there's anything on the Rift that you would say, like, specifically, that's the thing that C9 does better.
Yeah.
And one person who's been like super strongly against this has been Palafox, right? Like, I know he came on Hotline League with you and Travis, Mark, and talked about it. He's done interviews about it. He talked about it on stage with us. I think Gabby asked some follow-ups where he's like, you know what? Like, people need to take the nameplates off and stop overvaluing, you know, some of these old guard players because, you know, I think we're really good, and this is one of the reasons why we're being slept on.
Yeah, pulled directly from an interview with Travis Gafford. He very flatly said the old guard is overrated for sure. Explains a bit more in talking about, or rather using JoJo as an example, the way that newer players can play the lane. They don't necessarily play to the expectation of what is good or bad for the game, and veterans can sort of have a more rigid view of that, right? And so you're just like, what am I experiencing when this guy's trying to win a lane that's not supposed to be winnable for him and things like that. And so I love that we are getting an outspoken, you know, a young player who's looking to challenge the old guard and challenge our perceptions. As he said, I'm sure the fans and analysts think that we're actually the underdogs, and we've kind of confirmed that sentiment. I love that he's challenging the idea, though, that just because the players are who they are, that they should be afforded, you know, that benefit of the doubt.
I also think this is encapsulated by CLG's play, right? Because he's talking about two things. He's talking about people overvaluing experience on existing LCS players, but he's also talking about LCS players who are coming in, finally playing with confidence, right? This is something he talked about his own play, where he's like, the difference in how I've improved is that I'm just playing more confidently. And previously, we would see people make the jump from Academy to LCS kind of struggle because they would play a lot more hesitantly. And again, Palafox himself said that this was a problem he had. But this year, he's playing with a lot more confidence. In summer, it's worked out super well. JoJo came in, as he cited, played with a ton of confidence.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you have to just throw it out there and be willing to make mistakes. And that allows you to improve a lot better.
I mean, so here's hoping CLG walks into this series with that kind of confidence.
I hope they do.
Because I think they'll need it, but I hope they show it. And I think that that's exemplified by the predictions for today's series. Once again, we've polled more than just us here on the analyst desk for who will win today's series. Quickly, I'll let everyone know that there are 4 people who believe that CLG can take it. The rest of the squad believes that it'll be Cloud9. And I think that that, in a lot of ways, echoes that sentiment, where there's a lot of benefit of the doubt being given to Cloud9, that they'll have, you know, short up some weaknesses and some holes in their play between regular season and this series here.
Let's count them up here. Yvonne, Cutie Cinderella, Kobe, Captain Flowers.
That's it. Those are the 4.
I really think people are overvaluing the experience. I hope CLG come out here and just crush with this aggressive play style. They have that confidence. They show that all of us are really overvaluing the experience that we see with those best of 5. But everyone's been sleeping on these guys all split long. Yeah. I think it's happening again.
No, screw those old guys.
Yeah, all those C9 totally overhyped.
Yeah.
But I do think they'll probably win this. You want what? You were C9 too.
All right, so let me try and ask you all legitimately, though, because all 4 of us here actually do believe that Cloud9 is going to win. Does it come down to that experience point? Because Mark said he can't necessarily point to a single aspect of their play that is going to be the winning reason.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can debate Berserker versus Luger or something. You can talk about how the match is going to be different, but I don't think that it's clear that C9's a better team, that you would expect it to be 75% voting for that.
Right.
That's what I mean when I say there's no clear, like, reason that it should be this lopsided except for experience.
And I also think that people take the middle and early portions of the split into consideration when they shouldn't. It's about recency. This is literally what it's all about. And so for me, Cloud9 actually finished the split really strong, played an incredible tiebreaker game versus FlyQuest, and I think that they are really getting close to figuring it out. Whereas CLG really stumbled at the finish line on the final week and only took that 1 win versus Immortal. So I think CLG right now kind of feel a little stunted, but I'm interested to see if it's just a different game.
You're just relying on name value. That's all you're doing.
Oh, my God.
All right. Well, again, it definitely seems like the community at large, the analysts at large, believe that Cloud9 will take it, but by all accounts indicates a close series when I see score lines like 3-2s as often as I do. With that, the teams are ready to dive in, so let's get into our second best of 5 here in the LCS postseason.
this playoffs is I think this is probably one of the most competitive splits in LCS history, I would actually say.
There is too much pressure, there is a crowd always, there is the people that expect you to win.
I think in the past you could always kind of guess like which one or two teams is really going to win LCS. This time around there's multiple teams that could actually go and win it all.
Holy shit. Can I just say playoffs is gonna be super exciting.
Well, I think people view Lycos as like weak teams. We were like winning a lot, and then we start losing. People was like, oh yeah, this was Lycos all time, you know? Which I think happens all the time when you're like on not a winning team, like TL for example.
Oh, there is indeed blood in the bottom lane. One more! And he gets first blood already.
We come from a downhill and now we are like catching up. So I'll be down to do it, you know, to prove them wrong.
Double kill for Johnson here. Look at that hit on Deloc. Look at that triple kill for Johnson. A quadra kill. Give him the penta.
I think it's been like a slow ramp up for us.
Like Cloud9 is always like that one team you can really never count out.
Just beautiful out of the Cloud9 dive. Lock coming on here. Twitch will fire. It's already one. It's already two. Ivor gets back out. A 3-for-0 immaculate.
CLG, I'm actually very sad we lost to last time because they play like us, brawl all the time. But I think we're better than CLG pretty much in every aspect.
I have a lot of respect for every player on C9, and if we are able to win that series, then it'll give us a lot of confidence going in, thinking we can just beat anyone.
There it is. The eyeball opens up for the last time. It's going to be smited down, but can they even pick up the eye? Revenge and everybody else in Immortals are caught in the fate sealed, and 3 die instantly.
I think everyone knows playoffs is the most important time of the year. You know, there's no holding back on things, that everything needs to be perfect and needs to be perfect now, or like you're just out. So this is where the fun begins.
Welcome everybody to a lovely Sunday afternoon and a beautiful day for some playoffs. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by the other CLG believer here on the staff in Kobe, and Mr. Azael rounding out the TriCast here. Where's your fate?
I don't know. I guess I don't have any. I think it's going to be a really close series. I know you guys were the two casters who thought that CLG was going to win. I was on the C9 side, but I think it's going to be a really close one. Very excited to see it. Pick ban already kicking off, and it's a lot of targeted bans here. Both Seraphine as well as the Draven targeted towards Luger, and Dokla going to lose his Yone.
And the freaking Callista gets through. This thing did get nerfed. 3 base attack damage on this patch on 12-15, but still has been extremely highly prioritized across all regions. And in the hands of Berserker, this is an action-packed bottom lane already. Callista lanes are always looking for kills.
Berserker has showed off with the champion before in summer. I've been a pretty vocal critic of it when it's not properly played and not properly played around, but C9 has shown they're a squad that can get it done. CLG on the other side, though, they're going to pick one of those standard 280 carries to top. Sivir and Zeri up against Callista.
Ooh.
They get their own pick, and they're taking Renata immediately with it.
Renata really strong support, but we haven't been seeing a lot of it in quite some time. Poom does have only 1 game played on it. A lot of enchanters already banned away here. You know, Lulu is available if they wanted to go for an enchanter on that side, but I'm definitely assuming that it's going to be something like Nautilus, something like Alistar, something really aggressive. I think Alistar makes the most sense when you are playing into the Sivir, but it's going to be difficult to actually engage through the Renata, who has some really good peel, can actually peel with the handshake very easily onto that Alistar if you do go in. The Berserk with the ultimate.
It's an Ash support, baby!
Oh!
Get that extra W poke damage. It's funny because Ashe was always a good lane into Sivir as an AD carry.
And Sven is an AD carry.
As a support. Yeah, perfect. As a support, though, coming out with the extra range here on those volleys for the harassment. I'm excited to see this one.
This is not what I thought at all. I'm like, okay, you're still hovering the Ashe. All right, move to your real pick already. Like, where's the Alistar?
But it doesn't have to go in and melee range engage into a Renata, which is the biggest thing to me. I really like that as the support counter.
It's really cool, and it is engaged in a different way, of course, right? Post 6, you do have the ultimate. You know, the Ashe support builds that I have seen are much more like CDR focused. I'm not sure if he's gonna go AD or if he's gonna go Mandate. I see Mandate mostly when I do see this played for the W poke. The E, the hawk shot, is really, really nice for Blabber as well. Gonna be able to look for some scouting. And the buffed cannon coming through here, blind for Fudge. They can actually ban to protect it now. So it's gonna be a really, really interesting draft. Vi coming through, there's very squishy targets already for him to actually look to pick off.
Right, and the point and click on Kalista. This champion's kiting is one of the things that allows it to be as successful as it can possibly be, especially with those early game leads. But Vi has shown to be the biggest, most popular answer for this type of champion recently. Second half of the draft, let's see how it goes. Xin Zhao banned out here from the side of CLG because we do not have the matched up roles. Top laner versus jungler here on the third pick for the sides respectively. It means the bans are going to be different here too. Ahri targeted towards Palafox here as C9 makes their first ban of the second.
Where is Blabber's Olaf? There's no enchanter on the Cloud9 team, so maybe they don't ban it out. But we've seen many times, especially in best of fives, you don't ban it out, you regret it later.
Absolutely. But I mean, C9's comp is very, very squishy so far, right? You know, it's a lot of... There is some engage with the Ashe, but it's not necessarily the most reliable. So I'm really interested to see, are they going to draft engage, you know, from mid lane or from jungle? Feels most likely it would come from Blabber. Jensen is much more of like a damage guy than kind of a utility style player historically in his career. So there is focus on some of those aggressive junglers that they could ban out. You know, Jarvan would have been great for engage. They're going to take that away from Blabber. And I'm just wondering, what is the front line going to be for Cloud9, or are they even going to have any? Because I'm not sure that they just want to go Olaf without any sort of enchanter support here. So it'll be interesting if it is just going to be like a one-man front line, something like Viego or along those lines.
Oh, if they lock this in against the Kennen, CLG could be starting this off spicily, but nope. Gonna go with something just a bit more tried and true. Sejuani, powerful engage, powerful front line up there in the top lane for the side of CLG. C9, I need to see a jungler. I need to see a mid laner. I'm going to have to see both of them before we get that last pick of the draft for CLG. C9 did not spend either of their second half bans protecting this top lane Kennen. Instead, they went for the mid lane.
Is he actually going to log it? He's been on Nunu for like 20 seconds. Okay. All right, Trundle makes a lot of sense. Against Sejuani, it is always dangerous to actually go Sejuani top if you're not banning Trundle, so I think it's just such a smart pick. Because even if you are going a squishier build, like even if you go Sunderer, you kind of become a tank by actually stealing away all those stats from the Sejuani. So it will give him more flexibility in his build. I also think that there's a tremendous amount of ability to actually kite and utilize slows here on the C9 side between Trundle Pillar, between the Ashe slows, you know, Ori speed up, slow down as well. So it's going to be a really interesting one, a very non-traditional style comp here, though, for Cloud9.
Yeah, it is very good versus a Vi engage as well. You know, Trundle ult on the Vi, even if you don't get it on the Sejuani, you can just melt that Vi as she goes in, and you've got a Kennen ultimate AoE, Shockwave from Orianna creating space as well here for Cloud9. So they actually have quite a lot of answers for this engage.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the things I also really love when you are playing Trundle is if you're playing against a diver, you just pillar out the backline, right? So Vi ults in, you pillar out the Sivir, you all focus the Vi, and that can be very, very difficult. So I do think Cloud9 has some interesting answers, but it's such a non-traditional comp that I'm going to be really interested to see how they pilot it. Like, how many times have they actually played with no melee support bot? You know, Ashe bot is very kind of different style, and no traditional hard engage. You know, it is going to be the Ashe for the engage with the ultimates and flanks from Fudge.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Ashe ult and the Kennen flank, Kennen flashes, baby. Gotta get in there.
But it's tough if they don't have a good game state to play off of. If this comp falls behind early, man, I am worried with the power on the other side of the rift. If you fall behind with Kalista and Ashe, you're not feeling super great, especially with needing that Kennen flank to get there. But it's time. Let's get ready. C9 and CLG, game one.
Really interesting already here, seeing some of the setups that we're going to see in this first game. It is going to be exhaust Sejuani, so it's pretty much mandatory for someone on your team to be actually taking the exhaust, but it's almost always support. Renata here, though, prioritizing that extra kill pressure with the Ignite, so it's Doka that actually bring the exhaust here.
And I think it's actually a really smart decision from CLG, because when you're playing against the Kennen, you always want one person to mark that Kennen for the team fights and keep him out, and Sejuani is the one.
Well, as we're waiting for minions to collide and things to really get underway here in Game 1, Jensen has got some thoughts on CLG. Let's check it out.
I think CLG is an interesting team. They play very aggressive and kind of play a bit more of a chaotic style. They're a very bloody team, so there's going to be a lot of fighting, so that's always exciting.
To say the least, Jensen, CLG have the first blood timer, 3 minutes and 25 seconds, fastest in the entire league, and they are indeed the most bloody team.
They're just starting straight up. I mean, Ashe level 1 is really strong. CLG have 5 members here, though. There's no way that C9 know this, and unless they can actually burst us down, they gotta leave, man.
Yup, it is gonna be bursted down, secured by Grabber, and the escape is there. CLG tried to punish, but the 3-man C9 squad escaped.
They just killed it so fast, and Doka was there, so he actually has to TP level 1. So now Fudge gets prio top lane. That is actually so bad for CLG.
Cloud9 just pulled off a heist of their own. Berserker trading heavily, though.
Oh, going in at level 1. Poom eating a ton of damage as the spears are rended. CLG's bottom lane loses hard at level 1.
And it's worth noting that Sven is playing Hail of Blades. It's not the more common Comet. So if you do take these early trades against that Hail of Blades, it's so much auto attack damage here.
This is what I was saying in Champs Select, how Ashe used to be such a good AD carry, a matchup into Sivir, and Sven is just abusing it as a former AD carry with the extra range on the auto attacks, as well as the volley early on. You cannot beat that. Hail of Blades, extra damage, chunking through and burning through all these potions very quickly. 1 potion, 1 biscuit left for Luger, 1 biscuit.
Oh, he got a handshake, though! Luger goes in, and here's a fresh slice of pepperoni. It's first blood over to CLG.
Boom! Hits the handshake. Berserker gets so aggressive right up into the tower.
Man, game 1, 3 minutes in, the action is already popping off. He's gonna try to tower dive him.
Oh, he dropped. Oh, gets away with murder.
A 1v1 solo kill tower dive. What is this game?
We promised you this would be bloody, and we deliver. CLG here. Contract's actually getting counter jungled again. This is Raptor counter jungle following up the blue counter jungle. Blabber is winning the jungle war, even though the bottom lanes were all the action is.
Man, this is spicy already. Sven with both the kills as well. He actually is just straight up buying a tier and a longsword there. So he's actually going to go for a Muramana, more aggressive build. Not necessarily going straight towards that Imperial Mandate, which is the common mythic. But he can go a higher damage build, right? Like, he got more gold than either of the ADs right now.
I'm the AD carry now. Sven standing up on stage over there. My goodness.
Oh, man. Just walks back to lane, starts taking the CS from Berserker.
Oh, that tower dive was hilarious. All right, here's another look at it, though. Berserker going for the harassment. Got the auto, but Poom got the handshake into the tower. And even with the cleanse used, they still get the first blood. Sven, though, using that Ashe range, super long auto attack range here to harass him under tower. And then, even with Poom leveling up, he pulled off the play.
We're not done. Poom is, though. Berserker picks up the kill, makes it a 3-1 game for Cloud9.
Man, this is madness. Poom as well is going for a very squishy build here. He's not playing Relic Shield. It is standard, but he's on Spell Thieves, which means he's got no HP, no defenses, and this double marksman is just walking him down. You hit him with the volley slow, utilize that Hail of Blades early on here to maximize damage and really try to bully this.
One of my favorite things going from best of ones into a best of 5 situation is how you'll see teams be willing to play these riskier, more aggressive types of League of Legends. Go for the full send in bottom lane early on. Why not? And for Cloud9, it's paying off.
And one of the stat I was trying to get out as the invade started out and we got into all the action was about the kills and assists for both of these teams pre-15 minutes. CLG is first with 9.2 kills and assists on average, and Cloud9 is third. So certified banger indeed. You are correct at that. Bottom lane is where all of the aggression has been, with especially Cloud9 jumping forward. And off of this recall, getting that Noon Quiver and the boots are so big for Kalista.
And it is really cool. Oh, Super just barely misses that ward. So Jensen going to try to stay around here and bait him. Just try to wait and waste as much time as he can there from Contracts. But Contracts knows what's up, does see that the ward is there, but the sweeper had expired. It just reminds me a lot, though, you know, Sven bringing a marksman in support of when Perks actually swapped bot and was bringing mages into bot lane, you know, in specific matchups, because it is a unique skill set that he has here. You know, he's going to be a much better Ashe support than most people are, right? So it's fun to see players really utilize their skill set when they're swapping roles in a unique way.
And off of bottom lane pushing here, bottom lane control, that's what this gets you. Dragon control. Blabber on Trundle, easily can solo Dragon, no problem. These things don't do much damage at all anymore after the nerfs. They've got more health. Blabber just smites early to get the charge ticking for his second one as well.
Oh, but a level 6 1v1 here in mid lane won't turn into a kill. Sven down to 200 HP, bottom lane, Luger, and Poom! They go in, and it's a shutdown over there. Credit is for Poom. Luger, 200 HP, needs the damage, but he won't find it. Berserker, ready to turn it around. Poom flashes out to stay alive.
Berserker had to wait out the bailout. That's why he was waiting so long, stacking those spears. As soon as the bailout expired there, gets the Ren, kills off Luger. This one's still going well for C9. And that early Hawkshot allowed them to play aggressive, allowed them to do the early smite on the Dragon because they actually spotted Contracts up on his
They're not done!
Bottom lane
dive number 4!
Blabber's coming in. Poom tries to walk away, but it only takes a chomp and a spear, and he'll burn on down. Blabber gets kill credit, 5-2 game.
7 kills, 7 minutes.
2,000, 7 minutes into the game.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Palafox getting harassed under tower. No teleport for him. Already used the stolen ult with the sombrero shockwave. And Fudge does find Contracts, but the smite is enough, secures the payment for Blabber showing on the bottom half of the map.
Top side, Dokla's got that wave shoving up against Fudge, so he'll be able to try to get something done there, maybe rotate around. But in mid lane, it's Contracts. Flash engage. Palafox right behind him. Jensen with a nice disengage so far. Sven still trying to slow these guys down. Palafox and Contracts both get out. Sven borrows the arrow as the conflict ends.
They're gonna have to watch out for that Ashe arrow. I wonder if he's willing to throw it out and try to stop a recall or something. Probably not, but it's gonna be really powerful for gank assist, especially when Contracts hit 6. If Palafox still does have that Ashe ulti, could be pretty deadly for Jensen, who's of course not playing Cleanse. But Sven himself, you know, is closing in on that level 6, and it's going to be very, very scary on that bottom side if your spell shield is down and Ashe at 6.
Yeah, FTX total gold on the left side of your screen shows you Berserker is way far out in front of the pack right now, 2-1-2. He's up 2 waves worth of farm over Luger Sivir as well. Beautifully and aggressively playing this matchup. But Contracts is here. Can they get anything to work on this? Spooky Ghost into the river. Contracts gets spotted out by that one.
Ah, dang. Can't pull.
Oh! The arrow, but the save. They shot it from Palafox from all the way downtown.
Oh my goodness, this game is hilarious. Stolen ult earlier from the skirmish in the mid lane. Palafox waits until they forget about it. Doesn't matter though, does get the Kalista ultimate in defense used there for Cloud9. They have the backup.
Boom. Okay, goes for the handshake. Nothing to shake hands about. 2.5 minutes till our next Drake spawns, by the way. Remember, C9 also took that first one as Berserker moves forward yet again. Contracts, putting a lot of time into hanging out in this bottom lane.
Those Sentinels, those tricky Sentinels. How do we get past the Sentinels, Flowers?
It's like a Metal Gear game. You got to get past the guards and not walk into the cone, but unfortunately for Contracts, he is not able to sneak around this river.
I mean, it's really cool because, you know, you would think, okay, you're going to gank this bot lane so much on the C9 side because they have these 2 squishy members. Vi can get down there, but between the Sentinels and the Hawkshot, it's really difficult to actually circumvent all of this vision and find an angle in to actually pull off that gank. So things looking good. Sven now 6, does make the rotation to mid, but Palafox had sniffed it out, was playing towards that bottom side. We'll see if he wants to look for an arrow.
Cloud9 are just doing such a good job at snowballing here. First Dragon, first Herald, over a 2,000 gold lead for themselves. And they do have some really nice options when they do get to the team fight. So much AoE, Shockwave, Kennen hasn't even really been a part of this game yet with the camera always being bottom. So excited to see about the transition here towards Next Dragon. 1 minute 15 seconds as far as the setup.
But quietly, you know, it's a 20 CS lead top lane, or not quite, but there's going to be minions for Dokla to actually pick up at his tower, so we'll see how much of an advantage it does end up being. And it is the early serrated Dirk here for Sven. The arrow comes out, though.
Boom, half HP, goes for the handshake, won't get it. C9 continuing to play this as aggressively as possible here in the bot lane, 2v2, ready to crash another wave into the turret. Blabber moving down through the river now, just in case Contracts is here again.
Yeah, so I'm wondering now if it's just going to be Umbral Glaive Rush. I think that probably makes the most sense with the early Dirk here. For Sven, just play around that vision control.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the pieces. It's just such good volley spam. You get your lethality, instant, huge value right there, and your tier just keeps on stacking, spamming over and over. Volley spam. Sven has had such a big impact with this lane-focused, hail of blades, lethality rushing Ashe support. This is a very common pick, of course, as we went over. We've even seen some support Ashe go AP and Leandries in the LCK as well, so there's a lot of variations on it.
Alrighty, 5 seconds till that Drake, and you can see Poom making his way towards the river, but now has to back up as Blabber and Sven are going to find him. Arrow available for Sven here in a few seconds. Cloud9 can go fishing for that one if they like. Remember, having priority over these objectives first is very important for C9 without a huge engage mechanism aside from a cannon flank available. CLG contemplating whether or not they might want to interfere with this. They're bringing the party down. Contracts leading the way. Sweeping as they go. Luger and Palafox right behind him. Drake's at about 2K. Arrow finds its way onto Luger, who's almost dead already. Into the pit goes Blabber, but it's going to be secured by Contracts and CLG. Blabber gets over the wall. CLG end up taking the Drake.
Whoa, we don't actually get any kills, no blood, but it is a steal on the Dragon, splitting that 1-for-1. Herald immediately used bottom side, though, and Cloud9 will get this whole turret.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually finish it off. It's going to be close, but with all the CLG members here, I think they just have to back it up. So first tower will be denied. They do get the crash and some gold off of it. A great steal from Contracts. But I have to say, also, the pillar from Blabber was really nice. It looked like it fully pinned Luger against the wall. He popped his Sivir ultimate, and he didn't seem to be able to move. So he was just completely pinned there until it expired, and I thought it was going to go better for C9 than it did.
Yeah, I think they finished off no problem. The Sivir wave clear is delaying the issue, but it will go down. No problem here. So much harassment from this aggressive Cloud9. Opening, and the arrow does stop the recalls. So not going to ever get a kill right there because, of course, going to get a spell shield from Luger, but stopping the recalls is big. They are low health.
And it's worth noting that, you know, the early CDR boots, plus it's Ultimate Hunter here for Sven, so it's already a sub 60-second cooldown. They're getting kind of low, though, hitting this tower. They have to be a little bit respectful.
C9
There's no respect here in this bottom lane. They're taking tower shots just to get another one off. It's so close.
They're not done yet. Berserker still just immediately going to meet this wave as soon as it leaves the turret's distance. He wants to always be driving things forward here in this bottom lane. He'll step up. He should be able to grab solo gold here. Blabber's just hanging around just in case somebody shows up, but C9 gets first turret.
Look at that determination. I said the whole turret's gonna go down, and Berserker was like, I got you, bro. I'm not leaving till it's down.
Never leave a man behind, even if he's a caster.
That turret is going down.
Berserker, 2K up now individually off that. Let's watch this one more time. Just look at that. So the stun and then the pillar. He pops his Ashe ulti. He can't move. He's just stuck.
Yeah.
He's just stuck there against the wall. So the perfect pillar, but at the same time, Contracts comes in, gets the steal, and Palafox with him. They push out Blabber. You know, without Fudge there, Blabber is fully solo frontline, right? And he is going Divine Sunder, so he is pretty squishy. You know, he can ult the Vi as you're talking about, but it's going to be, you know, really about getting it on Dokla as much as he can if he wants to be able to survive against all of the damage that CLG is pumping out.
Really loved Poom's ultimate in that river fight as well, making it so C9 was not able to jump in and try to punish his Contracts went into fight. But you can see CLG moving multiple players up into the top side now. It'll be Poom going in first as Luger's right behind him. Control ward into the brush. Gonna see those wards placed down by C9 as Sven tries to fire off a volley to get rid of these guys for a little bit. CLG having 4 players in the top half of the map now as the Herald is spawning for the second time. Palafox on the other end of the map, but does have Unleashed Teleport to join up if CLG needs it. 4,500 gold though, gentlemen. That's quite a lead to have to play into at 15 minutes. If you're CLG, do you even want to fight over this?
Looks like they do. I mean, they're in the area, and Kennen is bot side. So I think if Kennen doesn't TP, CLG are down to actually take the fight here. Palafox looking to threaten a flank, and C9's gonna have to make their choice because Kennen is now coming.
All right, they're engaging on Blabber, who tries to get away over the wall. Contract's going into the back line. Berserker's under pressure. Contracts gets him. Shutdown's there. Fudge goes into the back, looking to cut up CLG. He'll take out Dokla, but where's he gonna go now? Luger's trying to get away, and Blabber's bringing down the hammer as Luger falls. Palafox picks up Fudge, and C9 takes Contracts down. 2 for 3, favoring C9.
Blabber's gonna be able to pick the Rift Herald right afterwards. What a scattered fight as they chase them through the jungle into the backline, and Fudge 1v3s back there basically. Able to chunk them out. The teleport's coming though. They still want to answer. Rift Herald fight part 2.
It ain't done yet, baby. Palafox still ready to contest this. Jumping back, Everfrost trying to root Blabber.
So 1v3.
Palafox! Sven just guns him down.
Hit him with the Kobe. What did that TP? Sucked.
I think the choice to 1v3 was a little bit questionable here. Let's take a look at the information that led up to it. Well, this is the actual skirmish. So we've got 2 very separate fights, and the teleport coming in on the backside for Fudge is what makes the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. He does get into that backline. Sejuani, did have the exhaust, I believe, but, still able to actually burst down Dokla very early. Flashes past, doesn't hit the Q, but is able to sidestep enough there from Palafox to force out the flash to actually finish off himself. And then as C9 take the fight, they go back to Herald.
The exhaust was used at the start when they were going in for the pick. It was used aggressively. That's why it wasn't there to deal with the Kennen when Fudge jumped in. I feel like I gotta criticize Dokla for that one. You take the summoner spell for one damn reason, and the reason is Kennen. It ends up biting him back a little bit there, but it's still a 5,000 gold lead for the side of C9. Pretty incredible stuff here. Dokla wants to make it even more. Fudge goes back underneath the turret. Slicing Maelstrom versus Slicing Maelstrom. CLG cannot get it done. Arrow comes in from across the map, but it ain't gonna hit nothing just yet. CLG still ready to go once more. Fudge dropped as the Hawk shot follows up, but now it's Jensen versus 3, and those 3 are trying to get the hell out. Sven's coming around from the side. Volley goes out for the slow. CLG wants to save their players, but Palafox dies again. A rough game for the CLG mid lane.
And at the same time, there's a Herald bot here from C9. They're pushing up with Berserker, so they're gonna get a full tier 2 tower. Berserker is getting paid, and Cloud9 go even on the top side with all 5 CLG members there.
And Cloud9 also picked up the dragon during that. So they are just blowing this game open. The pace is so quick, only 18 minutes in, already over 6,500 gold lead, plus the extra dragon. Cloud9 have made the game give CLG objective bounties. That's how far ahead they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And Berserker now, total gold for him, just about 8,700. The richest member on CLG is just at 6,500 gold. He is more than 2,000 gold ahead of the richest member on their team, and much more than that ahead of Luger, who is way down in the dumps compared to this Kalista. Has every opportunity to snowball the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a best of 5. I can see reasoning of leaving Kalista up on 12-15 with the 3 attack damage nerfs, seeing if it's going to be as painful as previously. And Berserker's like, yes, you dare not leave up Kalista against me again. This is indeed painful.
All right, so we're 6,500 gold down on the side of CLG. 19 minutes in, no Drake for 3 minutes. Baron's coming alive here in under 60 seconds. I gotta ask you guys, is this even still in CLG's reach proactively, or are they just waiting to punish something now?
I think you can try to play through sides and maybe have Vi hovering one of your side laners, like send Palafox out to a side lane, bring Vi up there, see if you can find 2v1 types of plays, but it is C9 looking to be proactive here around mid lane. A lot of CDR now on Sven. He already has 45 CDR plus 4 stacks on his ultimate hunter. So that Ash arrow is only a 45-second cooldown at this point, like ridiculously low without even having rank 2.
And it's one of those engage/pick mechanisms that has legitimately 0 risk with it, right? It's not like risk versus reward is hard to evaluate when—
You're not Alistar comboing in. You're just shooting this from across the screen.
Absolutely nothing to lose, just going fishing with it. You can see Dokla hanging out here in bottom lane. He'll be dealing with Fudge in that side situation once again. We do have all of our Unleashed teleports available except for Jensen.
Okay.
As C9
20
will
minutes.
begin an early Baron, but it is spotted out with a Scryer's Trinket.
20-minute Baron's here. Let's throw a couple autos in, see if they check. Does get the blue trinket out. Cloud9, see how they want to push this ahead. Teleport comes up for Dokla, actually, from bottom lane to mid. Wondering if they would want to use like this mid tower health as bait and try and go for some sort of all-in comeback fight, but it looks like he teleports mid and they're still gonna have a bit of a difficult time doing anything here, so.
One hit is not even Sivir's gonna save that one. So Blabber can easily walk up, secure it. 3 turrets to 0. CLG have not taken a single structure from their opponents this game. That top lane tier 1 ready to fall over, but they can't get enough control over the map to do anything about it. Look at the vision for the side of CLG. They're choked back on their own half of the river. It's hard to see anywhere.
And that might be the reason, one of the reasons for that teleport. As an escape teleport, there's no vision on bottom side, no tower for CLG, so could have been also an escape teleport for Dokla and not CLG actually looking to set anything up there. That vision, it just gets you so many little advantages, so little cooldowns like that when you don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really scary playing with no towers on bottom lane when you're answering that lane and you got no vision really in that quadrant of the map. Unless you've seen C9 elsewhere, you don't know if people are coming for you. And that can be really tough. Oh! That was really, really close. Just barely misses out and allows Dokla to walk out. But again, you just keep firing these off. A quarter of the cooldown's already gone. Almost every wave, he's going to be able to shoot it off when he hits level 11. So C9 really liking their position. They have the early Rage Blade already done on Berserker, so their Baron take is going to be very, very fast if they get an opportunity. And I think C9 just needs to dominate vision in that quadrant of the map, continually threaten starts on these objectives, make CLG come to them, and look to turn with Pillar and Ash Arrow.
Yeah, the 5-on-5 for Cloud9 is insane. This right here, Frozen Heart, is one of the most valuable items you can get second on jungle. That attack speed or reduction is so good into this CLG low range comp. Everybody's going to be in range of that thing. Blabber can get right into the middle. They're so far ahead. He's a full jungle item ahead here. Massive, massive stuff for Cloud9. So yeah, you can just wait for the next dragon, force on that, number 3.
And C9 will be first to the scene yet again. Imperative for their composition to do this, and they are doing it every single time. They know CLG can't contest them in open ground, and so the 3-man squad, with Jensen still hanging around here on the flanks just in case, will secure Soul Point for C9.
And Fudge is just playing so smart. Like, he knows if CLG aren't turning up to the Dragon, the only thing they can do is look for a pick on him. So he's literally just playing max range, back by his tower, playing very, very respectful to the chance of a gank. We know that CLG is actually here, so really smart stuff from him. Another arrow gonna swing and a miss, but Dokla is pretty far out there and might be gonna get run down.
Oh, beautiful use of Pillar while mid-air to stop Dokla from getting over the wall and into the river. Fudge will drop the Maelstrom and Berserker drops Dokla.
Blabber has had some insane pillars. The pin against the wall on Luger at the dragon fight, right out of the air. Sejuani just going pig shooting there, and Baron is next on the list. They've got the Rens, so if it comes down to the smite fight, huge advantage to Cloud9.
And it looks like we're not even gonna get there. Boom getting caught out over the wall. Jensen still moving forward, making sure that he's zoning the rest of CLG away. Contract's the only man who might be able to turn this around. Goes over the wall! And Contract steals the Baron from C9.
2 kills. Contracts gets the Baron steal. I said it would be heavily advantaged to Cloud9, but it's not guaranteed to line up Rens and Smites. Contracts gets in there, the Hail Mary play, and it is an objective bounty shutdown as well. CLG needed that, but they do need more than that. So have to play off of this Baron, try and continue to whittle down on that gold lead.
But that was massive. That was game over if Cloud9 get that, right?
Yeah.
This is 1.5K in the pockets of CLG instead of Cloud9. We'd be looking at an 8,000 gold lead plus Baron buff here. This would be lights out. So they have some opportunities now. It was a little bit of a risky Baron. Even with the Ren Secure, it's not a 100% guaranteed thing. Fudge did not have his ultimate, so he was not really able to actually force his way through and keep Contracts out because they committed the ulti to kill off Dokla. So Cloud9 go for something that is in their favor, but they get punished.
The CLG strategy right now has to be create chaos. That's how you come back in games like this where you're getting smashed so hard early on. Let's take a look at our Rocket Flip the Switch replay and how Contracts is able to get in there. Create some chaos, CLG. First step, boom. He's out in front. He almost gets one shot here by Fudge. Flashes over. That Q misses, so he survives. And the rest of them with the vision, that control ward you see over the back of the Baron pit.
Yeah, I mean, they really needed to kill it off. That control ward was there the entire time. I think Cloud9 100% should have killed the pink ward.
And then the flash.
Force him to actually, you know, at least get some more wards in there, because that was the one that he dropped himself. Contracts didn't have any more wards, and Poom was zoned away. So all Cloud9 had to actually do was kill off that control ward, and it would have been so hard for Contracts to actually guess. They could have just stopped at 2K, wait for him to come in, kill him off. So really misexecuted, I have to say, there by Cloud9 to never kill off that control ward.
All right, give me an updated check on the cooldown of Ash Arrow, because as low as it gets, it's still not going to get lower than a Sivir spell shield. It's 24 seconds, so we might need to find other targets.
44.2 seconds. Very, very spammy.
It's almost 11.
Trying to defend their tier 1 turret, but CLG want to get some value out of the Baron here. Sejuani ulti comes out, but it doesn't do a whole lot to Berserker. Arrow flies through, but it won't hit nobody. Boom, immediately dies as C9 will not let CLG move forward any further, but the mid lane tier 1 still falls.
Exactly, and again, it's still bounties, right? They're picking up these bounties here, keeping this gold a lot closer than it was looking like. Cloud9 have been snowballing this game out of control, but the later you get into the game, the more farm Sivir picks up, the better chances are.
Well, it's got to happen soon, because I see about 75 seconds left until a Drake fight that will award a Mountain Soul to C9 if they get it. CLG not only has to be ready for this, I would say they've got to be down in that pit first.
All right, how many more objective steals you got in you, Contracts? Because CLG is going to need a couple more. Cloud9 still massive, massive advantage in setting up for this Dragon 2. They already have the Rift Scuttler, 50 seconds. They can push out mid and try and move their vision coverage over. Now, top side there for CLG, Palfox is currently pushing. He's got plenty of time to walk down, but does not have his Unleashed teleport, so is going to have to get his reset off and get right back out there for CLG if they want to try and defend this.
Big Doke separated from the rest of the team, just ready to clear the wave in bottom. Unleashed teleport available for everybody not named Palafox. His will be ready probably around the time that Drake spawns. Exhaust also there. That one has got to be used on Fudge.
Yeah, and something critical here is that there's not a lot of flanking wards there available for the Kennen, and Sven's actually out of wards. He dropped his last one there in the side brush, but Cloud9 looking to engage.
Sometimes you don't need to flank if Blabber can just walk right in. Contracts delivers free money, and C9 keeps walking forward. Dokla can't really find an angle to get involved after Contracts explodes like that. And there's sort of what you're talking about. As Trundle, you can just press R when Vi presses R. All of a sudden, she's not the main character anymore. She's an extra, and she's dead in episode 2.
And that's the jungler. So no Smite Steal on the map here for CLG. That's going to be the Dragon Soul for Cloud9. Palfox got hit with the arrow, so Contracts tried to peel for him a little bit there. Goes in with the Q. But then, once you hit that ultimate button, you're in the enemy team all alone, and Cloud9 take him down instantly. Palafox, though.
Yeah, we're talking about being in the enemy team all alone. Palafox has no way out of that one. Fudge picks up his 3rd kill of the game. C9 has not only a Mountain Soul now, they've got a 4,500 gold lead still, and they've got a 5v4 map state for the next 40 seconds with Baron spawning after just a minute. This is great for Cloud9's control.
Absolutely. It's going to be so much harder now for CLG to try to find a pickoff here, to burst someone down through that Mountain Soul shield here. You know, Vi going in, Dokla going in, Palafox going in, are trying to get that a quick initial kill. Mountain Soul shield is going to make it that much more difficult. And when you're adding on top a shield bow here for Berserker and all of the damage around him, all of the other threats, if you're ignoring Berserker, you're going to get roasted. But it seems so hard to actually be able to burst him down.
Yeah. Cloud9 now with the Mountain Soul should be able to push in. They've already got Blabber shoving up the top wave. He's going for a reset once he joins up with the team with his Spirit Visage. So much extra healing here for Blabber. Yep, there it is. Spirit Visage completed for him. This man is such a tanky troll on that front line. So hard to chop through. An entire jungle item ahead. For CLG, they've got to rely on Luger. Well, the Sivir is the only hope. That Infinity Edge spike there. He's also an entire item behind. So Cloud9 fully aware of the advantage as Fudge pushes in the bottom side, and they poke around at the 5 members of CLG. You don't really want that fight. There's not a great spot for Fudge to teleport in, and if you just keep him split pushing, then you can move over to Baron.
I mean, really, they're just delaying backs because bot lane is being pushed up by Fudge, right? So, yes, it just hits Dokla and it seems like kind of a wasted ult, but it's a 38-second cooldown at rank 2. It's basically every wave you can fire an ulti, no problem. Now someone has to answer this bot wave for CLG, or they're just going to lose all those minions. You can see the C9 pings are on that bot wave. No one from CLG is going to answer because they're too concerned about actually losing the Baron here. So CLG getting peeled apart a little bit, feeling like they have to stay in a 5-man squad and losing both their side lanes.
Contract space checks a brush. Blabber takes a bite out of him. Unstoppable, but he's still gonna drop. Blabber tries to survive long enough so they do not get the reset of the bailout. Fudge comes in, but he's exhausted. Slicing Maelstrom buys a little bit of time as Palafox looks for Blabber still. Luger does not have the ability to DPS in these fights. Berserker goes on a rampage. Poom tries to go home. C9 2-0. One of them's the jungler. It's Baron time.
And this is going to be huge for Cloud9. No chance for CLG to stop this one now. They will finally get their Baron. They already have the soul here. The windows are closing for CLG. And Cloud9 looking fully in control of game 1.
This is a scary place to be for Counter Logic Gaming. You gotta be thinking they're on their last legs in this when you're just trying to figure out how to adapt for the next game. In that last fight, Luger just did not have the ability to get close enough to do enough damage to change things. You can see it started off with contract space check, and he is not tanky enough for that.
Yeah, again, it's the Cloud9 vision control that sets this up. You know, they've got full, control wards over Baron. You see it turning off the vision in the pixel, turning off the vision around Baron. And so CLG, they had tried to make a pick attempt on Fudge towards mid. You talk about getting pulled across the map. Contracts tried to get in there for the range on the Vi ultimate. They couldn't get that pick, and so then they had to rush towards Baron and Cloud9. Now with the Baron power, they should be able to finish this game number 1.
And that's a big ulti there. They actually get the flash off of Contracts. He had to flash the Ash arrow there. Sven just playing so well around Vision. They have a bunch of sweepers. They obviously have his Umbral Glaive as well, and they're just pushing forward. Dokla getting those spears stacked up. Likely won't go down, but he's going to be chunked so low.
Yeah, half HP left on that front line. No ulti available for the Sejuani, and considering he has to heal, no way they can defend right now. Boom dies immediately, and C9's got 5v4 and full health to keep it going farther.
Ash arrows up.
Let's see what else Sven might be able to fish for. Still no ulti ready for the Sejuani. Contracts jumps in. Berserker with a stasis, stopping it in his tracks. They're ready to throw Contracts right back out. But Fudge has the Maelstrom, and now there's no exhaust. CLG has fought their last here in the first game. Luger won't survive. Palafox won't survive. Double kill back over to Fudge. C9 absolutely smashes him in game 1.
Kalista Ash bottom lane, baby! Kalista Ash bottom lane, Berserker and Sven. Fireworks from 2 minutes into the game.
Why role swap your old AD carry to support when you could just have them both play AD carry?
Exactly.
And congratulations to Jensen, his 300th LCS win. A monumentous one for him. What an incredible career this guy has had across multiple teams, showing up big here again. But I agree, it was so much about the bot lane dominance, the support Ash really making the difference. I'm so curious to see total damage done, because Sven was getting in there.
It's a lot of poke damage.
All the volley spam as well. Like, he had 2 completed items. He's only 1 item down on the enemy he carried by the end of the game.
Yeah.
His Muramana was fully stacked.
Great showing here from Cloud9. Did really like the draft adjustments that they made. A lot for CLG to work on in the best of 5 series now, moving towards game number 2.
And I think it starts with banning Kalista. I think Kalista going into the hands of Berserker anymore throughout this series is going to be questionable at best, and words I can't say on this show at worst. CLG gonna have to make some changes there. Things weren't going great from the beginning, like you guys talked about. Yeah, C9 had control in bottom lane. Top was a total island. We completely forgot that Sejuani and Kennen were in the game for the first 15 minutes, which is great for a lane bully like Kennen, right? So things just seem to be set up well for C9 to succeed.
I mean, even the level 1 invade, right? They all 5 CLG are there to actually respond to that. They steal the blue buff, get away, and Dokla has the TP level 1 to top lane. Like, it was a rough start. Then the bot lane's getting crushed in the 2v2. It's really hard to play from that spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, Blabber also had a massive showing here on the Trundle. Trundle's not a flashy champion at all. Counter jungling, full item ahead there. He was such a massive threat.
Those pillars, though, that was flashy.
Anytime you can strike somebody down with a pillar mid-air, your Trundle feels like an absolute
That's your moment
dog.
to shine on Trundle. The perfect placement.
The true skill expression. Now, y'all go check out the LCS fan cam section of espat.io for free photos of you and your friends from your time here at the LCS Arena. If you're here today, why not remember it and treasure it forever? For now, let's head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the State Farm Neighborhood Tactics segment. We'll be talking about that Ashe. You know, we talked a lot about draft in the pre-show, about how important it was going to be. Now we're going to take a look at this one specific champion, as well as the fact that not only is support Ashe not standard, Sven did a non-standard version of that. So it was the hipster move of the hipster move. The first thing I actually want to look at is runes, if we can pull those up, because the typical build is going to actually go sorcery, at least the most popular one goes sorcery, and you often take mana flow ban. You know, you have those kinds of choices. He actually went for the domination rune tree, and that allows you to get the Hail of Blades, which is a lot more aggressive of an option, as you can see there on screen. He has Hail of Blades for auto attack trading, which is a bit more aggressive than just the poke spam with Comet or something like that. He also allows you to get cheap shot and all the things that you want with Ultimate Hunter as well. But then instead of having to go sorcery as your secondary, because Ashe honestly gets enough mana from just going tier, that she can now actually go for that support tree as well. So that was an adaptation he made in terms of rune choices heading into this game, knowing it was a double range matchup. He was going to get a lot of auto attacks in. He also, in terms of itemization, went some changes as well. Usually you go for the Imperial Mandate in the standard Ashe build. This time around, he actually went for just rushing the Umbral Glaive because he got a lot of kills in the early game. Normally, that's the typical one. You're going to just kind of get your support item, you get your tier, and then you just rush into this Imperial Mandate, which your volley applies over and over. It gets very low cooldown in the mid to late portion of the game when you get to level 9. Here, you actually have a lot more vision control, which is the other thing that this Ashe support does so well, is the hawkshot spam allows you to keep the jungler kind of on lock. You can then use this Umbral Glaive to make sure that you actually just vision control the entire map. And so now that you see the adaptations that Sven has made in this draft, I want to show you some of the ways that this actually became very useful in the game, because he has the more aggressive, heavy trading choice. When they get into trouble here, he's not just a volley bot with one, Comet proc going off. He's able to actually stay in there and poke a lot harder. So not only does he trade this first kill back, but he's then able to re-dive onto Poom. I believe his Hail of Blades comes right back up right before he does it. So he's able to get that extra auto attack off, flash out. And that was what got him the gold early on, which made the purchase of the Umbral Glaive feel even better, because sometimes if you're below the pace of the game and you're getting your lethality a little slowly, the fact that he got so many kills early on, they were able to dominate this lane so hard, made him such a threat throughout the entire laning phase. And then the final thing that they were able to do is that what Ashe also does great with the Ultimate Hunter, really low ultimate cooldown spam in team fights. You have such great engage. They're able to kind of doink out Luger there, keep him under threat, and then they can kind of focus down the front line. You also have the Kalista he was paired with, which is something that the Ashe can sometimes get abused with. If they get on top of her, she can die. Here, the Kalista in some team fights is able to save her. So that was everything that went on with just the Ashe. But now, going to join the rest of the desk to talk about the entire rest of the game.
Thank you very much, Mark. It was very cool to see the Ashe pick come out, especially given all the draft conversation that we had leading into this series, but as well for it to get off to the races in the way that it did. And definitely very curious, as to why it is that Sven decided to go with that extra build. But Emily, I think he was very much aided by this intelligent delayed invade by C9.
Yeah, my main thing with picking Kalista that I've seen from LCS teams is they haven't done as good of a job as they need to with snowballing. If you play Kalista well, especially on this patch, you can take over the entire bot side of the map. It gives you such early Drake stacking, gives you such control and kill pressure on that bot side. Yeah. And they obviously prepped for this. Like, I loved not only this draft is really awesome, but the level 1 was set up everything that they wanted to do.
I agree. It fed into everything, which goes back to the point of the Ashe being picked, right? Because suddenly now it is going to be a bot-sided focused Cloud9 that's looking to dominate, and it even gets worse off the 2 kills that Ashe ends up getting. So I love the topic about Ashe and the change that she made in the build, right? I think that it's really smart, because a lot of this huge goal difference that you see really early on here from Cloud9 is based off of what Cloud9 is able to do in the bot lane, Berserker and Sven, and then bleed that to the rest of the map. From bot lane, go straight towards mid. And it made it very difficult for CLG to ever take the fight because you forget about the rest of the comp. If you ever engage into that, that's Trundle that's going to make the Vi's life incredibly hard, and the Kennen that's going to make or create a lot of space for the Kalista to go wild. So really well done composition, and they never lost hold of the game.
And with such a massive lead, I want to come back to the idea of the vision control that Ashe is able to provide, as well as the cooldown of that ultimate that you were talking about, Mark. At the end of the game, Sven had a vision score of 128 to the 65.
That'll do it.
For the opposing support. So doubling the opposing support. And obviously, when you're already in a winning position to have that much vision control, it just makes it so hard for CLG, who, Emily, we've talked about, we love their confidence and willingness to fight. But when you're that willing to fight and you don't have all the information, you can see that kind of play out a number of times where ultimately the fights just won't go in their favor.
Well, we've talked about this 1-2 punch with Contracts and Palafox around the map, right? Making plays. And the thing that Ashe does so well is just give you vision of the opposing jungler. Every jungler you ever talk to will be like, I do not want to play against Ashe in any form. And you could see it. They were tracking Contracts constantly, and he was not able to do anything this game.
Yeah, the Hawk Shot was a big win for sure. The one thing that the lethality build gives you once you start like really getting into it, this is a quick game, so you really couldn't actually get to much of the build, but it is the added CDR. You're right about the Ultimate Hunter, but also just the fact that he's able to continuously fire off shots. And later on, you can kind of see elements of it when it was thrown like crossway through the map to hit a CLG member mid. It does hit Sivir spell shield, so that's the one thing that's like, okay, well, let's see if you can do that 10 more times. But it's a really difficult one.
As we can see here, CLG selecting blue sign for the second game. Mark, just real briefly, let's talk about how they can clap back.
I mean, this is one of those games where it was such a weird draft. I don't know if you have to ban the the Ashe out. Do you want to get rid of Kalista? Kalista's very strong in the current meta. I think maybe you just have to be a little bit more careful about the Sivir early pick, the Renata as well. Tried to make it stronger in lane, but you can see that C9 are willing to pick just for lane to dominate. If you're going to take scaling matchups, that means the Zeri is something you also have to be concerned about if you take that early. So I think you don't need to ban anything new, but just maybe hold your picks a little bit later and see more of the draft.
Feels like a tough one to evaluate in part because of how that level 1 went. And so I'm very curious to see what CLG's takeaways themselves will be. We'll see if CLG rather can answer back in game number 2. But to get it done, they'll need to look to their veteran jungler and LCS journeyman Contracts.
I think when I was at the bottom of my career in academy, reflecting back on how I grew up and how my family's doing, definitely played a very key role in bringing myself up. I think, I have to do it for them. I have to provide for them and make sure they're also living comfortably, and they have no one else to fall back on. It's only me that they can rely on, and I want to help them, and I think that was a very big motivator for me as well to keep striving to be pro and to get back into the LCS.
I'm giving up on my expectations. Let them go and see where it takes us.
This is the first time I've ever talked about something like this. I've never vented to anyone. It's just always been bottled up. When I'm doing well, I'm really doing well, and I'm doing bad, I hold it in and don't vent basically to anyone, and then I'm gonna be playing worse, and definitely it's hard.
I just wanna wake up in the warmth of the sun and thank the gods for the gift.
My name is Juan Garcia. I'm the jungler for CLG, and some people know me as Contracts.
They give us love. They give us joy. They give us lessons in sharing. So give them some love back. And what says love better than something you can chew on? Use your MasterCard to make secure purchases from anywhere, so your gift will end up in the right hands or mouth. Because being there for each other is priceless.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
with original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Rhaenyra Targaryen, heir to the Iron Throne.
I will not be a tyrant and rule through terror.
You see her for what she is.
We are family! This fighting must cease! Welcome back, everybody, to a series that is now thoroughly underway as C9 smashed the first game. Woo! They took the Kalista, they took the Kennen, they took it all the way to CLG's throat, and they did not stop.
They took the level 1 AD carry fight. They took the level 2 tower dive, support on support tower dive action. That game had it all, baby, except for the side from CLG. So now we need to see what their response is to Cloud9 here. Obviously, a bunch of bottom lane issues, and we said it during the cast, the Kalista, big problem. Yeah, it has 3 less AD, but Berserker Didn't make it look like that.
Didn't need those.
Yeah, that's 105 golds worth of stats, and he got way more than 105 golds worth out of turning him into pincushions.
I just
buddy.
like looking over. Clayton was like, after the first game, he's like, they can't get Callista anymore. As soon as Callista gets banned, he just pointed to the screen. He's like, yeah, you see that? That's right.
Yeah, remember? That was my call, buddy.
Identified the issue.
My call. That's not even a scorpion.
Well,
all right.
Okay, so I do think there are other things though. So, you know, especially I know I'm always jungle focused, but
True.
Vi is getting over prioritized against comps where you don't need it yet. It's really good versus Zeri or Twitch or, you know, some carry, low mobility carry that you want to point and click. But if it gets picked early, then we see stuff like this where, oh, now you got to play into all this AoE counter dive and this, you know, Ken and stuff like that. That does make it way more difficult. And we saw it yesterday with Team Liquid as well.
Yep.
Swain afterwards. So I think you just need to be a little bit more careful with your jungle picks.
It's not one of those picks that can be played into anything, right? It needs to be set up to succeed. Otherwise, we're going to see that win rate start to drop a little bit. But CLG, they're starting this draft off going for a support pick here in the Lulu. We didn't cover the bans yet. It's Callista, Poppy, Nautilus, Seraphine, Azir, Yuumi, all banned away. Both Zeri and Sivir are still up. So whoever wants first pick between those two, the other side can have the other one. It's C9 saying we want the Sivir this game.
Yeah, and Berserker, you know, has played a lot of Zeri. I wonder if this is more about taking away what they believe, you know, the pairing that CLG was going for, or if it's really the priority on the champion. Because, of course, Yuumi is banned out, Seraphine is banned out. They're going for the early Vi. Kobe, not a fan.
But because, like you're saying, they have the Lulu, they're like, oh, maybe you're going to go Zeri. Still though, I think, yeah, anytime you see it early, now I expect CLG actually to draft some counter dive. It's on CLG now to draft these big AoEs that will make Vi's life difficult.
And they do lock in the Zeri as expected. So, you know, that's kind of what I was thinking. It was going to be the Zeri pairing. It feels like the most obvious. I'm really curious to see what Sven's support choice will be here. Obviously, he has been known more for the Enchanters, which is why he was kind of getting target banned with some of that in the first game. Brought out the support Ashe. Actually did more damage than Berserker in the last game. Obviously, a lot of poke, but also really was getting in there with the Hail of Blades. So excited to see if he has more kind of surprise picks.
No hesitation here from Cloud9. Talking about picks, they're going for picks in game here. Ahri and Vi, those combined to pick people off, stragglers here. And the thing about Trundle is, does look good when you've got some strong lanes to get you priority, get neutral objectives, and you can just bang on people until you get, you know, this gold lead. But doesn't have any escapes. Unless you have flash up, you can't get away from Charm, you can't get away from Vi. Those jungle mid picks here from Cloud9 look scary.
We're saying Trundle kind of just beats Vi over the head with a stick if they run into each other in neutral territory. He's an exceptional duelist. However, it will be interesting to also see this, considering this was the matchup from game 1 in the jungle, just with champions switched. So now we get to see each jungler play the other side. Another one of my favorite things about seeing series play is, all right, who can play this version of League of Legends better? But we do have that Ahri picked for Jensen there. Remember, that was banned out in the second half of the draft in game number 1. LeBlanc was another one of those champions banned out in the second half of draft game 1. That's getting banned again. Lissandra also taken away as something that can be picked into the Ahri successfully. Karma denied by CLG. They want to stop that death ball that compare with Sivir.
Absolutely, and they're just obviously much more concerned about Sven's Enchanters, right? Sven hadn't even played Karma yet this split, and they are still going to take that away. You know, he does have the option to go to something like a Renata. You know, we saw that actually brought out last time, so if he wants to play Enchanters, but I don't think he necessarily has to. You can just go more dive. Renata now obviously removed as an option. CLG are saying, we only care about your Enchanters.
And that's the way I think Cloud9 will go, because they've got so much charge at you dive composition here. And against Zeri, Vi ultimate, Ahri charging forward, you can lock down that scaling AD carry. Especially, yeah, you get an Ornn ultimate on top of it. It's more engaged,
There's
layered
no way
on
he's
here.
locking this, right? Like locking Ornn blind when you're on red side into Trundle, I just don't really think that makes any sense. Okay, this makes more sense. So it's gonna be a Mumu support here. So it will be the engage option. Big AoE ultimate, more lockdown for the Zeri. Vi goes in with the point and click. You follow it up, lock this guy down so he can't kite you out.
Where is the counter engage here from CLG? It's just so much dive from Cloud9.
Stolen Mumu ult.
Showing over and over and over. Need some counter engage here. Need that big AoE to deal with all the Cloud9 aggression.
Kobe, look what's on the screen.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
If they had locked the Ornn, I'd be with you.
Yeah.
If that Ornn was locked in, I'd be like, hell yeah.
I know you've just been talking about Alawi
I know.
We're buying Riven bait. Y'all are buying and a Lowy bait, and it ends up just being Renekton. Renekton, 5th pick. I know out there's a lot of people that aren't happy with these types of choices. Renekton has been getting a little bit more popular all over the place recently, working his way back into the meta. Death, taxes, and a lizard in top lane. Some things are just inevitable.
I mean, Renekton is not a bad champion. People really, I think, kind of like overblow, how weak this champion is. I think it's absolutely fine for this style of composition. If they're trying to dive past you, Renekton can create a lot of chaos. It will be Aatrox as the answer here for Fudge. It does feel like pretty heavily a skill matchup from what I have seen of this. So going to be interesting to see who comes out on top, because if one of these top lane champions gets ahead, you really can run over the game, but they're both pretty useless from behind.
So one of the things that I'm concerned for CLG here in this one, Palafox back on the Sylas after a very underwhelming Sylas game in game number 1. I don't feel that his ult choices really hit the mark. I never had a wowie, that was Sylas type of moment. So hopefully he can turn that around and really give us some of those higher highs in this one.
I mean, the Mumu has got to be one of the best ults in the game to steal, right?
Yeah.
The AP ratios on that is very high.
Yeah, that has to be the one, because aside from that, we're not indexing super heavy into like a Swain or Kennen.
Yep.
Giant counter dive there for CLG. So we shall see. Game number 2. This is important. This is pivotal. Cloud9 coming out with a very emphatic win in game number 1. Has to be answered here, or else the momentum just builds so quickly for this best of 5.
And Sven's going to have to be careful about how he shows, right? Because if you are the one that has that key ultimate, you want to stay out of vision of the Sylas until it's too late. You don't want Sylas to be able to hang on to that Amumu ult. Because Amumu, Gnar, Malphite, those are the big 3 AoE ones that when I'm going to play Sylas, I'm always looking for. People talk a lot about Alistar, but when you're talking about AoE damage, things with crazy AP ratios, those are the big 3 that I think about a lot. Vi can be situationally useful for pick. Ahri can be situationally useful for escape or chase down, but really it is all about stealing the Amumu ult and having that huge effect. If C9's trying to dive in, you hit a multi-man stolen Amumu ult, you could run over this fight.
And I really want to see CLG be able to shake off that game number 1. I think these two teams have both been incredibly volatile throughout the summer split that we've seen so far. They've had some trench-like lows and some heavenly highs. C9 played to their highs in game number 1, and CLG looked a little helter-skelter. This time around, I'd love to see the best CLG play against the best C9.
All right, well, that starts with level 1. Let's see, any sweepers starting out here we can check on? Doesn't look like the delayed invades are going to be there then. No sweepers, so defensive warding opening up.
I love those chants. It's great to hear CLG getting cheered for again. And as the cheers happen, Tigris is standing by with CLG's coach ThinkCard. Let's see what he has to say.
Some wild drafting in game number 1. Tell me, what's the game plan for CLG here in game number 2?
Yeah, I mean, this one we have Silver Lulu. We know that we're going to have a lot of pressure on bottom as long as they don't get some like cheese kills. And the Trundle's pretty good into a dive comp. So I think it's just, once again, whichever team plays better. I think they got a little bit of the best of us game 1. But even so, they had a huge early lead and threw like 2 or 3 times. So still feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, is that something that you can say the team is feeling confident as well, or was there any kind of pickup that you had to do between game 1 and 2 for morale?
Yeah, I mean, the players definitely recognized we were really behind early, and we had a pretty good comeback. I mean, we had opportunities, especially at second Herald, to just win the fight, and we dove a little bit too far. So we know that it's up to us. As long as we play well, like, we can beat this team.
I know a lot. We're looking forward to watching this bot lane matchup coming into the series. I want to get right back to it. Back to the casters.
Okay, we're 2 minutes in. Where's the all-in? Everybody, let's go. Blood in the water. Want to see it. Sven is down here on the Amumu. Little bit of a trade there with Lulu early on. But doesn't seem like there's going to be any crazy jungle stuff, because we do have this ward over here from Cloud9. It saw contracts move over towards the Gromp as well. And Blabber's answering just a full clear on the Vi.
Yep, we have not seen the junglers get involved in a whole lot here just yet. Push for mid lane goes over to the side of C9, while these 2 side lanes favor CLG. Contracts working his way towards top side. Now you can see the assist me ping coming out in blue colors. That's just Dokla needing to get this wave crashed in. Blabber's going to head up towards this area, but you can see Contracts will already be waiting inside that brush. He'll step in. Blabber should be seen now. They do not want to go for this dive any longer. Contracts flashing back. Contracts getting smacked around a little bit. Can Blabber turn around in time? First blood over to C9. Jungler for jungler.
At the end of the day, though, I think it's pretty good for CLG because Dokla walks away with double buffs. Fudge was losing farm during that as he had to actually back off. So it's a massive top lane advantage there for CLG.
The average first blood timer for CLG in the regular season was 3 minutes and 25 seconds. We've beaten that massively in both of these games for this series already. Just flashing in to force the fight. There was no disengage on this tower dive.
No.
You think maybe, some teams would actually walk away once they see the enemy jungler here for the counter? No, they flash into them. It was the difference maker of that one turret shot that got onto contracts there, though, early.
Yeah.
That made the difference for the first blood race and allowed Cloud9 to pick it up first.
Well, and that's why I like that Cloud9 were so proactive with it. Once they saw they were under tower, they say start fighting, right? Because if they return fire at all, the tower shots are going to be there, but Fudge,
Boys,
he's going down.
We got another problem up here in top lane, and it's Dokla. The Croc is online, 2-0 for the CLG top laner. Bottom lane's gonna turn into a 2v2 as Luger looks for the bullets. Sven standing in front of Berserker there.
Now, there is teleport for Fudge, so it's not going to be the end of the world, but the wave is in a really good spot for Dokla as well. So pushing away from Fudge, and now Contracts on that gank path again, continues towards mid. Palafox very low on mana here for the Silas, but hits the chain.
Jensen does not have any mana to work with. He has to flash out at the very end there. Palafox also not having a lot of resources left. I'm loving what Contracts is doing with his pathing in the jungle here in the first 5 minutes of game 2.
I mean, Blabber needs to get top lane. Like, the Dokla is going to kill Fudge again. The wave is so screwed, and Fudge has been put so far behind by this jungle attention.
Yeah, double buffs here on Dokla. Got some vision of Blabber on the control ward. The extra vision around your winning lane there, imperative for Dokla, for CLG. Huge advantage in the 1 versus 1. And he is going for the Gore Drinker build here on Renekton, though. Isn't going for the Blade of the Ruin King rush for those true solos.
But you see Fudge, he had to go Bramblevest rush. Like, that is not what you want to do, but you are screwed in this early game now. So it's just about survival at this point because he gets dove, his opponent gets first blood, well, he's zoned off the tower. Then your opponent has a regank, you die again, and he has double buffs. So he's so far down now. Look at the CS. And it's going to just get worse here for Fudge unless he gets some help to be bailed out. There's nothing he can do to come back in the 1v1.
And you see Vi coming up through the jungle, Amumu coming up as well, so help is on the way. Cloud9 going to bail Fudge out here. Dokla surrounded.
Yeah, there's no way out of that one. Shutdown goes over to Blabber, so they'll at least be able to punish Dokla for this proxy farming that he was doing between the two turrets. It's 2-2 game, CLG with a modest gold lead. Bottom lane, not the focus this time around. It's on the other side of the map where everybody's going.
Absolutely, and that's a bit of a silly death from Dokla. They have no vision at all in this top side, right? You're looking at this jungle. He sees nothing, and he's trying to proxy farm at that point with a bounty on his head, with support and jungle not seen. You know, giving up that death is a big deal. Thankfully for him, it didn't go to Fudge, so Fudge is still going to be massively behind and be losing that 1v1, but it's a lot of gold there for Blabber, who's both up in farm and in kills. So Blabber has the opportunity to try to be active on the map here and really get that game going for Cloud9.
Yep, definitely a big loss in momentum for CLG. The sweeper does see that ward, so CLG know that they've been seen on this invade. Poom's still going for it, though.
He's gonna face check the brush with Blabber waiting. Palafox coming around behind him. Worth pointing out that Contracts' spam ganking between the two solo lanes has left him under-leveled here a little bit. You can see Poom is actually higher leveled than Contracts right now as CLG moves in, looking to steal away the enemy blue buff. Contracts gonna chomp that one, gets level 5 off of it, tries to stop Jensen from getting in, but a nice engage from Sven, or is it? Sven's gonna die here, but it's a 1-for-2 so far as CLG's still ready to fight. Make it 2-for-2 when it's all said and done.
And 2-for-2 with top laner down there is actually very beneficial for CLG. A giant double stacked cannon wave here for Dokla into the tower. So he's gonna get turret plates as well as deny some minions here. Fudge walking up, cannon will go into the dirt, couple of melees will be lost as well.
I mean, Fudge is completely out of this game, to be honest. Like, there's just no way around it. The game has gone too bad for him. You know, all of the jungle attention coming up there, him not getting any of the kills on the back end of those plays means he is very far down.
And on a champion like Aatrox, too, compared to something like Ornn or Sejuani, this champ feels really bad when you don't have the money to go in there and be that massive drain tank to disrupt everything in the fights.
And a big part of the reason why that actually went well for CLG, even in a 4-on-5 bottom lane, is because we got that Amumu ult steal on the Silas that we were looking for. able to create so much space, even though Sven, not level 6, can't use it himself. Used against them more effectively. And when you have a top lane that is winning this heavily, it's a very easy snowball to just go over to Rift Herald. Extra 200 gold on this sucker, so much priority here for CLG.
And we haven't talked about it yet, but the C9 bot lane is struggling in this one. They're down 30 CS. Yes, there is some minions to actually farm down on that bottom side, but just straight up in that 2v2, Berserker and Sven are getting way, way down. You know, not able to actually look for any sort of all-ins. So when you can't look for all-ins, Amumu adds basically nothing in this lane, right? Every time he goes in, he gets poked heavily by Zeri and Lulu on the way out, and they're just falling further and further behind here, despite having that early kill. He was down at the bottom of the gold charts.
Yeah, also, it's a big portion of that was because that fight broke out at Dragon in River with the wave in a really bad spot for Berserker and Sven, so they lost a bunch more CS during that skirmish.
Man, oh man, this is quite a different look from game number 1.
That's what we expected, Flowers, baby. You wanted volatility? We're gonna have one team smashing the first game, the other team 1,000 gold up here 9 minutes into the other game.
Well, the thing that I'm also thinking about is what we heard from Big Card as Poom gets caught. Jensen comes in for the follow-up, but Poom's ready to flash and heal to get to safety. Palafox ready to turn things around. Blabber's already extended himself very far. A wild growth for the interrupt on the Vault Breaker, and they'll break his jaw instead. Palafox gets.
And the action don't stop there. Boom, he flashes, heals away. He's like, we're back in. Blast Cone back the other way. Palafox wants it. He gets it. Ahri ultimate stolen this time around for the chase down in the smaller skirmishes. The extra gap closer making the difference here. And Counter Logic Gaming turning this series back around.
And that's such a big deal because that's the strongest member for Cloud9. Blabber is the guy who's gotten all their gold, and he has not been able to find anything with it here at all.
They've got a Rift Herald. They can push really heavily already on their strong point. You know, Zeri is such a good marksman to put a lot of money early in. All they have to do is keep him around for the charge. Should be fine.
Yep. Nothing to that one. Berserker and Sven gonna try to clear these out, try to keep up. But 700 gold lead for Luger over Berserker. What was Think Card talking about? Hey, we were down early. All we gotta do is play to the level we know we can play. We can beat these guys. And they're beating them here in today's early game in game number 2.
See, last game we were down early. All we gotta do is be up early and it'll be better.
This is the way they get it done. CLG, 2,000 gold ahead. Also, no early Drakes this game. Just about 11 minutes in, still have that first Drake waiting in the pit. CLG content to keep focusing on player-based objectives instead of neutral ones.
And this is one of these frustrating things is that when the enemy top lane gets ahead and he just starts walking your jungle and taking your camps. We saw Dokla farm the Raptors, then he goes and takes the topside scuttle. So Blabber's down on bot side covering his bot lane, you know, from a potential dive, and he's losing all his top camps there to Dokla, who could not be contested in the 1v1. There's nothing Fudge can do about it.
No.
So it becomes very, very difficult.
Yeah, could bait him into a 1v2. Definitely not going to be the same look here as he tries to heal up, and he gets away as well. Fudge cannot continue the chase. Nice outplay to survive from Big Dope.
Yeah, and the critical part there, he doesn't get lazy, even though he flashes under tower. Still dodges the sweet spots on those Qs. Cloud9 could have followed up if he had gotten that first hit, but good jukes there from Dokla. Just walk out of them while you're under your tower. Does cost him flash for the Aatrox and Vi ultimates, and of course his own ultimate used in the process as well, but teleports right back to it with the completed Gore Drinker.
Exactly. Now that the Gore Drinker is there, that's going to give him more healing in both his basic trades against the Aatrox that he's already slamming in the 1v1, as well as giving him that better burst survivability the next time C9 wants to try to make a play on him.
I do think that the key there is the next time Cloud9 wants to make a play on him, because you burned his flash, and Dokla's been playing so aggressively, really far pushed up. If he continues to proxy farm, continues to push up so heavily, this time around, no flash, no ultimate, and no teleport to get back to lane. So if you could get a repeat gank on him while flash is down, that would be meaningful in getting Fudge right back into this game on the Aatrox, because like you said, it's still going to be painful for him regardless.
And that's why Dokla's just pulled the wave, right? And he's just holding it in a freeze, because that way you hold it outside your tower. He has cleared it out just now, but he had, you know, full stacked wave there. And I think with Jensen missing, he then knows he has to actually clear out that wave. But, you know, he wants to play it close to the tower, and C9 looking like they want to push up and try to go for it anyway. Renekton ulti is about to be available, though. I think this is a hard dive.
He doesn't have the ulti yet, and the rest of CLG is on the other end of the map taking the Drake. A TP comes in to try to save Dokla, who gets the dominance in time, but he cannot survive. Sven will not be ever frost-rooted. A flash away. Palafox won't get a kill back.
Great stopwatch into flash there for Sven. CLG don't get anything out of it. Nice dive for Cloud9 in payment for the Dragon. One Dragon picked up for CLG. Zeri, though, continuing to push on bottom side, so CLG also getting the Zeri more money. And just look at that. Luger resetting back to base is going to be way more fed. Here's the dive once again, though.
And I like that Cloud9 don't wait on it, right? You know, you have to go immediately if you're going to go for a play like this with TP coming in. I initially thought the stopwatch was wasted, but the flash out keeps him safe there, and Cloud9's repeat ganks back to back to back up towards top lane, trying to keep Fudge in this game, have done a good job of digging him out of the hole somewhat, but because Cloud9 is losing on the other side every time they go top, like you're talking about, Kobe, the advantage is not really getting smaller.
And that little delay on the Everfrost is really hard to time there when you're coming out of a stopwatch. Couldn't quite get it, and so Sven, of course, did escape with his life, but when Amumu doesn't have flash, for an offensive Amumu ultimate, sometimes it is really difficult for a support Amumu. You're way squishier to actually get inside for one of those really good Amumu ults. So we'll have to see about the placement next time around.
Well, keep your eyes on the inventory of our favorite little sad short fella from a pyramid somewhere, because he's got the ingredients for an hourglass in his inventory. This looks like he's not going to be going for a mythic, instead for one of those big playmaking options that'll allow him to just yeet himself in there haphazardly. It doesn't matter if you're squishy if they can't kill you and the fight will be over by the time you're vulnerable.
Absolutely. I think it's actually really smart, right? You know, he just knows he has got to get in there and be able to put that ulti down. Maybe going to get chased out here. Not going to be wanting to face check that brush, but CLG will definitely get the Herald and continue taking those neutral objectives time and time again here. Looking really, really good early on in game number 2. 2.5K up. Top lane tower is dead if you just drop this. So that's going to put it up to around 3K if they want to actually drop this down here. CLG in full control.
Nicely done from Counter Logic Gaming. Jensen falling back, recognizing this might not be the safest place to be. Assist me pings coming down. They really want to take this on CLG's side. They're up 1-0 in turret count. There's still plenty of standing gold to be found. Blabber Vault breaks back over the wall just to make sure CLG can't punish him here.
The timing there definitely good for Dokla. Luger the target.
Not good for Luger, though. Tried to cleanse it, but the immediate follow-up of Jensen's charm says no. C9 gonna take the mid lane tier 1 and the enemy AD carry.
And I love the aggressive play there. Jensen was already flying in with the ulti as Blabber is going for this. Good communication from C9. Luger thought he was safe because he has cleanse and he's pretty close to a wall, but Cloud9 don't hesitate and they burst him down.
Exactly, though. That's why you pick the Vi. You cannot get out of that. Ultimate is going to guarantee you that pick, and that's what we're talking about in Champ Select with Ahri Vi. That is a guaranteed pick. It's kind of on cooldown there, looking for the Zeri. The question will be, can you get enough out of that pre-Dragon setup? Because a minute and a half only left on the next one. And CLG have just snowballed neutral objectives. Both Rift Heralds, the first Dragon of the game, and now they want to move it on down to second Dragon of the game. And Luger did save his flash, though he used his cleanse.
And this is where what Isaac brought up earlier, I think, is going to start to play more and more of a role as we get towards these larger team fights and bigger overall conflicts between the teams over these objectives. Can Sven avoid having that Amumu ulti stolen too early? Can you limit Palafox's options on when and where he wants to use that? As you'll see, the mid wave getting pushed up now by Luger. Poom hanging around nearby to try to protect him. Yes, Vi will always be able to point and click on Zeri to try to take her out with the ulti, but Lulu can be a big help. Polymorph the Vi, Wild Growth the Zeri, let her fight her way out.
Absolutely, and it feels like Cloud9 now have stabilized somewhat, right? We already have the Mythic done, Tier 2 boots done, and everything for Fudge. He is behind, but not so massively, and yes, Berserker is still down 20 CS, but at this point, with Cole cashed out, he's close to his PD, he has great wave clear, he's not being bullied anymore, so Cloud9 slowing down the pace of the game here and just going to continue looking for picks on cooldown like Kobe was talking about.
Yeah, the gap has not widened for CLG. Cloud9 actually closing it and catching up a significant amount, and the key to me is the vision. Last game, vision for Cloud9 won them so much, and there are just wards all over this Dragon setup. Meanwhile, CLG popped the Herald, and they're going to make a strong push mid instead of walking into the Cloud9 vision position on Dragon.
Well, the Herald alone cannot kill this turret. It was still at mostly full HP. So C9 can clear that one out before they take any significant damage or have real consequences here. They're trying to poke and a little bit back over the wall as Luger gets jumped on. Moving to try to save him. He flashes away, staying alive, but Blabber is still looking. Blabber wants the kill, but he can't find it just yet. Stopwatch keeps Luger alive, and Dokla kills off Blabber. Palafox wants to get away, but he cannot do it. It's 1-for-1 so far. Contracts with a flash over the wall, and Jensen with a dash to follow. Contracts gets shielded and barely stays alive as Dokla has to escort everybody else away. It's 1-for-1, but C9 have the health bars, and C9 win the Drake.
Very close fight, narrow margins on either side. Multiple people could have gone down. It is just that 1-for-1, but it was really well done by Sven, and I think that really highlights what I was talking about, how he's playing in Fog until the very moment he's ready to go in. And Palafox had to use his ulti to actually steal away the Aatrox ulti because he was already under a lot of fire. Didn't have the ability to ever get the Amumu ult in that fight, and it made such a difference as Sven hits that 3-man Amumu ult, and it's still just a 1-for-1.
And the initiation for Cloud9 with Blabber getting that Vi ultimate onto Luger. I think as Luger, you have to instantly flash. He jumped the wall as Zeri, but instantly flash the Vi even deeper, and maybe then the Ahri can't follow up. Because look at this, Vi ultimate, and then the Ahri does follow up, and that charm hits. All this time with the charm is so much extra damage. Then flashing afterwards, CLG try and peel, and as you say, that Amumu ult from Sven, catching 3 members, so a lot of damage dealt to the front line. There, wow, they kite backwards. Palafox then left on the other side, so it ends up being the 1-for-1, but bigger advantages for Cloud9 in the health department allow them to pick up the Dragon. So the Dragons get evened up 1-for-1, and the gold lead is fairly small at this point.
Absolutely. And Jensen is quietly having a very good game. You know, he is very close now to his Shadow Flame when he hits that second item. He has full Spell Pen built. This is not the kind of supportive style of Ahri we normally see with CDR boots and Everfrost. This is Luden's Shadow Flame Sork boots. Max burst here.
Because you have to kill, and you don't need any more CC, you have a Vi. This is why you pick the mid-jungle Vi plus Ahri. Ahri is the follow-up damage. You need every little bit, last bit of damage.
Every little last bit of damage, damn it.
Everything, every little bit of juice you got.
Well, they are juiced up and ready to kill this Zeri whenever they can. Luger must be alert at all times. Blabber can always come jumping out of the shadows as the Sivir ulti is used, and they're making a wild sprint up to top. They want to stop him before he can TP away, but he's already gone. Jensen gets out alive.
The Shirelia squad coming for you. Nice little bit of vision there for Cloud9 allows Jensen to teleport out.
But still, great play, right? You're just trading the Sivir ult for a TP. That's a positive for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the Shirelia is active there because the CLG side, the ones with the extra little bump up.
Mr. Amumu. Mr. Amumu, you're not looking so good. Or are you? Contract bites off too much. And Sven stays alive with an hourglass. He goes right back in, looking to bring his team something more. Palafox with another Ahri dash away to get away from the charm, but here comes Blabber. It'll get immune, and now he's very far forward. But is he so far to get punished? No, he's not. Palafox wants to get out back over the wall. Dokla finds his way into the melee. He has no backup. He's not going to get the kill. Back over to Fudge, and CLG's lost 3.
You're kidding me? Blabber survives that, Kobe?
They peel for him. Blabber lives, and guess what? Cloud9 retain control of the map. Another team fight victory. Now they're pulling ahead.
Oh man, the team play there from Cloud9 so good. You know, Sven, the patience to bait this out. They don't have eyes on where Jensen is. Jensen just walks up, hugs the wall, and then waits, nails the charm, the CC chain on top of it, bursting him down. Zhonya's on the laser from Luger. Palafox goes in, but it's another chain hitting, and it's full commitment. The call is going in. Everyone piles in here from Cloud9 as the TPs arrive.
Vi ultimate all the way across the map there for Blabber. Did get immune by the stopwatch. And then this is what you're talking about. When Dokla comes in with the flank, you think, all right, he's going to end up one more. But Blabber, Q bumps him to gain some space, walks out of the ultimate, barely survives there. And Cloud9 retaking control.
Yeah, look at the damage of Jensen's Ahri. This guy is having an awesome series here in these first 1.5 games. Drake is alive in 1 minute. It's currently 1-1 on those counts. Palafox goes for the Everfrost, but he won't find Jensen. Fudge is not here, and he has no teleport, so C9 do not want to take a full-on fight just yet. Blabber charging up Vault Breaker. Luger is the one closest to C9, so CLG got to reposition a little bit here. Charm flies out. Luger walking away. That was Ahri ulti in exchange for no larger cooldowns from Luger. CLG will take that.
And that's actually a big one because 30 seconds away on this Dragon setup here, Cloud9 now with no follow-up from the Ahri. The biggest thing for C9 has been that synergy, setting up the Ahri with either the Vi or the Amumu, guaranteeing these skill shots land.
Jensen might be in that brush. I'm not sure if he's still in there or if he's actually backed it up. Okay, he has backed it up, so it is pretty dicey. I mean, obviously the Ahri ult is huge, but if you get tagged with a charm out of the brush,
Fudge steals the red away from Luger, but at what cost? World Ender used, Flash used. That Aatrox will be much weaker here in this upcoming team fight. There is no World Ender for Fudge. There is no ulti for Ahri just yet either. Jensen's still waiting on 1/4 of that cooldown. CLG taking their chance, moving onto the Drake. Dokla has no Dominus. Blabber's over the wall. He's ready to fight for this. CLG back up. C9 still squaring off with them. Blabber's over the wall. Who's he gonna look for? Who's he gonna find? Dokla's not super strong here in these fights. Blabber goes over, Blabber goes in, Blabber goes down! And now Sven's looking to counterattack, but he's gonna die too! Palafox ready to make this one keep happening. CLG wants to fall back, and they're gonna lose one in the process. Dokla goes down, Berserker gets the kill. Luger's on the hunt, and he shuts down Fudge. 3 dead on C9, but it's about to be a second death for CLG. Never mind, Boom with a nice bait. Stays alive for now. Contracts and Palafox chasing after him, and Palafox is still ready to go. Jensen gets shut down, and CLG just won a fight that leads to a Baron.
Forget the Dragon! Baron's the name of the game! CLG! They started out with a huge chunk onto the front line onto Fudge, who uses World Ender, heals up off the Honey Fruit and the Dragon, but then Blabber goes into the pit fairly early, and CLG blow him up.
this series is insane so far. So back and forth. You're almost a kill a minute here in game 2. Berserker gonna help them actually secure this. But yeah, Blabber trying to go over the wall. They knew Dokla had no flash, no ulti, but he makes the wrong read here on the juke. Dokla stepping down as he Vault Breakers up. They wanted to try to burst him down. Sven gets a huge multi-man ult, but they don't have the damage to follow up there as Fudge does not have his ulti, and Blabber is already down.
Yep, when one piece misses, then you don't have that follow-up, and the charm was absorbed by Dokla on the front line, so CLG were protected this time from the Cloud9 engage, not getting the first Q to hit over the wall. Pretty huge, and Palafox teleports in, very smooth with his jump forward into the steal on the Ahri ultimate to pick up the extra kill. And now the question is, how much can they actually get done with this Baron buff for CLG? Because they did give up the permanent dragon, which is worth more than it used to be. But 1.6k, the current Baron power play, Tower should start follow here and increasing it.
Man, I gotta praise good support plays whenever we see them, because a lot of times they get overlooked. Poom's stopwatch baits Jensen's Ahri, the unstoppable Ahri. 12,007,942 quadrillion damage a team fight, not happening because of a little golden statue of a Lulu. That is very, very important in that moment, and CLG, now they're looking to push down these turrets, take whatever they can. They have not killed a single tier 2 thus far. That is a lot of standing gold they can look to collect.
Yeah, and they have Jensen pushing on this bot side, so they're trying to force a response down in bot lane, and then maybe look for an odd number play up on top side. But Berserker is the main wave clear here. You can see Palafox is threatening a flank, and Sven used the Zonius by accident there.
That's definitely not what they wanted to be doing, as C9 will at least keep the tier 2 standing top side.
Yeah, now he doesn't have his Zonius or his flash to reposition for a bigger Amumu ult. And the big difference here in the items is the Infinity Edge being done for Luger, whereas Berserker still just has the pieces. So that's a huge, huge DPS increase, just being able to complete that item, and the secondary turrets do fall.
Oh, Contract's half HP, but Sven's gonna die first. There's that lack of stasis. Contract's still alive thanks to the subjugated wild growth. Here comes the stolen ulti. They're going in looking for the kill. Palafox with a nice stasis of his own. Dokla tanking on the front line. And CLG went too far. Berserker's ready to punish him. And it's a shutdown on Silence with a follow-up back onto the Renekton. Both solo laners
He's
gone.
Ghost soon. They're gonna keep going.
Are not done yet. They'll still keep chasing him out. Not gonna get anything just yet, but keep your eyes on Blabber. He dashes over the wall. Can he find an angle to get in without just dying?
Ghost is
Vault
up.
Breaker wants to come out. Flash Q! They'll force the flash out of Luger. C9 finally giving up the ghost.
Berserker says, who needs the Infinity Edge? All I need is the front line. And CLG, they dive too deep towards the tower there. Their front line goes down. Counter, Logic, Gaming. See about the recovery here. That Baron power play chunked right back down to only 2,000. Cloud9 will get another turret. They'll cut it down even further. And Berserker, he's gonna go finish his Infinity Edge after this recall. So those Sivir bouncing boomerang blades are gonna do way more. Here it is again though. Sven goes in, you said it, no stopwatch. This time he dies.
Yep, it's a one-way trip. The TP does arrive. Blabber is low, Jensen is low. CLG says, all right, dive deep here. But the early flash from Jensen pulled Palafox in so far. The peeling here keeps Jensen alive. Look at Berserker the whole time. Max damage there onto Dokla as he tried to come in for support.
Yep, and Dokla trying to walk sideways. I think he had the Aatrox chain. Right, wow, Berserker's just autoing him over and over. Cloud9 now, they're the position because they got that second dragon in trade for the Baron, and then the Baron didn't result in actually that much gold, that they can start stacking here. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds for the third one to their name.
And Infernal, even just the individual Infernals, are such high value for Cloud9's team. Because even Mumu is building AP. It's like all 5 members are actually getting value from every Infernal, which is a really rare situation in Pro League.
And CLG have to figure out something to deal with Berserker now. 5 kills on Berserker. Sivir almost level 16 as well. Not only did he complete the Infinity Edge, but also got armor penetration with the last Whisper there on that recall. So Berserker is going to pump out damage for Cloud9.
Alrighty, 2,500 gold lead for CLG. 45 seconds till our Drake. C9 are already planting vision in this bottom part of the map, around this river, here in the jungle, making sure they're ready for whenever the fight breaks out. The last Drake fight, Blabber jumped into the pit, wasn't able to find himself in a good enough spot, and that was the fight that ended up leading to CLG's Baron. C9 wants to play this one a little bit better, and vision control is the foundation of any of these neutral objectives. Palafox steals away the Amumu ulti.
Keep your eyes on Luger for CLG. He has no flash on the Zeri, so positioning is very important and very difficult here for Luger versus the Vi Amumu Ahri dive that is coming for him.
All right, TP showing up, and we're gonna have Fudge joining everybody else from C9 as Dokla walked his way over to be a part of the fight for CLG too. The lines are drawn here across the middle of the river. CLG on the left, Cloud9 on the right. Both sides are going to be trading poke here a little bit. I would have to assume Palafox sidesteps Charm, still gets hit by the Q. Now it's Dokla, ready to maybe fight, but Berserker's used the ulti. Berserker trying to get away. CLG jump in, double stasis coming out now. Luger's under pressure. Luger is really trying to kite this one away, but he's shut down as Contract's trying to get out. And CLG finds the kill back onto the Cloud9 AD carry. Dokla wants to heal. He'll stay alive for now. Contract still dealing damage as Jensen's going to be taken out. Can Fudge do it? But they try to get Blabber in, but he's polymorphed, and he falls! Fudge will not be able to 1v3! He steps back! He's kept alive by the Sterix. CLG still hanging around, still hanging out. Fudge, he's behind enemy lines, and he's walking towards the wrong base. Polymorph hits him. Contract's gonna lead the way. Everfrost root strikes true, and there's E2. 8 to Contract. Dub for CLG.
My God, that team fight was both AD carries getting focused so hard that when Berserker gets flashed on by Dokla and he gets the empowered Renekton stun on him, Luger actually jumps over the Dragon Pit wall into melee range of the enemy.
Watch how aggressive Luger plays this.
It's all about this. So Berserker gets flashed on, and then Luger comes over into melee range of the Vi and the Aatrox to try and finish off Berserker, but Berserker kites it out. Then with the triple stopwatches on the front line. CLG, though, they still focus. Palafox, even with the flash miss on the Amumu ultimate, still gets close enough to finish off Berserker and take down that huge damage source.
Jensen, though, critically, he didn't have a tag on Dokla, so he comes in with the ulti there, didn't get the reset. I'm not sure if the ulti resets expired or if he couldn't hit him to get the assist, but he doesn't get the reset to get back out. He was out of ulti charges as he entered that skirmish. We're back to live, and CLG are on the Baron here. Cloud9 are running over, but Blabber's bot lane, this is gone.
There's no Cloud9 anywhere. I'm looking for him. I don't see him. This Baron goes down, no contest, and CLG in one of the most back and forth games is now back in control again. 5,000 gold up. Drakes are tied. Where do we want to see him push with this? Do we want to see him pick up
Straight
that
into top lane, Flowers, they're already here.
The top.
They're already here. Let's go. Looks like they're going to be able to get the chain here.
Oh, Palafox, chunk and fudge down. They get the Sterix too. That's going to be a big passive not available now.
I mean, that's death cap for Palafox. He has so much AP. If he can get Sven's ulti stolen here and land a big one, that could be lights out for Cloud9.
But why did not CLG just push on that tower? It was a split pushing jungler. Blabber was showing bottom. The Vi was bottom. There was a wave here with Baron buff, and they don't hard push towards the inhibitor turret. Now Blabber's been able to recall, and he's got a Guardian Angel on the Vi. One of the most important items here, once you go in, you've got that extra revive, so he can fully commit to diving Luger.
It may be that CLG wants to spend their gold, because actually more of their gold than they have in a total lead is in their pockets right now. They haven't spent up, so it is a little bit risky to be fighting Cloud9. As far as actual purchase stats right now, Cloud9 is about even.
What? Okay.
He zoned you so that you can't steal the Amumu ultimate.
Yeah, remember, when Silas goes to steal your ultimate, it is that projectile chain that comes out to hit you. You can projectile pop it as long as it is in the air.
I wonder if if he did that earlier when we thought it was a waste of Blabber in trouble.
Blabber's going in. He's already resurrecting, and he's not going to find any target else. He's not going to find any target on himself this fight. I'm still looking to see where it goes. Jensen goes over the wall. Zap hits him. He's at 60%. Palafox, this time, he gets what he came for. C9 have lost one.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard hold here for C9. So much now on Berserker to be that wave clear here. CLG have so much money to spend, but they want to crack an inhib here with this Baron buff. They feel like that is critical to closing out this game. And now they're looking for the wraparound. Palafox with the Amumu ulti. They're threatening.
5v4. Ben throws out a chain. He's not going to find it there, but a big three-man ulti stolen by Palafox.
But look at Berserker!
Back into C9, but Berserker's ready to fight. He's got no health bars. He's ready to bounce that thing around. There goes Boom. There goes Dopla. There goes CLG, and there goes Berserker. Contracts. He's the target. Bunch of Berserkers still chasing. Luger and Contracts want to get the hell out of here.
Don't get distracted! The AD carries are what you need to dive in this game, and Berserker lets it rip. Now, how much can Cloud9 get on the counter push?
And this is what I was talking about. CLG were on that push. I just checked it, 8,000 gold that they hadn't spent. So they were actually down, 3,000 to 4,000 gold in actual combat stats. They've spent it up now as they have died. But C9 are going to be the ones to crack the inhibitor here. Berserker gets ignored, and he makes them pay.
Yeah, not enough patience there for CLG. You can see they zoned Cloud9 fully away from the inhibitor turret, but with the stolen Amumu ultimate, somebody made the call, and they went deep, all in, and it ends up costing them first inhibitor.
Okay, there's your stopwatch from Contracts to get him in a decent spot as they tried to engage with Blabber's ulti. Now they don't have that for Luger. Zap flies out.
Has teleport. There's one very long ward, but it's all the way up here. They don't want to go for it. Dragon is coming up fairly soon.
And Cloud9 don't want to get caught in the same position that CLG just did, because they have so much gold to spend now. 2K on Fudge, 2,400 there on Berserker. They want to get back to base, spend up, and try to actually get out here for this Dragon. I'm going to be interested to see if they even try to contest. They're heading right there, but it is going to be a very late contest. They have no vision, so they're going to have to try to push out mid, get down through that bot side, and get in there if they want to go for it.
Okay, Lord Dominic's regards completed for both of our AD carries. Stopwatch in one inventory, BF sword in the other. Sven's ulti, huge for both sides here. Palafox still waiting on his own ult cooldown. Wants to be able to steal that one away again if he can for this fight. There, okay, there it is again. Your stasis, Zap's not gonna line up with that one. Would have chunked him a little bit. Drake spawning now. CLG with control over the immediate area. Cloud9 moving everybody in. Blabber is around the back of the pit, just like he's done before. Drake gonna be started up here by C9. Palafox looks for Blabber, forces him to jump over the wall into that pit. Remove the angle. We are gonna have a smite fight, it looks like, over this. Berserker still DPSing. Dragon resetting. Fudge over the wall here a little bit. They try to steal that Amumu ulti again, and this time Palafox has it. Blabber's in the pit. The Drake's at 3K. C9 jumps Fudge over the wall, and Drake's gonna go their way as Jensen secures it. Sven tries to go in, but now you got Contracts in the fight. They're into the back line. They got Berserker. He's down. He's gone. And C9 will follow. CLG
just found the fight.
They don't have minions mid to push with, so they would have to go bottom to get that minion wave. Jensen and Fudge are still on the run for Cloud9. The super minions are in towards the CLG Nexus. Teleport forward for Fudge. He wants to go with those super minions to put pressure on CLG. It's the recall for Dokla to answer, and the bottom lane push.
Oh my god, that fight was crazy. So, you know, Palafox gets the stolen ulti. We saw early on in that fight, Sven using his Zonius to actually deny the ultimate steal, but he gets it as he's in the stasis. Now it's a deep TP to try to actually catch out Fudge here. Palafox trying to take over.
Okay, it's World Ender versus World Ender. Oh, man! I wanted to see this big battle and drain tanks and big wins.
Is there going to be a lazy recall? No.
No, he's running. He's getting out of there. If that man TP'd for you, he will rage chase you 100%.
That was like one of those MMA fights that everybody hypes up for a month, and then one guy gets knocked out 10 seconds into it, and you feel like you wasted your money. All I needed was that E2 to hit.
Well, let's keep on fighting. CLG, pop the blast code. Another Baron under attack.
It's just gone. I mean, Blabber's going towards bot side. C9 don't have any vision on this. This is back-to-back Barons now. Pretty much fully uncontested here. And Palafox
This party doesn't stop rocking, okay? This party keeps on going. My goodness, what a series here. CLG this time around up 7,500 gold after all these shenanigans. Super minions will be cleared out again as the inhibitor is very close to respawning.
And look at Luger. He actually buys us Zonias on the Zeri here. So he has the answer. It's not the GA, it is the Zonias for Blabber. You get ulted, you just immune it. I think it's actually a smart buy. And Zeri has good AP scaling, especially on the W. Those zaps are gonna be insane.
It does mean that the timing for following up after the Zeri Zonias could be critical still. If you can still time it well, there could be secondary engages. I'm definitely looking forward to this team fight to see about the layering there, because Sven's survival has become very difficult with him using his Zonias over and over to deny Palafox the early steal on his ultimate. But the Silas ultimate, when it gets denied like that, comes back so quickly that Palafox has still been able to get it.
Okay, boys, 8,000 gold for CLG, but Cloud9 has been fighting back against them the whole game. They've got a 6-item Sivir. That doesn't really care a whole lot about gold leads. If Berserker gets the angle to free fire, it's still scary. Look at the zap. There you go, Isaac. There's that AP ratio.
Change in strategy for Sven. He's saving his Zonias this time for the fight. He's not using it early. He knows.
That's 2,000 damage and 2 Ws there.
Yeah.
Basic ability, by the way.
Guaranteed crit through structures is definitely feeling it there for Sven. Inhibitor number 2 down for Cloud9 as well.
All right, Berserker Spell Shield's the next zap. CLG will use this Baron. They will use this momentum to secure 2 inhibitors with the Drake spawning in a minute and a half.
So the gold lead is huge for CLG, but we are unironically in this stage of the game where the gold lead starts to matter less and less because they're capped out on items. There's nothing left for Palafox and Luger to buy. They're already fully at 6 items. There's about 2,500 gold between them that's just going to sit in pockets and be used for additional potions, maybe swap out an item later. But the longer this game goes on, Cloud9 has more people who can really utilize that gold.
And you saw how much damage that means for this fully built Silas. He basically one comboed Berserker in the last fight, jumped into the backline with the stolen Amumu ultimate, and was able to get that one shot off. But CLG, they push out. 2 inhibitors down now for Cloud9. So only thing left standing, their defense on the top half of the map as we get to our next dragon. Cloud9 are the ones where this actually means Dragon Soul.
And as we're talking about upgrades, Palafox sold his homework, he got rid of his 14-page book, and he bought a Banshee's Veil instead. That spell shield to help him when he jumps in, not be bursted down or charmed up or punished so quickly.
Both Palafox and Contracts also previously on Cloud9, playing for the organization, so some extra added benefit as people are bringing up the revenge arcs coming through here. And CLG down 1 game in the series, but in a position here, very, very advantageous. Cloud9, though, coming, see if they can get their Dragon Soul. The Infernal would be huge.
If I'm Cloud9, I give up this Dragon. I think you just wait it out because there's already 3 members on CLG that are 6 items, and you can actually continue to build Jensen, build Fudge, get to 6 items yourselves, and look to fight at the next Dragon. But it'll be interesting to see if they're willing to kind of mark their line in the sand right here and commit to it while they're down a full item on both their soul laners, and really on their jungler, they're down a little bit too.
Okay, CLG's got control. They've got the river, they've got the Drake.
they've got this taken care of. C9 doing exactly what
This
you
is
guys
smart.
are talking about. They do not want to risk everything on a Drake that will mostly be inconsequential.
Because if you lose that team fight, you lose the game.
Yeah,
Your
right.
base is already wide open. So definitely not willing to lose the game just yet.
Blabber's running away from the rest of the squad, though. If they find Blabber, they've got him there with the pillar. Guardian Angel will not do a damn thing. The entire passive just ends up buying him a couple extra seconds before the gray screen hits. 60 seconds that CLG has a 5v4.
There's one thing we've learned is that CLG will chase you to the ends of the earth. They get sight of anyone, chase them down. Now the 5v4 with the remnants of this Baron buff. There are 1 minute and 30 seconds left on this Baron buff. They can hard push.
Okay, Sven already popping that Zhonya's trying to avoid the Amumu ulti steal, but he's already going to be killed instead.
Up to Berserker.
Leads the charge as Berserker's looking to fire back. Fudge loses hysterics, loses his life, and Berserker has no way to fight back. He's got to go back and heal, but it's a triple inhib game now for Counter Logic Gaming. 5v2 for the next 20 seconds. Blabber's coming back in a little bit here. Berserker still has Guardian Angel, but it's only him and Jensen against everybody.
All right, CLG, time to end it. Game number 2, the clap back.
All right, Contract's already taking the turret aggro there, just leading the charge. Everfrost flies out, Blabber's back alive. Berserker under pressure, Blabber jumping in. Berserker's about to drop, but Palapox gets himself away. Blabber dead again, still looking to find Berserker. They get the Guardian Angel, they get the Nexus, and CLG ties us up.
This is what the people expected. This is what the people want. Entertainment. Back and forth. This series now tied at 1-1.
Game 2, 43 kills, 44 minutes. Absolute bloodbath. Both these teams not afraid to fight at every single opportunity here. They're willing to scrap. They're both looking super confident. And we are getting such a treat here, such an exciting back and forth series. It's been awesome.
It's funny because, you know, people were wondering, can they keep up this pace, this action-packed pace at 7 minutes when there's 7 kills in the game? Wow, it's so interesting. They kept it up for over 40 minutes, a kill a minute in this series.
This is my contribution. I'm opening my eyes really wide and nodding my head. Yeah, that's my analysis.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I got the analysis of Ban Callista, and now I have nod my head. I'm ready to go. But now, during the 2022 Summer Split, you can use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to the League of Legends 2022 World Finals event or a set of 9 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. Entry closes on September 4th. Wait, that's my birthday. That's sick.
Happy birthday!
No, we're not doing that. Let's go ahead and head on over to the State Farm Analyst Desk instead.
Thank you so much, Jensen. Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. CLG able to strike back in a very back and forth second game here in this best of 5. We're going to dive straight in to what we'll call the winning moment here. Palafox delivering the win and the Grubhub dub to the squad with some very intelligent target selection on the Silas.
It had been a long time of Berserker kind of carrying fights, fight after fight after fight. Here, he baits the engage in, gets the stopwatch through, and then everyone kind of leaves him, and he goes, oh, there's the guy that's been wrecking us all these fights. He gets on top of Berserker, blows him up immediately, and from there has kind of secured the fight for his team, both wasting enemy engage and killing their primary threat.
Gotta love to see it. Now, the race for Chicago kicks off here, and you can't miss a second of the action if you want to keep up. Watch the playoffs live with your favorite meals from Grubhub. Order with code IGNITE10 for $10 off your order of at least $15 through August 21st for the first 1,000 orders. So make sure you get in there nice and quick.
Yeah, and I mean, this was so important because Berserker was already showing at that team fight when they were doing their first, like, inhib push that he could easily take over any team fight on this Sivir. So eliminating him, you saw them try to do it in multiple fights. This was so important and so big coming from Palafox.
Especially the Amumu ulti, which is such high value. Throughout the game, I was missing it. The fact that Sven particularly was stopwatching or zone-using the steal from the Silas. I missed it. Rosie Online caught it. Actually, the casters themselves later on were able to catch it. It was actually really influential until
16, baby.
Boom. Hits level 16. He's like, wait a minute, I missed you the first time, but I'm gonna get you the second time.
Like
that was so fun.
Yeah, you can see it like churning up. It's like, oh, he's gonna have it back. Just
like,
steals it back.
Whoops.
So I want to roll this all the way back to Champion Select now, given the fact that CLG with Side Select elected to jump over to blue and put high priority on that Lulu to start things off. Vi still being prioritized by both losing sides now in this series, and the Trundle will be the winning side of that matchup in both of the games so far in the series, Mark.
Vi looking scary for whoever drafts it.
I haven't liked either situation in which it's been drafted so far. I'm a little confused why there's such high priority, because I feel like it's one of the junglers that's easiest to counter.
Yeah, I think Vi, of course, is an easy go signal for the team, especially with Sivir, right? So I can see that, especially when you have a Mumu to follow up. I think the biggest problem is pretty much what you said. When you pick it early, the enemy team can just send the Armada. In this case, it was Renekton, so it's hard to dive into him. Sylas now can steal your ulti. Trundle has always been the go-to pick against it. So, if you go in, it is almost guaranteed death. And it's really difficult to play out. So I think we've seen a lot of drafts where it's great. I didn't like this.
You don't even have to get to the Trundle to know this. First pick Lulu, and you're gonna play Vi into that?
That too.
The only worst support you can play into is Morgana.
So, I like Vi when it's picked when you see the full draft or when you understand at least the theme the enemy draft is going into. In this case, it didn't make much sense.
Yeah, we're going into highlights now. Everyone knows that I am a Renekton enjoyer. I think he's really strong. I don't think I wouldn't pick him super early in the draft, but in this case, I really liked it, and they knew that they had to target this top side to get him going. So the Renekton Aatrox battle was really interesting, and I do think Dokla didn't do necessarily as much with his lead as he could have, which kind of started some of the back and forth that happened.
Yeah, back and forth is the name of this game, where you would think that they would have the opportunity for CLG to cleanly close this out with the 2K gold lead they had around 15, and then team fights started popping off. There were a number that were so well played by Berserker. Palafox had a great game.
Yeah.
Luger was a little hit or miss. Sometimes he would go in because he knew that Berserker was such a threat, and it was just whether or not they actually pulled that play off. So it went from this game that felt pretty handily in CLG's favor to suddenly it felt like anyone could win at any moment.
Yeah, and I mean, Palafox was a star in a lot of these fights, but I do think for all of the criticism I just gave Dokla for not being able to kind of snowball that advantage on the Renekton, he was such an important front line for the team in fights like this.
Yeah.
The reason why this game and this win for CLG excited me the most, though, and I'm pretty sure Emily's going to agree with me on this, is that it continues to follow the identity that CLG has shown us, which is a willingness to fight, right?
Yeah.
I love that in a best of 5, when they did lose game 1, that they decided to come back still playing to that identity that they had built, carved, and kind of crafted throughout the split, that they weren't quick to say, uh-oh, we got to find another answer to this Cloud9 squad.
Well, and they also just play aggro the whole time. They make a mistake, and they're not like, oh, what do we do now? They're like, well, I guess we try again.
Go again, yeah.
Yeah, they keep at it. And I think the key to these games have been the early game and how it's kind of tilted in one team's favor or another. Like game 1, clearly in favor of Cloud9. This game, sure, the first blood went to Cloud9, but then even the return gank from Contract really putting Fudge down and giving the lead to Dokla. So then suddenly Cloud9 had to send multiple members topside, which made CLG's life easier on the bottom side of the map.
And Dokla was doing some small things, like, for example, farming Raptors.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of keeping track of, everyone else on the map in those times.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just I was trying to get our best look at the spread. Yesterday we were talking about how much food was in the TL game.
Yeah, when we went off to gather some food, I noticed a lack of bananas.
Lack of bananas.
And now after this, Cloud9 literally had 3 or 4 batches of bananas.
Get that potassium.
They took a lot of bananas.
You don't want to be cramping
from our
up,
pantry. Look at that.
there on
You
stage,
guys
you
talk
know?
about that. I was looking at Dokla's Know Your Pro. He's apparently a black belt in recorder.
Black belt in the recorder, recruited to join school band in 3rd grade.
Wow. We got a lot of black belts here in the LCS.
What is a ripstick?
I mean, he also
I think
said
it's
he'd
the
be
thing with
playing in the NBA.
You know the stick that looks like a skateboard, but you have to wiggle the back foot.
Oh, that's what that's called?
I think that's a ripstick.
I know what you're talking about. I've never known. And he'd be playing in the NBA if he weren't
If
here.
I weren't a top laner.
I love the confidence.
Yeah, if I weren't in the LCS postseason, I'd be in the NBA postseason.
Isn't he 5'5"? Isn't he 4 foot?
You think Dokla's 5'5"?
Isn't he a midget?
The man is much taller than me.
He's tall.
That's not saying
Anyway,
much.
He's taller than you.
We're
That's not
going,
saying
we're
much,
going
Dash.
into the weeds over something that is totally
How
unimportant.
tall are you, Dash?
We are locked into a 1-1 series, and I'm going to stop you down with where you are right now, Rez, because it's going to surprise nobody, I think, that Cloud9 jumps back to blue side, right? Both teams have found success on that side so far in the series. I think my question becomes, is this the first departure we see from the jungle matchup that we've seen so far? I have to assume that Cloud9 will still like the Trundle look. I think the real question for me is whether or not Vi continues to be as prioritized as it is currently by the red side team in this series.
Well, Trundle is being used. I mean, yesterday's series, we saw Trundle used more of a blind pick. I understand that more junglers, they're going to be afraid of blinding Trundle because then the range will just destroy you. Wukong is still available. Like, Wukong, I actually think is a really strong blind and is not being picked as much as it should.
Yeah, Poppy was banned, but who knows if that's going to stick through. That was a CLG ban on that side. You also have the Viegos, you know.
The Zinzaos.
There's a lot of
there's still plenty of things, yeah. So it feels like they've got a lot left in the tank. Then if it's not about the jungle, where else would we like to see some changes? I know we weren't entirely sold on the Amumu mark, but you or I on the side of Cloud9 either in that game.
I liked their more lane dominant look of Ben on or Enchanters or on the Ashe or things like that to try and win lane harder and just win out the gate.
Yeah, I think they held on to support till 4-5 when they already saw a first pick Lulu. I didn't really like that personally. So we can probably change it to something more conventional, maybe even see a Leona, who sees. Who knows?
All right. Well, the teams are going tit for tat. At the moment, 1-1 stands the series score. We are all tied up heading into Game 3. But as we step away, the Age of Dragons begins tonight with the premiere of House of the Dragon. Check it out.
I'm watching this.
Dragons will rule the 7 kingdoms for the next 100 years.
Everything that House Targaryen possesses is owed to it.
They are restless and chaotic.
Without them, we're just like everyone else.
This infighting must cease! The dragon's saddle is one thing. The Iron Throne is the most dangerous seat in the realm.
And the faithful shall be rewarded. This is going to be it. Counter Logic Gaming, fighting every season since there has been one. Clear out the room, I'm coming through. Finds the first. Double kill back over to Big Goat. 2-0 CLG. Extra, read about it. Contrast made it look so simple. Powerbox picks up the 4th kill of the game. Make it the 5th as well. Double kill Powerbox. He'll be caught out a little bit here at first. Boom's able to find the 3-man knockup with a follow-up from CLG. Rat attack, cat fire to Gat. Luger's ready to go. Takui heads for the hills, but those hills have eyes, and the eyes see you. Double kill plus the ace for CLG. Clear out the room, I'm coming through. They want to see what I'm about.
welcome back to the gift that keeps on giving, and that is this best of 5 between C9 and CLG. Game number 2 showed up wild all the way through.
It's just been such a fun series, man. So much action back and forth. We've had some cool picks. Both teams obviously very, very competitive with each other. 4-5 in the standings, similar aggressive play styles, and we're getting action.
Exactly. That's the best part. When it was a bottom lane in game number 1, then a bunch in the top lane with a really big lead opened up. Repeat ganks are the name of the game. Since they're flashing forward relentlessly here, cooldowns going off extremely early, and just the more aggressive team early on has been able to snowball both games. So coming in game number 3, both sides know this is what's important. You have to be ready. You have to get your lead at the very beginning so that you can snowball. Both these teams are way better at playing from ahead.
So what do we think is going to change in draft here for this one? I expect Kalista to stay off the table because there was back and forth with the 2 other big AD carries in Sivir and Zeri there, but game number 1 was not close.
I think Vi priority might go down, to be honest. I feel like Vi is kind of being over-prioritized.
I hope so.
It's one of those situations where, when you are just blinding it early, your opponents can pick enough stuff that makes it really, really difficult for it to be successful. I feel like we've seen that in a couple of games so far this weekend.
I mean, also just the theory of do you really need the guaranteed engage if the other team is for sure going to fight you anyway? Yeah. both these teams are like, yeah, I'll fight you. Yeah. Let's go. Honestly, let's take a look at it though. Cloud9 back banning the Yone Seraphine away from CLG. That Yone has been a super highly prioritized pick for them for both solo laners. Meanwhile, they answer with Azir, the most prominent blind pick mid laner.
All right, does CLG end up banning out Kalista as their last ban here in the first half? That's what I'm super concerned about here with 1 left on either side. C9 is back on blue. Blue has won both games so far.
Yeah, and in game 1 on blue side, CLG actually banned Zillion on 3, if I recall correctly. So will be interesting to see if that actually does get banned out again. Lulu also left up here. That is a little bit of a change. C9 has not really gotten to get it
so
yet.
You have to choose Zillion, Kalista. Which one is it?
Good. That was the right
they're
choice.
They're going to go Sivir then. With the Draven ban, I think they go Sivir here on 1, or at least that's my expectation. And then we have to see, is Lulu going to get taken away by CLG? That's kind of my expectation, is that it ends up being Sivir for C9, Lulu, Zeri potentially on the other side, Lulu grabbed here, and probably Zeri on 3.
Yeah, I think the Zeri into Sivir looked pretty good for CLG.
Really well.
Luger had some team fights where he was not in a correct position, we could say, but I think that trade definitely felt nice for them. They don't need to grab the Zeri in 1-2, and so they prioritize jungle first to get that Trundle, which also has won both games, focusing more on the objective taking and just shredding somebody from the front line. Again, since both these teams are constantly fighting, brawling, and charging the front line in, that ultimate shred really helps a lot.
Yep, they're going to go Zeri on 3, almost guaranteed, I think. Nautilus would be a little bit of a change up here. Some more hard engage, grabbed up, more point-and-click lockdown. So I like this more than I like the Vi for point-and-click lockdown, assuming it's Zeri, right? I'll be interested to see if it is going to be Vi anyway here. But they definitely don't have to do it. Cannons on 3 was what they did in game number 1, and then you can kind of ban to protect it. And you are assuming Zeri is for sure getting locked here. So everything going pretty much kind of according to expectation. But I just want to see what adaptations there are as far as top lane and jungle for CLG and then for C9.
I actually did think that Kennen was a really, really smart pick and big advantage in the previous one, even though that was the game where there was so much bot fighting that it didn't end up mattering as much. I think it will shine more in this game if the other side of the map is not so lopsided, because the Kennen buffs feel quite nice for this champion. It just brings so much AoE to that team fight. When Nautilus can get a Nautilus ult, point and click onto the Zeri, to be able to hold her in place for the full Kennen ultimate to follow up on that is huge damage, especially because the AoE covers the front line as well.
All right, so it's bottom laners, and then again, split on the 3rd champion picked in the first half of the draft. With top lane for C9 and jungle for CLG, we're going to see CLG hitting the jungle bans here. Vi is taken off the table, so it's got to be something different. I would like to see the Wukong banned out as the 2nd choice here as well. LeBlanc going to be banned away. This is like what happened in the first game. Remember, C9, they drafted the Kennen in the first half. Their opponents Torrents did not pick their top laner, but C9 did not feel the need to protect that Kennen pick with any more types of bans. They instead focused on the mid lane. They focused on Palafox. Will they continue to do that here? The Zillion instead of Wukong.
I actually like this because I was kind of thinking, like, to me, when I'm playing into a blind trundle jungle, Kindred is something I really like. Blabber has played it, and perhaps they're worried about that as a pairing. The Zillion plus Kindred was a really common pairing for Cloud9, so I think they may be seeing Zillion as like a double ban, right? You're taking away a mid lane pick, and you're denying the ability to potentially go for something like an Olaf or a Kindred with that Zillion support.
I think they should have banned Wukong instead of Vi then. Wukong, really impactful team fight AoE
Especially
jungle.
with Kennen and Nautilus, right?
Yeah.
Well, we've got the Ornn as the last ban of the draft for C9, so it won't be double mid.
Let's be Sedge again.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. Probably with the exhaust once more as well, right? Because the Ignite's not going to be nearly as valuable against something like a Kennen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this makes a lot of sense. They are saving last pick here for Palafox as well. Jensen could just go back to the Ori. You know, this would be basically the same thing that they did in game number 1. Yep. You know, the only mix-up is just what is it going to be here, and it's Nocturne for Blabber.
Where's Vedius? Get Vedius on the phone. Transatlantic.
I mean, this is a
jungle. Where's he at?
This is a jungle Nocturne, okay? Not gonna be the lane Nocturne, and it is another dive champion to dive in the back onto Zeri. And with that spell shield, you can try and stick on her pretty nicely. With that, plus Kennen, plus Nautilus, looks like a very strong dive. Nocturne's very good at delivering the Orianna Shockwave ball as well, so this is a huge wombo combo dive.
And one of the things that I actually like the most about Nocturne in this comp is when you pair with Kennen, it's almost impossible to track the Kennen flank because the lights turn off, you don't know where Kennen is coming from, and all of a sudden playing out these team fights become very difficult. It's something that's hard to appreciate when you're just spectating the game, but when you play against this combo in game, the lights turn off, Kennen's coming from somewhere, you don't even know where, you're just running away from the enemy, and you may be walking right into a 5-man Kennen ult.
I mean, you think about the greatest Kennen plays and the biggest Kennen teamfight moments you've seen throughout the history of League of Legends esports, right? They all come from a surprise moment. Fog of War is normally what enables that, but why not just turn the whole map into Fog of War, wards or not? I really want to see how well this combo is played from a Cloud9 that stomped game number 1 and fought back ferociously in their game number 2 loss.
I think it's a really good point because Vision made the difference in that game so heavily. Since there is already chaos and so much fighting, a Vision advantage either way, illuminating the map here for Cloud9 or turning it completely dark for CLG.
All right, so I got a question for both of you. More towards Kobe, though, because it is a jungle question. What Nocturne do you expect to see? Is it going to be more of a bruisery Nocturne, or is it ballistic missile torpedo 1-for-1 Nocturne?
I think it is going to be Stridebreaker. Like, that guarantees that you get your tether off, which it kind of does both things. Does have the extra slow, decent damage there with the attack speed stacking up too. But Stridebreaker is just so good with the champ. The lethality ballistic missile that you're talking about, that is for, you know, solo queue when you're looking for the early snowball 10 kills. That thing drops off the biggest of cliffs, especially in pro play. Oh, I love the battling chance. This is such a stark difference from yesterday. Yesterday, the FlyQuest Team Liquid were in harmony. They were like, okay, you go TL. Okay, you go FlyQuest. This one is like, no, we're getting in there.
This one's putting the riot in Riot Games, baby. That's what I like to hear. Good job, audience. And as we're waiting for the action to start up here in game number 3, Dokla's got some thoughts on the team he's tied up with. Let's check it out.
I think C9 is playing really well, and they're definitely like a stronger opponent than their seed shows. So I think it'll be a really hard series, but I think if we're able to win that series, then it'll give us a lot of confidence going in, thinking we can just beat anyone.
One thing I've got to say, man, I've been loving not only having the crowd back in the chants, but it's been a long time since CLG has been getting those kind of chants and that kind of support in the studio. You know, CLG has not won a big playoff series in a couple of years now, right? So, you know, this would be massive for them if they can take down Cloud9. It really gives those CLG faithful something to cheer about.
And I do want to point out, give a shout out in the camera shot that popped up there. Elias, one of the guys who works behind the scenes at the LCS here, has been a lifetime CLG fan. For all the faithful like Elias that are now finally being rewarded with this team being back online, how electric is that, man?
Yeah, Elias is the GOAT, producer of the dive. He worked on players. You got to check it out, but all in level 1.
Sven and Berserker looking for it yet again. Back on the hustle from game number 1, just not with a Kalista this time, so it looks a little scarier.
Love these 280 carries, always willing to go for the heavy trades. Exhaust there, used by Poom in answer, as Sven went with the Ignite down onto Luger. Slight advantage with the extra Ghost being popped.
It is worth noting that Berserker went longsword 3-pot, so he has more sustain here than Luger does. So, you know, we'll see if that is actually going to really matter more after these aggressive trades here early on.
Potions nerfed, remember, as well. Couple patches ago.
Contract
so
coming down.
Oh boy, he's ready to go. The Junkyard Troll.
They just have to try to beat the hook. Poom is trying to say, oh, you could hook me here. You could get me. I'm walking around that minion. He wants Sven to go in, and just if Sven will actually buy it, because there's no way he's intentionally positioning that badly if your jungler's not there. I think Sven has the read. It's smart play on both sides.
Restraint? What? Restraint in this game?
That's the trick about these situations when you're trying to bait somebody in. You got to be stupid enough that they'll go for it, but not so stupid that it's obvious.
Yep.
It's a very fine line to walk, right? And in that situation, no, you said it, Sven's not buying. He's not going to go for that, as we have Blabber up here on the top side. Nocturne's a very effective clearer as well. Observers, if we could deactivate and reactivate the scoreboard to fix the farm bug, Blabber already level 4 here in the jungle, 28 to 20, 2 camps ahead now.
Yes, sir, and could go up and look for those Krugs as well. He's on a ward, so CLG know he's heading topside, but since Fudge has been pummeling this Kennen into Sejuani matchup, harassing Dokla pretty heavily, they aren't in a position to actually fight him off.
All right, Dokla's still just chilling. Remember, keep your eyes on the exhaust of Dokla as this game goes on.
Hit him with the W.
Yep, just wants to slap him there. Arctic Assault backwards as you do it. Just make sure that you're delaying that back.
Arctic Retreat.
Yeah, that one doesn't sound quite as badass as the Arctic Assault, right? You don't get the alliteration, you don't get that forward momentum just in the title alone. But C9, they are looking to have a nice early game. Here was Sven hitting hooks like that. Luger's got a flash away. The man's only got 200 HP. Poom going to be tanking up now as Berserker and Sven are winning trades off of Sven's hook.
Yeah, Sven on point here, you know, nails that early hook, gets the aggressive trades, has restraint when he thinks that Poom is overplaying his hand, that he's playing a little bit too far up, jungler must be there, then nails another one. Luger's down, no sums, no exhaust on Poom. They're not gonna be able to pull off a dive or anything, but they're gonna get a great reset here, and we'll have tempo.
Other thing I will say for the Nocturne, Blabber just wants to full clear, so was very nice for him to be able to finish up this one. Second camps are coming up right now. Nocturne trying to power farm to that level 6. Marginally ahead of the Trundle. One camp because contracts went to go kind of wait around in the tri-brush and hopefully look for the gank.
So let me pick your brain a little bit here, because Nocturne is one of those champions where the first ulti matters so much. Early on, the cooldown is pretty extreme, the range is pretty short. Where do you want to see Cloud9 invest that first paranoia once Blabber has?
Oh, for sure, bottom lane. Yeah. There is no flash on this Zeri. You say, thank you, support. Good job, Sven. You did your job. You burned that flash cooldown before my ult comes up. If they can get that one within the flash timer, that is for sure where you want to go.
And I like Sven. So they had the tempo on the map, right? Earlier reset, they had push. So Sven actually spends this time, goes right back up towards top. They're going to see if they can make a play here onto Dokla. Remember, he's not playing Flash, so they just have to get that Arctic Assault down. Now he's going in.
There it is. Flash Q. Dokla's in some trouble. Gets stunned up. They got the chain CC and the damage to bring him down. They want to give it over to Fudge. He'll take it. First blood. C9.
Beautiful stuff there. No Flash Sejuani, so the Q is used. Sven flashes in, nails the hook, and is going to be able to get that kill for his top laner with no TP on Dokla, who's now going to lose waves. CLG, though, are taking something back on the other side.
Yeah, he's going to walk back out from base right now, so I'm curious to see how much it actually does cost CLG. So they get the dragon in payment for the first blood up on the top side. All right, that whole wave there, no cannon
so, yep.
is going to die, but the dragon picked up in payment 853 gold, the advantage for Cloud9 currently, and some of that was pre-existing before the first blood, so it will be interesting to weigh the difference here.
All right, bottom lane, Luger and Poom just want to get this wave pushed up, crashed in. Get a little bit of a farm lead, but that'll evaporate soon.
The main reason I bring it up is because, especially after the buffs to Dragon, buffs that they actually apply to you, 50% increase on though, a first Dragon, Ocean Dragon is so nice for all of the lanes. It actually gives you sustain in a patch where sustain was heavily nerfed. We mentioned the potions were nerfed. A lot of sources of regeneration and sustain were nerfed. So I'm curious to see if that will be a big difference here.
I think it definitely is, especially for top lane, right? It's kind of funny because you got first blood on Kennen, but you're playing into a tank, and Ocean Dragon is 3% missing health every 5 seconds. So if you're ever harassing the Sejuani down, it's very, very difficult to actually keep this guy really low on HP because he's taking second wind, he's got a D-shield.
Oh, they're coming in to turn it into a 2v2. Nice shockwave from Jensen, but the follow from Palafox takes him down. Contract's getting away, he survives. And now Blabber has to walk off unable to save his mid laner.
Too much damage done to Jensen pre-Nocturne Ultimate. CLG are rewarded for being proactive. Now Sven, though, rewarded.
Sven again finding these hooks onto Poom, who tries to walk it off. More of those boomerangs bouncing around. First part of the Q hits, second part won't. Poom stays alive, but had to flash and exhaust to get away from that.
Yeah, this Cloud9 bottom lane, they may be down a little bit in CS, but they keep getting aggressive trades that burn cooldowns. And now, since that Nocturne Ultimate was actually used mid, I don't get my dream scenario where first Nocturne Ultimate, you get to use a bottom, you get to cash in, you get their, your gold off of the carry. So I think that mid lane skirmish for CLG
so big.
Was 2 parts extremely big. But Cloud9 in payment for the bottom lane scuffle. Looks like this Riptail smited away, picked up nicely there for Blabber.
Okay, bottom lane, Luger and Poom getting that shoved up again. But yeah, good pickup on the Rift Herald there from Blabber. Do we want to see this one bottom lane as well? Just all bottom lane all the time?
I mean, accelerating a Sivir is very nice. You could go the other route, though, and try and chunk down top lane. I do like Kennen getting rushed into Proto Belt for this champion. It makes such a big difference for your team fight. Try and get some early plate money on him as well would help fund the rest of the team. Playing into the exhaust, though, is so annoying. And if Dokla holds the cooldown and is able to apply it correctly, preemptively, then could actually nullify a lot of that.
Yeah, I like just giving it to Berserker. I mean, they're already winning that 2v2. You know, even with First Blood, Fudge isn't having the greatest time in that 1v1. There's just so much sustain with the early Ocean Dragon. I don't think he can really get prio in this lane very easily.
And even though they have been burning a lot of cooldowns, like we said, they are at a farm disadvantage down there. So more money has gone to Luger, and Luger's flash is actually back up for CLG. So they've waited that whole cooldown, even though it was a very strong play from Sven's, from Berserker to burn a lot of these cooldowns in the CLG bottom lane. They haven't repeated.
Okay, CLG goes in. Palafox's charm doesn't find what it was looking for, but Blabber's ready to follow up now. Flash back out from the CLG mid laner. Contract's tanking up here in the front. Another bite out of Blabber. Remember, Sven doesn't have an ulti. That's one of the big differences here in this fight. I think that's one of the things that would have made CLG go for that. Poom has ult, Sven does not. Now level 6 on the knock.
But that's rough. Back-to-back ultis used for counter ganks there by Blabber in mid lane. They get nothing from it.
Speaking of nothing from it.
Good sidestepping there from Fudge. Dodges the ult and the W. The second swing of the W mace is where all the damage is for Sejuani. So Fudge is winning the skill shot game here versus Big Dokes.
Don't take on Fudge and some Mundo dodgeball or top lane 1v1.
Well, the exhaust before ulti.
Dropping the exhaust early, thinking, okay, he's going to slicing Maelstrom here, but Fudge just plays it patiently, and Dokla loses a summoner.
Again, the summoner spell war being won by Cloud9 members. Bottom lane as well as top lane here, but they haven't been able to repeat the ganks to cash in on them. It's just been that first blood money.
And after that first blood, they were up a good 800, 900 gold. It's dead even now, right? So, you know, that has gone away. CLG has a farm advantage in bot. They have a farm advantage in mid. They have been the ones to get some plates here. You know, they got that plate top and bot.
All right, Dragon number 2, though. Cloud9 have the positioning. Their bottom lane reset first as well. So I think this should be a Cloud9 pretty easy setup. Yeah, especially with the Rift Herald. Funnel into Berserker, and they're going to get a lot of free damage on it. So C9 should be able to grab this dragon. Mounted dragons, though, they are more tanky, 5,000 health.
Yep.
And Puma's kind of fishing around, getting some vision. You see the Trundle coming over the mini-map. Oh, it leashes back in.
Oh,
The tankier dragons there, they're not going to be able to finish it. Zeri over the wall.
Luger's ready to play aggro. Meanwhile, topside's going to have a 1v1. Big Dokes. No exhaust, ready to go, and Fudge flashes out of the way of W2. Dokla still trying to step away. He's gonna survive. So Dokla comes out on top and someone steals it. Bottom side. Blabber steals the Mountain Drake, and C9's ready to fight. A nice shockwave gonna look to set this one up, but Sven is already down. Contract pushing forward. Blabber going in, but he won't find the kill. Luger gets Sven. Palafox goes in. He gets the charm. He looks for more. Jensen wants to walk it off, but it's 2 kills to the side of CLG.
That was really good positioning from Berserker, actually. He took a little mini step behind Jensen to spell shield absorb that charm, or that would have been a catch onto the Orianna as well. Here's another look at it though. Luger getting an early chunk onto Sven, pops the Zeri ultimate so that they can start up this dragon, but then Blabber yoinks it. He pops his Nocturne ultimate. He dives in, 76 HP, just a little bit early there from Contracts, but then Sven goes in. Shockwave plus Nahus ultimate, and even flashes in for it, but instantly goes down. Then they get the second kill on the Blabber, and here's where you see the good positioning from Berserker. What a homie. Steps up, spell shields, absorbs that charm.
Dude, Luger is just unafraid right now down here, right? He is just ready to go into these fights.
I mean, he's got the early shield bow. He's had Poom behind him, so he's feeling really safe. But I am surprised that C9 decided to hard commit to it. Zeri didn't have ulti, but I mean, Palafox, flashing on him for that passive root from Sven. He still had his ulti available, so you are going to get kited out. And the shockwave is not a lot of damage this early on in the game. I don't even know if Jensen had his lost chapter at that point or not, but like, you're stacking tier, you got Merc treads. You are not one-shotting anybody at this point.
Tough stuff, but I mean, honestly, at least Blabber was able to get the Drake. Otherwise, that's kind of a total disaster for the side of C9. So that'll at least be able to keep them having something traded back and forth there. Contracts makes his way up into the top lane here. He and Dokla may just be looking for Fudge. There's your W2 damage. Fudge gets back underneath the turret. He tries to drop the Slicing Maelstrom. Dokla's tanking it up for now. He drops the exhaust. Contracts has to get away from the aggro now too. Arctic Assault. Dokla will not die to the turret aggro. He sticks around. He grabs the plate with the Demolish proc. Palafox is in the river, so he knows he won't get jumped on as he sticks around. CLG 4-1.
The W2 damage, all I could think after you said that was Fudge didn't pay his taxes or something, and CLG collect it right there, even through the stopwatch, getting the extra kill. But it was also a roam up from Palafox, so you saw on screen there, it was a rotation from Cloud9. They already moved their Sivir mid because of the wave clear here, and Sivir instantly punishes that wave all the way into tower, so it did end up costing an extra minion wave here towards mid. CLG, though, because of the rotation, Luger left alone on the bottom side, and they will get that first tower bonus.
Feels really good, especially when the Rift Herald was dropped against their own turret. By the side of Cloud9, it's CLG claiming that first big objective, and CLG up to an over 1,000 gold lead.
And you think back to the champion select, again, the prio on first pick Sivir, so I don't feel bad at all about the trade on the other side with Zeri, Lulu being up. And CLG go back to it again this time. This game is so much closer, though, because even though 1,000 gold lead for CLG, Cloud9 right now are getting Rift Herald number 2, which is 300 gold upon killing, and then you also should be able to get a turret with it, and turret gold will help make up that difference. Plus, Fudge going to answer a turret right now on bottom lane, and they'll cut this sucker down to size.
Yep, just trying to deny as many minions as he can there before he knocks that turret down. But this is going to be a very execution-heavy based game. Fudge and Blabber, as well as Ben, have got to be on the same page. Everyone has to come in from different angles at the exact same time with the Sivir ulti, with the Nocturne ulti, the flanking cannon, everything at once there. Or the fights are not going to go well, because you need to get that multiple sources of AoE damage down, burst people down, because CLG is playing double exhaust. So if anyone goes in disjointed from the rest of their teammates, they're going to get hit with an exhaust every single time, and they're going to get stopped in their tracks.
And they have to be making the call to do that before CLG makes their own engage that forces a defensive reaction out of C9. Those paranoias that Nocturne only being able to be used as a response so far is causing some trouble. As CLG uses their Herald mid, they will take the tier 1 turret with that, open up the map a little bit more, and head back into the top side river.
All right, I think we're just looking potentially towards this next dragon here, but CLG doing a good job playing the map, getting kind of further ahead here. They are a much lower damage build here, on the Ahri than what we saw last game. Even spellbooking over to the Exhaust right now, but he is going that more utility style build. Everfrost, Lucidity boots. So it is a huge amount of emphasis on Luger to do the damage. Like, he really has to. So if Luger does go down, I think the fights can go really well for C9, but they have so much protection for him.
Well, CLG also has to be aware of the fact that contracts can't go for, more of a squishy build than kind of what he already has with Divine Thunder here. You don't have a true tank to ult on the other side, right? Like, you can sap Cannon, you can sap Nautilus, maybe the Nocturne, but you're not dealing with a Sejuani or something that's really going to turn you into a big beefcake meatball. So contracts will start up the Drake. CLG's got plenty of bodies nearby. Luger and Dokla both watching out, but it doesn't look like C9's interested in contesting this one. Instead, they're going to put Jensen up on the top lane tier 1 turret, Blabber shadowing him here in the tri-brush as Poom and Palafox.
Yeah, I actually really like these lane allocations, specifically from CLG. Poom coming up, hovers on the top side. They counter the play that is available to Cloud9 while they go for the pickup on that dragon. So yeah, not only did they manufacture themselves that second Rift Herald, which they used towards mid, also getting this other neutral objective. CLG have been snowballing these neutral objectives pretty effectively this time around, while not exposing themselves to the Nocturne ultimate picks. And Cloud9's comp is so much built on getting these picks.
And even though this game doesn't have the kill value that game number 2 did, I still really like how much this series revolves around who's getting the early game lead, who's pushing those advantages and creating even more off of them, really depending on that snowball, since that's what we wanted to see out of both of these squads, out of both of these teams, that now it's Cloud9 looking to make the move here in bottom lane. Nocturne and Cannon together, especially when they both drop the ultis, that's plenty of damage. Dope was down.
Okay, so speaking of those Nocturne picks that are supposed to happen in the side lanes, there you go. Good job, Blabber. They get the pick onto Dokla. It's answered on the top side, of course, by the tower, though.
Exactly, and I mean, that cost them flash as well on Kennen, so a pretty expensive kill there to actually get. And Palafox getting solo gold on the tower on top side. I think you're happy about this for CLG. They have been able to answer, despite the pressure that's been put on Dokla a couple times here. Oh, you could look for a chase down here. Just E over the wall. Fudge is going to have to TP.
Yep, the teleport should be able to get away. Yes! Just barely.
That was so close. If you die there, that is brutal.
Yeah, I mean,
calculated.
If the Zeri R was used a split second earlier, he gets him for sure. That was close. I thought he had him.
Well, Fudge at least gets to live to see another day. Saw the Grim Reaper in his rearview mirror, but at least he's still alive for now. The big question, though, like you're talking about, what is the cost of using the flash to kill Dokla in the bottom lane? What is the cost of this teleport no longer being available? It's up to CLG to determine that cost and see if they can punish this window on the Cloud9 top laner's vulnerability. When we're talking about exhausts, Poom still has his, even though Dokla's is down, so they still have an answer for slicing Maelstrom if Fudge makes his way into the fight.
And the thing for Cloud9 is that their comp really only does one thing, and that is dive.
Yep.
You either pick people up on the side lanes while there are no neutral objectives, or you set up for the objective and you dive in on that Zeri, and if you kill the Zeri, you win. If you don't, you lose. It's a very binary composition here for C9, and the flash is one of those components that heavily influences if they can actually kill the Zeri.
Yep, you can see on my waypings in the blue collar coming out. C9 knows that something very well could be going on here.
Looking fishy now. You see an Ahri going over there.
C9's ready to respond to this. Contracts only has half HP. CLG's bringing in the teleport. Charm onto Sven. He's got to be careful. Flashes over the pillar to stay alive.
Fudge in the flank.
Nocturne ulti's ready to come in.
Baron damage.
Wants to join up with this, but remember, he doesn't really have a good way into the fight. Dokla's on the front line. The tank is tanking. That's all right for CLG as Cloud9 keeps on pushing forward, trying to get something. CLG have very limited resources now. Health bars and mana bars, both pretty hurt. They gotta walk this one off.
Yeah, it is a pretty even trade overall. It is the flash down there for Sven, but you got the TP off Dokla, you got the ghost off Luger, so not too bad. Everything said, but it's very difficult for Fudge to get in. And you can see CLG, really good comms to all be kiting out the same way, just keeping distance between them and the Kennen, because Kennen had no flash. There's no way for him to really catch up and bridge that gap.
And again, this reoccurring theme of who's winning the vision game has won these games in this series. And CLG, the Observers did a good job toggling the fog of war there. There were 0 Cloud9 wards for any extra vision or any extra flanks that they're trying to pull off. So then it's just Blabber, a Nocturnal, it's just ulting straight up the middle into you. That's not really going to catch anybody. and they're able to pull off.
So one thing I want to talk about a little bit, specifically because we brought it up last game with the Ahri and Vi combination and the full damage Ahri build with Shadow Flame, Sorcerer's Shoes, and Ludens. Very different look here. Palafox having the Everfrost, having the Banshee's Veil. And the reason is, you already said it earlier, the one thing that Cloud9's comp does is they go in and they dive you. This Ahri build, much more defensive, much more utility, provides some peel to get these guys back and help them fight around Luger's Zeri.
Exactly. It's just all about Luger, and there's a lot of squishy members over on C9, so you don't need to optimize for burst and damage as the Ahri in this game. You know, Banshee's Veil also shuts down any opportunities to go for an easy Nautilus ult if you haven't already poked that off. So I do think it is pretty smart here. And CLG's itemization, and also the fact that Palafox has been on Spellbook Exhaust for a really long time.
Yeah.
You know, they are fully ready to exhaust any divers here. It's going to be really, really hard.
They've got 3
everyone,
exhausts.
all at once.
You exhaust Kennen, you exhaust Nocturne, you exhaust Nautilus, and all of a sudden they're all in there with nowhere to go. They make the engage, and CLG is looking for Jensen, but they don't find him. Now Blabber's ready to try to turn it around. He goes in after Luger. They're going to buy a little bit of time here for Palafox, who goes into the zone. He's keeping himself alive, tries to get back away. CLG still here on the front line, grabbing the kill on Sven. Fudge slices them to pieces. A double kill twice. An ace for one for C9.
It's the Fudge Factor, baby! Fudge flies in on the cannon and roasts CLG. This will be a Cloud9 Baron.
Through 3 damn exhausts. Fudge finds the angle, Fudge finds the timing, and Fudge finds the fight that gives C9 a Baron.
Huge team fight there. The patience on Fudge to wait this out. He does not go in early on this Kennen because he will get slapped with one of those exhausts. Look at the timing here.
Yeah, I want to really highlight something that Sven did on the initial play. You know, once the flash is actually forced out here, when Blabber goes in, they find this pick onto Palafox, and then after the Zonias, watch how Sven stands on the other side of Palafox to know that Palafox is going to be ulting backwards towards his team. He moves over, he ults towards Luger, and Palafox gets caught by that at the same time. For sure, the Ahri has to ult back towards his team. He gets both, and the setup there is there for Fudge, flashing in. Luger's able to survive, but everyone else gets roasted.
Yeah, the exhaust was on Kennen really early and timed out as he's ulting through. So a lot of it full damage there. Yeah, Palafox already ulting right into his face to start it out. And that one turned around quickly.
There it is. Damage chart topped by Fudge. Nearly 4,000. Berserker also over 3K with nobody on CLG breaking the 2,000 damage mark.
We do have to say, though, CLG just got soul point, right? So unless Cloud9 get a massive advantage from this Baron, CLG's not in a bad spot here. We have to see if Cloud9 can continue to push the pace. Cloud Soul is massive for both sides.
Yeah, I think it is a reverse scenario from last game, but it is a significant amount of gold for Cloud9. They were down 1,000. Now they're up 3K here.
Oh, yeah.
So huge stuff for Cloud9. This Baron power play is after they got all of the kills. So all the kills are not even included in this plus 2,000 for them. So massive gold swing for C9. And it's about what can they do with it? Because you need to take out more towers so that you can have more area to dive with. Again, this Cloud9 team, it's all about that dive. And if they take down the last remnants of these outer towers, then they can look for more picks with their Nocturne ultimate. Blabber has been quite good in forcing these cooldowns, at least off of Luger.
All right, speaking of the outer towers, the mid one falls. C9 have now completed all 3 in that outer ring. That means they'll be looking for the tier 2s now. CLG still trying to defend, still trying to keep any sort of a ward line they can here in their own jungle, but it's very dangerous. C9 came prepared. They've got control wards, they've got sweepers, and they've got total control over the top side of the map, even on CLG's half of the river. They're waiting on the next minion wave. They'll be able to enchant this one and look for their first tier 2.
Look at that, Blabber. He even kites the minions over to Berserker to further feed right into the mouth of his AD carry.
All right, C9 are still going to keep this one pushing up. They've got the enchanted cannon minion. Dokla and Fudge off to the side. Fudge not really afraid of Dokla here in this 1v1 situation. It's not like Dokla can go for a solo kill on him without backup from a teammate behind his CC. 7 seconds left. Baron's going to expire at plus 3,000 gold for C9.
Also, critical note, double Void Staff now through there for Cloud9, because there is a lot of MR over on the other side. You know, Contract's looking like he may be building towards a Spirit Visage. You can see MR on Dokla. There's a Banshees on the mid laner. So it is really important when you are playing these double AP solo laners to get towards those Void Staffs at a reasonable time.
Yeah, we did see, though, exactly why in Champ Select, I think Instill, this Kennen pick is so valuable for Cloud9. 5 kills for Fudge. He has his Zhonya's. He already has his Void Staff penetrating like you're talking about. So huge damage possibilities, and the flash is coming up. Plus, we went over the previous state of Vision. Now there actually are wards for Fudge to teleport in on. So
everywhere.
This time around, the Kennen could be coming from the darkness, like you set up in Champ Select as well, with the Nocturne covering it, Kennen coming through with a flank, teleport flash available. That could mean devastation. The timings on these exhausts have to be so quick.
Yep.
And perfect to nullify that damage. Otherwise, they're getting split apart.
And as we now go just a little bit under 2 minutes until that Drake spawns, Isaac, you said something earlier about how Cloud Soul is very good for both teams, and I want to reiterate that. As Dokla goes in, they look to engage on C9, and Blabber can manage to walk it off. CLG doesn't have the accuracy there out of Dokla's ulti, so they can't get the pick.
But I mean, they got the flash off Sven for ulti. That's great, right? The Sejuani ulti should be back by the time Dragon spawns. Let me check. It is in fact going to be well up. It's only a 60-second cooldown. So now Sven, no flash available. Yes, Blabber is able to walk it out, but that is a great aggressive look there from CLG. When the side lanes are pushing, if you're not going to be answering those, you have to group and get something else, and they're able to do that.
Yeah, now he's got to rely on this stopwatch. So Sven still can initiate for the team, has ulti, has good positioning, see if he can get a hook, but no flash to get out after the stopwatch, so might end up being a casualty.
Okay, tanky Nocturne here for Blabber. Randuin's second item, that cooldown's nearly ready to go again to use it in the middle of the fight. You can see more health being built as the third item here too. So really indexing towards being that meatball that can fly in for his side.
And they've been cycling their dive here. So Blabber previously went in by himself just to burn the Zeri flash. Then once the Zeri flash is out, you know, he actually exits the fight, and they don't overuse cooldowns. See if they can actually get control leading up to this dragon, though. Cloud9, again, the map is dark. So much effort put in this setup because they know this dragon would be huge for CLG, so they turn out the lights leading up to it. CLG hard split pushing. 2 members on top side will get that secondary tower.
CLG not interested in fighting for this Drake in open ground when they're down this much gold. So that means C9 knows they can take it without any sort of a real contest.
And I love the build actually from Blabber. You know, Randuin's gives you a good amount of CDR. It looks like he's going for Anathemas next. And we talked about how it's a 1 damage team, right? It's a 1 threat team. It's Luger. So, you know, you strap that Anathemas on him. That is going to be very impactful. It's not only about damage reduction. It's about the increased CC duration because of the reduction in tenacity. So that is something that he's really gonna have to watch out for.
And there is no cleanse on Luger. There is no Mikhails on Poom as of yet. So that CC will stick.
Stopwatch is available, however, for the CLG AD carry. So much is on his shoulders here because with a 3,000 gold lead already, CLG knows that Cloud9 is not really afraid of them. They know that C9 is going to be looking for these plays, and for Luger specifically.
Man, Fudge is almost on his death cap now, too. Like, that is terrifying. This is such a high damage build here from Fudge. If he can find another one of those big ultis, once he has death cap complete, that will be really strong. Jensen as well, now on 3 items here. You know, these carries for Cloud9 are really getting stacked up.
C9 with a nice lead. 4 minutes until that next Drake spawns, but the Baron is live on the map. You can see a lot of CLG vision in this topside river. Again, going back to this point that we keep hitting on, so much of this series is coming down to vision. It's coming down to who's got the control, who can make the picks, who can make the plays. And C9 has, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 summoner spells ready to go. Across the board, it's CLG with all 10 of them ready to fire. Mid laners, top laners, all level 16 now for those final level of ultis. But the big difference, Berserker level 16, Luger only 14. He's behind compared to his Cloud9 counterpart.
Look, they're pinging on Fudge already. They want to initiate on him.
Oh, they found Fudge before he's able to do anything to shut down the pick for CLG.
The Vet Kennen is off the table and the Nocturne ultimate is down. CLG can go bait on Baron right now. They've got Ahri. They have so much pick potential. Cloud9 just clear out. They know without Fudge, the heart of their team fight. It's so risky. They're going to poke around. Blabber would have to pull off a miracle here. He does have Flash. Smite cooldown coming back up. He's got another charge.
Boom flashes in. Going after Jensen. Palafox over the wall gets the charm with this flash, and Luger takes the kill. CLG have now lost their mid laner. Fudge is down for another 20 seconds. CLG is back onto the Baron. Berserker is the only damage threat left on Cloud9 now. Luger's still at half HP.
The charm
CLG
is used.
Still
he can go in now.
Baron.
Fudge has teleport.
Teleport and flash whenever he respawns. CLG, how do they want to play it? Sven's walking away
Stop
now.
the Berserker.
They've got the Baron down to 2,000. Blabber's low.
Here comes Fudge.
The Baron's down to 1,000. It's stolen by Blabber. And Cloud9 just turned it all in its head.
Blabber steals the Baron and Fudge teleports in to steal away CLG's hopes of this game. What a play there. The Baron turned right back around against them.
This could be it. They're actually pushing down mid here. They have the Baron buff. 30 seconds on the carries here of CLG. Do they want to try to posture forward and look for the end?
They've got so much damage ready to go, and only a Trundle stopping them. It's still 10 seconds on Poom, 15 on Luger. C9 sees the opening, and they go for the Nexus turrets. First one drops as Contracts tries to step in and buy any amount of time that he can.
They're getting
Fed
low.
dies. Contracts is out. However, Poom is back. Luger's going to be around here in a second. Poom wants another moment, but he can't have it. C9 take game 3.
Cloud9 flipped the game on its head out of nowhere. CLG found those picks, went to Baron, looked like they had it all under control, but they'd use all their resources to get those initial kills. Berserker was not really threatened, and as Blabber goes in, steals the Baron, they bought enough time for Fudge to respawn. He flashes over the wall on the flanking ward there and roasts him. What a crazy ending.
My goodness. Oh, my goodness. They had such big picks. They take down the cannon. They take down the... Oh, my goodness. Look at it once again. Baron getting so low the whole time. Blabber, though, unperturbed. He's got Flash. He goes into the pit. He's threatening Dokla's life. Goes up to the Baron. 1,000 HP on it. 982. And he combos it with the auto plus the smite.
Yeah,
Didn't even see the 900 health there. Nice combo from him. And you knew you were on a timer because as soon as Fudge gets up, guess what? That cannon is coming back. He's just as fed as he was when he died. And they win the entire game off this Baron.
Absolutely. And I mean, at the end of the day, they spent so many resources. Like the flash over the wall from Poom seemed brilliant to actually take down Jensen. He goes in, but Palafox has the flash in to do that as well.
Yes.
He already used up his ulti. So even though that charm actually landed on Berserker there, they didn't have any damage to finish him off, right? Zeri is hitting the Baron, trying to get it low enough for them to finish that. The columns are split, and it all goes awry.
Another close game with an explosive ending, and now we're heading on over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. My goodness, Cloud9 stealing the Baron and the win straight from underneath CLG's nose there in this one to push the series to 2-1. I think that one's going to sting for CLG in particular, having had it slip through their clutches in that way. But we'll start, as we always do, in Best of Fives here in Champions Select, because we had asked some questions about pivots around certain matchups. And Raz, no vibe.
That was a pivot.
No vibe, baby. No vibe.
We can't play vibe.
Take it away.
I love it. I think it was an intelligent pivot, to say the least, but we saw a number of other changes come through as well. Still have that Sivir versus Zeri matchup, but the top laner is getting a little bit of a flip-flop as well.
Yeah, I really like the Kennen pick. It was one of the changes that we saw in the patch, and we've been seeing it a little bit globally. And so being able to see it here, and of course it was, if I see here, yeah, a blind pick, still a great response into Lulu and Trundle, just so you know that it's going to be really difficult for the enemy AD carry, whoever it's going to be, in this case it was Zeri, to really find a fight in this one. So I thought it was a great pick here.
And I think you can see that how important team fighting is going to be in these games. Now that the two snowbally bot laners are being banned out by both teams in the Draven and Kalista, it feels like both teams are like, all right, we need frontline, we need engage, we need a lot of options that will help us actually win in the mid to late game, because that's what the last two games have come down to.
Yeah, and quickly, I've mentioned the Kennen. I forgot about the most important part, which is Nocturne ulti with Kennen ulti involved, right? There's a lot that you can't really see in that Calamity, so just overall, is a great comp.
It's a really good point. We always have the pleasure of watching with, omniscient vision. So we don't experience the same kind of terror that CLG experiences when the lights turn off and you know that there's a Kennen somewhere looking for that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really glad we did get to see the Kennen coming in because, like we said, it's already been played globally. This is some mid attention.
Yeah, the 2v2 with Palplock coming out on top.
This is actually so much less of a bloody game, and it was really interesting how it came down to a lot of objective setups, as we're going to see from Drake's, but we're also later going to see at the crucial Baron.
This fight made no sense to me for the Cloud9 side of things.
I can't.
You got to drag
too much.
Walk out.
The only thing I can say is sick body block by Berserker.
That was a great mechanical play.
To Emily's point, I did feel like the game slowed down. There were still a lot of attempts that went mid, but they weren't like the explosive 3 people dead. It was like we might get 1 and then back off, or like the counter game comes in and we respect it instead of seeing if we can outplay it. And so I think as the series has gone on, you can see both teams getting a little bit more thoughtful of the plays that they're going for until the end, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
The big blow up. And I think to the point that you were making, Dash, about the last fight, Sven on engagers, right? He always sees an angle, he's gonna go for it. And for better or for worse, it makes it for a more exciting game. And so that's why when we got into the later portions of the game, when we're fighting for Drakes, sometimes, CLG, that is, chose to not fight for it. But when it did happen, it was beautiful to see.
Yeah, and here, I believe this is the Kennen fight.
Yeah. Lights off to Raz's point.
Let's go, yep. Nocturne turned the lights out, and then
everyone's starting to wonder. And actually, the fact that he held it this late into the fight, I think, does lull CLG a little bit. False sense of security. They feel like they've got the upper hand finally, and he finds a sweet re-engage.
It also gets set up by Jensen really well at part of it, too. Like, obviously, this is kind of the dream. Like, I saw on Twitter people being like, Smeb Kennen all. But yeah, it's just... I've seen a lot of it in LPL. It's been cool to see Fudge go to that pick a few times now. And I like that we're seeing a lot more different picks for top lane.
Thanks for the promotion.
Based players enjoy it. I will say Fudge having a good team fight was critical. And from there, I thought the game was over because they get the Baron. And, my mistake for thinking that any play that is not the Nexus exploding is the end of the game.
How dare you, Mark? How dare you? Because, yes, it would take another visit to the Baron to decide this one. But unfortunately for CLG, it's them who are the ones who are dancing around it, trying to figure out what their answer is here. And Cloud9 just kind of testing, poking and prodding at him, Raz.
Yeah, the initial call was smart because Nocturne ulti was used, and so it was going to be really difficult for Cloud9 to fight into this. This part of it, I did not like because they were basically saying, yes, we want a 50-50, we will take the fight, but your jungler's incredibly low in HP. Also, they are just allowing them to walk slowly up and take the fight because Baron is just ripping you to shreds. So I actually would have liked for them to say, hey, Baron itself is the bait. We want to choose the fight. We already peeled off one time, and we're going to do it again. They just, this time around, chose against it, which you can see at the very tail end of it, the shoot right up after that fight in gold for Cloud9.
Absolutely, because this was off the back of a few picks already, right?
Yeah.
And so once they realized they were getting low, I think it would have been nice to see them turn. Even before that, I know you, Raz, were calling back here like, oh, turn mid, because they could have just charged down mid for the tier 2 as well before the initial Baron turn.
Yeah, but I forgot about the Nocturne ulti, so I actually like for them to go for Baron here.
Okay.
And I think in hindsight, people will say, oh, but if they got the 50-50. No, they got the 50-50, and then they die because they're just that low.
You still lose the fight there.
So they really needed to turn in that instance.
And I think this is where the experience conversation, to bring that back up, goes a little bit towards C9's favor, where CLG, they get that pick off, they want a lot more, and honestly, they should try and find that right play. But then when the pressure's on, you're starting to get low, there's Sivir boomerangs, do we turn off, do we go to the pit, do we finish? Like, that was a situation where the answer slipped away from them, and that game goes to C9. And this has been a very close series so far, and if you let one go, that can just be the end of it.
Yeah, that's the fear, right?
Yeah.
Is that this will be the game, that if the series does end in Cloud9's favor, CLG will be thinking back to this one as the one that got away from them. That all said, match point is where we're at, Raz. It's CLG with side selection. They're going back to blue, the only side that has won a game today. What do we expect to be the response from them? Because there's been quite some development now from Champion Select to Champion Select, and it seems like you know, now that we've seen a little bit of a shakeup in the jungle matchup, the top laners continue to show, new and unique picks up there.
Yeah.
The bot lanes seem to be the most stable to some degree, just revolving around the AD carries.
Do you have any idea where the draft's going to go?
Does anybody have any idea where the draft's going to go?
I still think we're probably going to get the Zeri Sivir trade.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Because they both seem to be like, okay, we don't want the super snowbally picks like the Draven, like the Kalista that we already pointed out. And they seem to be more than willing to just trade these picks back and forth. I think both teams seem pretty comfortable with that. So then it's going to be, okay, I'm looking at mid. Jungle has been really interesting.
Where's my Wukong?
Jungle's the big one for me. The Trundle is good, but I wouldn't mind seeing contracts with a little bit more playmaking available to him because there were a number of times they went mid. They tried to use Palafox's playmaking champion, Sylas, Ahri, whatever else he's going to pick, Akali, whatnot. And without contracts having a little bit more playmaking, they struggle to actually turn those ganks into kills.
These games are getting pretty slow too, or at least it's getting slower than it was in the first game. So I'm expecting, I would like, if it's available, Azir to be locked in, Trundle, you know, these type of picks that we kind of allot Team Liquids of the universe to really kind of like nail down. I think they do really well.
So you think with the established pattern of slower games that CLG should play into it, not do the opposite and try and accelerate back towards 3-minute first bloods, let's go?
I think Azir is going to be permabanned. But to that point, I would like to see a Poppy or a Wukong for contracts.
All right, we got a lot of things we want to see, but I think more than anything, we want to see a game number 5. Cloud9 have brought us to match point. We'll see if CLG can keep the faith in game 4 right after this.
Blabber steals the Mountain Drake, and C9's ready to fight. A nice shockwave gonna look to set this one up, but Sven is already down. Contract pushing forward. Blabber going in, but he won't find a kill. Tries to get back away. CLG still here on the front line, grabbing the kill on Sven. The launch slices them to pieces. A double kill twice. An ace.
Press R. Good job.
Here comes Sponge. The Baron's down to a lockdown. It's stolen by Blabber. And Cloud9 just turned it all in its head.
Okay. How much for a collector's edition squishy pig with holographic cover art? I'm trying to save some cash.
You don't have to sell that. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Don't even look at my squish. Don't even look at it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Oh, no! That was not even fair.
What if respawning was refreshing? Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level, especially your hardware.
They blocked the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
Welcome back to our C9 versus CLG Best of 5 Round 1 playoff series. Game 3 had the most explosive ending yet, my friend.
It exploded in CLG's faces, that's for sure. That was explosive. My goodness, that is one of those plays, that Baron turn, where you are pissed afterwards. Did you see the faces of the Cloud9 members outside, or excuse me, the CLG members outside after that game? What is very important in these playoffs, best of 5, especially for a team like this that has a lot of guys that had to work their way all the way back through Academy and up to this point again, a lot riding on their shoulders here, is refocusing, brushing it off, focusing on the game at hand, not being so frustrated that you make mistakes in this one.
Absolutely, and that was my big question. After seeing how frustrated CLG looked, looks on their faces immediately after that game, I was wondering, are you coming into this game, this match point tilted? They are banning away the Orianna, so something different will have to come out from Jensen.
And CLG is back on blue. Blue maintains 100% win rate thus far in this series. Kalista, Orianna, Seraphine, Yuumi are all gone. Azir has been banned out so far in this series, but he remains up. The desk was even talking about it, talking about how they're expecting Azir to remain permabanned. It's one of the reasons why you can have these early scrappy games, because you don't have the late game insurance policy of the Chicken King. If he makes it through and he changes the entire draft, things could get really rumbly really quick.
I mean, I think it's going to be first picked, right? It's not banned out, so
it's
I think
the
it's just
most popular
first
mid
pick
lane
Azir,
blind pick.
100%.
All right, let's see it then. CLG, what's it going to be? We also still have Sivir, we still have Zeri, we still have Lulu,
okay,
we still have Poppy, and Poppy will be the first pick of the draft.
Interesting. The Azir is for sure going to Jensen, then you have to think.
Yeah, with Hex Flash disabled, I feel like that's not the correct priority, but it does mean it's going to be traded over to Cloud9, so they're very happy about that. Good call, I think, leaving up that Poppy.
They could just go Azir Sivir if they want, right? Like, if you want to go scaling, those are some really powerful champions, and it is comfort picks absolutely for them. It's also comfort picks for their opponents, so to me, you go Azir Sivir 1-2, unless they want to take the Zeri side of the match. Oh, blind Draven! He's saying you can't pick Sivir now.
I love the fact that they pick it expecting that their opponents will take either Sivir or Zeri into it, and they're saying, we'll blast you. Either one of those are dying the Draven.
Oh, baby. The bottom lane was already as aggressive as possible, and now there's going to be a Draven down there looking for blood. What does CLG have to answer it? Are they still trying to scale with Zeri, with both enchanters banned out? The Yuumi and the Lulu already banned out. So you can go Renata. You could even, I think Janna is underrated, underpicked currently, but we shall see what they go with. You can also go, melee engage supports with the Zeri, but it's going to be that first one, that Renata.
I forgot Janna's in the game.
Yeah, actually, because she's so underrated.
Well,
it's gonna
there
be
it
an
is.
interesting one.
Renata locked in.
And they do lock in the Zeri as well. And obviously, solo queue different than pro, but I know statistically in solo queue, Draven has out of any bot lane champion, has the best win rate against Zeri in the game. So, this is statistically, at least for solo queue, Draven's best matchup.
And hey, that's what I'm saying. They were confident slamming it blind because they knew it was going to be Sivir or Zeri, and they were confident in that. C9 hovering over this. I fully expect him to lock it. Trundle versus Poppy feels great for Trundle because he can sap all of that armor and MR that Poppy likes to build, and then really be a big meatball in his own right in the middle of the fights.
But we have still seen the Poppies be supremely effective, even against the Trundle counterpicks that have come out. Ultimate bopping them away from objectives. Going for more ganks, more effective ganks, has been the difference maker for this Poppy. And that's really what this game comes down to. And this series is now going to come down to the effectiveness of this priority on the first pick Poppy. Giving up the Azir over there. Palafox does have, counter picks like Yone into the Azir. If Cloud9 don't ban the Yone, I think that for sure gets slammed. It's one of his favorite picks, plus it is good into Azir.
It would be really interesting to see them kind of slam that down here. They're going to ban away the Amumu, looking for some of the engaged supports. Nautilus has already been taken off the table, now taking away that Amumu. Alistar obviously is a big one, but can be tough to actually pin down that Zeri with the dashes. Can be difficult, so we're going to need to see what that will be, because I do feel like the last couple of games, CLG bot lane has been getting the better of the C9 with that Zeri into Sivir matchup, so they definitely want to be dominating here, playing with momentum, now that they have the Draven.
Last ban for C9 will be Silas.
Okay,
They
Yone's up.
I better see a Yone then for CLG. The last ban, though, they continue to whittle down on those engaged supports, try and protect that Zeri.
Yeah.
Draven wants to obviously go for the engages super early on, wants to get as aggressive as possible. So, the Leona, is in the mix still. Possibility there.
Yeah, it is interesting because the only engaged support left that Sven has actually played this split is the Alistar, and he only has the one game on it. They are instead going for Pyke. I have seen him play a lot of Pyke in Champions Queue.
Yes.
So it is something that he definitely does specialize in. But Leona, as you said, that's definitely an option, as is the Alistar.
There's got to be, there's some sort of meme there about how, of course, the AD carry that switched to support plays Pyke above all the other supports because you still get to farm. You still get to get the kills. You still get to be the hero.
Want your cut.
Yep, exactly.
Oh.
But they're going to take the Ashe. Ashe Draven. Sven had some awesome Ashe play in game number 1, but a different type of a game here this time.
Yeah, why play, AD Pyke, carrying bottom lane? Just play an AD carry, baby, again.
Exactly.
The lethality rush. Let's see it. CLG. All right, comes down to the solo lane picks.
Just go like Ahri, or we can get the spicy pick like
I really think the Yone. Okay, he also made his name in Academy on the Akali, one of the most feared picks for Palafox. Akali got extra energy regen on Shroud and max energy on this patch, so also got a little buff.
Yone as well. So this could actually be Dokla taking the Akali top. So it could be the Yone mid, but they both play it. So it's totally a flex.
Flex picks for both of them. Both of the solo laners for CLG do it. Yone not banned. Yone picked up. What's going to be the final answer? Renekton good early into both of them. I think that they should put actually the Akali versus it on top side, though.
And I love the fact that CLG picked these 2 flex picks at the end of their draft because that nullifies one of the biggest advantages of red side in draft phase in its entirety, right? Like having the last pick of the draft is supposed to secure you some kind of a meaningful counter, but when you can't really do it because you got to pick something that can play into either one, it's nice drafting from CLG.
And I do think it's a smart all-around pick here, going for the Renekton. Haven't traded quite yet. Not sure if they're...
Don't worry. There's a...
I just am getting flashbacks to the trade bug.
Okay.
I'm getting not a see. Oh, yeah. I think it's a trade bug, which we haven't had in a while. So that's more what I was worried about. Not that it was going to be Renekton solid. Trust me, I wasn't going down that route. But the Renekton solid in both matchups, as Kobe said early on. Yone is pretty scary because it is going to outscale very, very hard in a lot of those matchups. It is one of those champions that can scale incredibly effectively into later stages of the game, so you do kind of have to punish it and try to keep it down, but it is something that they could look for. And I do think that with Renekton, if it is that Akali or that Yone up on top side, you have to be really careful, because if you don't have Shroud as Akali, it's an easy tower dive. If you don't have your E as Yone, it also can be an easy tower dive.
So let's talk about CLG while we have an extra little bit of time here, because we have to remake the lobby because of the trade bug. CLG are the ones who have to win here or the series is over. They want us to go the distance. They want to take it to a full 5.
He's looking for game 5.
Tons of fans in the audience want them to take it that distance as well. What does CLG have to do to get us there?
They have to kill these counter picks. You got the assassin solo laners for CLG, level 6 for Akali, all in immediately. You take Ignite, you kill that Renekton or the Yone into Azir, all in. That's why it's picked here as a counter matchup.
Nice to see the
into
Academy
Azir.
casters in the crowd as well there.
Oh yeah, they're hyped up, bro. They're ready to go. They're ready to have CLG bring us the distance. However, there's a lot of people in here that would love to see Cloud9 wrap this one up right now. Whoever wins game number 4, this series has been incredibly entertaining so far.
It really has. There's been so much action, very back and forth. I'm going to be going through this pick ban very quickly here. Of course, it's same picks, same bans. Nothing's going to change. It was just that trade bug. So hopefully can blaze through this here pretty quick and get right back to it.
Do you think that, so wait, do they have to ban the same champions for stats reasons across like the global database?
I think for bans and stuff it's the same, but they're picking in a different order because I guess they're just picking for themselves, which I don't think should be.
Right, yeah. I was just wondering, can whoever does the stats behind the scenes just write this down and say, yes, these were the real bans, and then we can spell like TSM with the stuff instead? Like, have a little fun with it,
But they don't even show it, so no one's going to see it.
I see it. That's important.
He's the main character.
Come on.
It's all about
No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Only if Skarner's in the draft.
Yeah,
Then Skarner's
true,
the main character,
true,
and I am
yes.
the narrator. But we're not seeing any of that. We're seeing Poppy versus Trundle. Trundle has been in every single game so far in this series.
It's been
has
winning.
played a big role. Yeah, exactly. The power of this champion just to influence so much, right? Early objective control on Drakes, nullifying front lines, whoever they might be, even something like a Vi that's more of a bruiser. We've seen how effective the pick is. And Poppy going up against it, Poppy's got a lot of playmaking.
Main thing I'm actually looking at is the bottom lane again. Cloud9 with the Draven Ashe bottom lane, trying to go for the volley poke, slow them down to get Draven in range, go ham. The first time around, Sven's Ashe was immaculate. Hail of blades, rush lethality, constantly going for aggressive plays, even tower diving, support on support. This has been one of the biggest changes here on the new patch for Cloud9.
And it's going to be really interesting also because if you think back to that game 1, it started with an invade on bottom side. Are they going to look for those aggressive plays, try to use that early level 1 power of the Ashe? Because when you're playing Hail of Blades, Volley, level 1, you have so much strength there. Draven strong level 1, Trundle really strong level 1 in those skirmishes, so they might look for some sort of a repeat action to start it out just like they did in game 1.
I just want more first bloods where the number on the clock is a 3 or less. That is what makes these series so much fun to watch. The bloodthirsty teams, the constant fights, the desire to not only get ahead, but then get further ahead afterwards. I love the bloodthirst here today. We're finally getting ready to load into game number 4. We apologize for the delay. Let's hear some noise as we're just about ready for Cloud9 and CLG to go head-to-head again in what may be the final game of the series unless CLG finds the win here. CLG, 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 CLG. Rave, baby, let's do it.
I feel like I'm getting brainwashed. I'm gonna be seeing Poom's face in my sleep.
Alrighty, boys, where's the action gonna be here this time? What are we thinking?
Bottom lane for sure.
Okay.
Draven Ashe, baby.
They believe in CLG.
They do.
Okay, level 1 here. Everybody just keeping an eye on each other. Fudge and Dokla. They're expecting Dokla up their top side. Ignite teleport on this Akali. Teleports for all 4 of our solo laners, but the Akali not needing to take the flash because of the incredible amount of mobility and safety present in the character's kit already. Bottom lane, it is cleanse for both of our AD carries. Heal for both supports. No exhausts anywhere on the map. As now, Dokla's got to try to get away from
flash,
this.
remember.
The flash follow. C9's looking for him. They will not get the kill, but Dokla's at 200 HP now. He's going to have to teleport back into lane at level 1.
He's going to have to teleport back, and they're going to lose the blue buff. So again, they're going for this early game.
He's just drinking potions. He's just drinking potions. He doesn't want to spend the TP. He's just walking back up.
Well, he's gonna get zoned out of experience there. Contracts does finish up on his wolves, so he gets 1 camp out of his blue quadrant. Meanwhile, Dokla trying to get into experience range of the melee minions.
Fudge isn't gonna let him. Fudge just needs 1 more hit to get it first blood. Cloud9.
It's a train kill. You wanted first blood before 3 minutes, Flowers. You got it.
2.
You got 2 kills.
Almost every game this series it has been there. Observers, can you refresh the CS as well once again? Get those things updated because they're getting kills already on the board, baby. 1-for-1 trade in the top lane. I want to see what items.
But it is Fudge who gets the first blood, so he's going to come out on top there, with the better buy. And I think the wave is likely going to be coming towards him. We didn't get to see exactly how much was chipped away out of there. Dokla was trying to just get in XP range, but Fudge just walks straight at him. Has the rage stacked up for the Empowered W, gets the first blood. They're going right at him.
You know, the meme about Renekton is you start losing the game as soon as you load into the game because you're already getting outscaled. But when you can just do that at level 1, I think you're taking advantage of those early power windows pretty nicely.
I think Dokla actually got himself out of a pretty bad situation, though, because getting zoned out of experience would have been worse and ending up with a 1-for-1 trade there. And then being able to get a bunch of experience right now is actually kind of bailing out what was a devastating invade. The real part for Cloud9 was the invade that they pulled off so much damage dealt to Dokla, both flashes from Blabber and Fudge, to get them into that position.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, it's actually not that bad for Dokla. If he didn't get the return kill, it would have been like, lane is over. But because he does, you know, they're in a pretty decent spot. Sven stepping forward. Anytime he has the Hail of Blades, he's going to look to get those quick trades out. And it also means you get to farm your gold on your support items so much faster.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he already has 250 almost earned, you know, 3.5 minutes in here on the Spectral Sickle. So pretty insane how much gold he's actually pumping out. Yes, eventually Poom will complete his support item. They'll both get 1K, but having the earlier spikes matters a lot.
Meanwhile, they've got contracts wrapping around to counter jungle on this blue side since he was chased out of his top side, and he could get behind this bottom lane of Cloud9 that were so heavily pushed up.
Oh, he's flashing!
He flashes the wall. He slams him back in, and he sets up Luger to grab the kill. Beautiful killer instinct coming out from CLG's jungler.
This is the bad part about going for the swapped jungle positions here. Because of the invade here on the top side for Blabber, you split the map, but you've got a pushing bottom lane. You picked Draven Ashe to push up, and you're splitting the jungle map here, so you're leaving yourselves exposed to the gank from behind.
CLG, 2-1, 4.5 minutes in. They got Berserker underneath the turret. They just want to get this up, crash this into the turret, let Luger and Poom be able to get themselves back here. And there it is. Not a whole lot else to do down here. So Luger and Poom can reset, use some of that money a little bit. Poom trading with Sven, who's honestly eating a lot of damage from these minions.
Yeah, the minions are hitting him pretty hard there, but Sven, you know, maybe going to be able to volley over. Can he interrupt the recall? That would be, oh, it doesn't have volley cooldown yet. That would actually be really big to kill the tempo there, but it's so big that Zeri is the one who got the kill. You know, it's not onto Contracts, it is onto the Zeri who they're trying to keep down with this 2v2.
That was actually insane recalling position because he was just outside of the vision ward as well, so Cloud9 don't get the interrupt, but this is what I'm talking about. He wrapped all the way around here. He went to counter jungle on Gromp to be able to get it, and then flashes over. You've got an easy angle on the wall, so you know he's dead for sure there. Ashe, no way to get out of it. Sven doesn't use any summoner spells after the fact because he knows he's dead as well.
And I don't even know if they actually saw him flash the wall because he flashed into the brush, right? So I'm not sure if they would have heard it when it was out of Sven, but...
Oh! Sven, you okay, buddy?
Okay,
he's okay for now, but man, Luger ready to keep this lead a-rolling.
At the end of the day, though, that's flash on your support for flash on Luger, so I do think Cloud9 are going to be pretty happy about that. Yes, it is the heal down, but it is going to potentially draw in those ganks.
Oh, Palafox gets over the wall in time. Remember, if you can step in front of that ulti from Yone, you can stop him from getting the distance, but they couldn't put a body there, so Palafox gets away with the ult.
Dokla here approaching his level 6 on the Akali with Ignite ready. Then you actually can fight with the Renekton and threaten your all-in for those kills. Meanwhile, Dragon transition as Blabber fighting over the crab, positioning here on the bottom side. Luger, even with 6 range minions worth of damage, you do not want to trade with Draven.
Especially not when he has that serrated Dirk. Yes, Luger was able to go back and purchase the Noon Quiver, but serrated Dirk very, very strong early on, even for a cheaper price point. As Palafox goes in, uses the Soul Unbound to get a quick trade. As Contracts has to be careful. Fudge wants to flash in. Contracts dashes back, and Contracts gets away. Both flashes from the Cloud9 solo laners, both ults from the Cloud9 solo laners getting up.
That was huge. You know, Contracts just able to tackle right back over the wall and get out there. You're thinking no flash on Contracts. He's got to be dead to rights when they're committing double flashes like that, but they can't take him down.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking when he was walking up through the mid lane? I was like, that is a dangerous path. What do you think you are doing? Where are you going? And in the end, they actually get summoner spell positive trade for CLG. Luger is just barely up there at the top of the graph as Fudge has been doing very well for himself. As of course, we saw all the constant bullying of the Akali, which post level 6 starts to fall off a bit. Fudge, nice little roam timer, even though Cloud9 unable to convert on that kill. Contracts barely, that charge gets him to safety.
Nicely done early on from CLG's jungler. Back down here in bottom lane, Berserker's piling up stacks, but remember, he needs to get a kill before he gets a death. That's so big on these early games for Draven.
Absolutely. I mean, that's often what hinges, like the entire game hinges on that. Palafox going to be looking to get aggressive here. He knows that Jensen has no TP and no flash and no potions remaining. And Palafox's ulti is now back up. So if Jensen is not in the good position, he could get taken advantage of here. Palafox could look for some sort of an all-in.
All right, Palafox tries to walk it off as Blabber shows up. No, there's your traffic cone, and Palafox has to flash over it to stay safe. Contracts, meanwhile, has the Rift Herald all aggroed up.
Careful,
Palafox
don't
will
let it
switch
change
over.
targets yet. It's already on the range here, so it leashes. Because he was trying to hover for Palafox on that gank towards mid, releashes, gonna take a lot longer to finish up this Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Trundle still kind of hovering around mid lane here, and Palafox no longer has the flash, so good kind of gank pressure for Cloud9. Wastes a lot of CLG jungle pressure, and they're gonna even have to give up.
Oh, Palafox goes in, but he
sidestep.
misses the fate sealed. Now he's got to snap back, and Contracts isn't there yet. Fudge still using the Dominus, so they're going to eject Blabber away as Fudge is about 1/3 HP. Sven rotates up into this topside fight now, too. Fudge continuing to walk this one off. He will lose the ulti here very soon. There it is. Transforms back into the small gator. Everybody's coming up to join the party, my friends.
Yeah, this is a good couple of minutes, though, for C9. You know, Blabber really covering Jensen well. Then the ulti off cooldown there for Palafox. The sidestep from Jensen was critical. He would have got taken out for sure. And now Cloud9 have 5 members here. Yone not in the area, so it should potentially be their Herald.
CLG actually are going to fight it. Instead of pushing mid for turret plates, they want this 5-on-5. There's no ult on Akali.
This is a very dangerous choice from CLG, but here they come. Eyeball not secured by the side of C9. Poom's able to find the ulti here at the very start of the fight, and now Luger is ready to go to town. Fudge wants to get away, but Palafox's Q3 gives him some more DPS, and Palafox gets the execution kill.
They get the Rift Herald for Cloud9. It's 300 gold to kill, but they lose 2 in the process. CLG, they have enough time for Palafox to go all the way back to base and make it back out for this one. That's why I'm expecting that Yone counter pick. They leave up the Azir. Palafox loves this one. He gets back into it, and now he's got some gold.
And one of the biggest things is that they don't even pick up the eye. They can actually kick it in. CLG just fights them off the eye here. The Berserk coming across, really, really big. Then the handshake in, flash into the wall stun there from Contracts. Really nicely played. Everything hitting here as well from Palafox. You can see the bailout on him for the additional attack speed and move speed keeps him up on Fudge.
Big support plays from Boom in this one. Ults from around that Rift Herald wall, flashes forward for that handshake you're talking about to get him into position for the follow-up, and CLG have a meager gold lead after this one. Very, very close.
But it's not just about what you have. It's about what they don't have, and them not having that eyeball, not being able to open up more of the map and destroy any of these objectives when they want to group up. That's going to help them a lot, too. As Dokla goes in there, but he misses the Shuriken flip. That's a huge chunk of Akali's damage in these trades.
Got R1.
So, yeah, he can just use the ulti to further disengage this one. And bottom side, Contracts looking for it yet again. Sven and Berserker trying to get away. CLG don't want to let him. Berserker's down. Luger's on a killing spree. It's Zeri!
That's 4 kills on the Zeri for CLG, which has been their biggest strength here. So fed. Luger already had the shield bow done. Now they're getting turret plates and looking at Blabber.
And that's Berserker's death. He does not have the ability to cash in before he gets paid. Blabber, you're in trouble, buddy. Okay, he gets away. He gets away. He's cool. But man, Berserker just lost so much money on those adoration stacks.
Yep, he lost. He went from 246 to 74. Now he has a massive amount of stacks already lost. Zeri's going to be way ahead. This bottom lane has not worked out at all, largely because of Contracts and the early pressure he's put on, punishing them, with that flash over the wall, the first kill, and now getting those sums out and getting the kills here onto his marksman every single time.
Yeah, it comes down to how you want to play the entire map. And since Cloud9 invested, again, very heavily into that jungle invade on top side early, and Contracts went for the bottom side play, when you are in a game with Draven behind 4 kills to a Zeri,
it's rough.
That is extremely rough because the Zarya is going to scale very, very well. Already well past the power curve here.
Palafox just trying to use that Q3 while he had it stacked there. Whenever Yone's got Soul Unbound active, he's always just trying to trade as aggressively as possible. Poom roaming around, clearing out some vision again. I'm expecting our teams to start looking at Drake here soon.
Yeah, that is exactly why the Yone is such a potent counter pick into the Azir, used so heavily for these trades. And when you get ulted back by the Azir, easy snapback, immuning the CC here, available to the champion. So constant threat, constant aggressive takes.
Speaking of aggressive, Berserker finding his way onto Poom, who can honestly just walk off the rest of it. Will not lose that last second half of the health. As you can see, the top side still controlled pretty heavily by Fudge. It is still early game. It is still Renekton. Divine Thunderbird done now for Blabber, showing up on the scoreboard as he's walking out of base from his most recent back.
Turret plate acquired for Berserker at the very least for the Draven. Yep. About 1,000 gold behind directly from Luger. And control ward here for CLG in the Tri-Brush again, though. And both junglers are going to meet up. Blabber's coming around over vision.
Palafox just keeps on chasing him until he's forced to revert that position.
Sees him.
Blabber and Contracts know that each other are around. Okay, all right, we're chilling right now. Luger's still the man to keep your eyes on. Cloud9 knows he's got to go first if they want to be able to win these fights. Blabber finds his pillar on the Contracts. Contracts in trouble. Berserker in the money.
The C9 bottom lane. Beautiful ultimates there. Sven nails him with the arrow. Contracts flash afterward, and Berserker's execution with the ultimate. This is huge stuff for Cloud9. Getting the dragon in the aftermath there.
Absolutely necessary for them as well. You know, get that Draven to a good point. It's not the massive cash-in he wanted, but it's still a really big kill. He's up farm, and they got the flash off of Contracts there while killing him.
And I think getting this dragon back on track for Cloud9 in that opening is really huge too, to allow them to start stacking, because otherwise they have no business around it. This is a 4-kill Zeri bottom lane.
And here she goes again. Berserker stepping back as he sees the zap of the wall. Means it's time to head behind the turret, back to more safety. He's 1v2 for now. Sven will be returning to lane. Does not have his arrow cooldown ready, so he can't just shoot one straight down the lane and go for the surprise engage there just yet.
Also worth noting, last game, because he got those early 2 kills, he went for early lethality. This time around, he's going straight for the Imperial Mandate, right? He has the early Kindle Gem here. He has the mana regen beat. I don't even know what that thing is called. But, you know, he's going to be going more for that kind of utility style, which I think really makes a lot of sense when you're lower on the gold income.
I think it's a fairy charm. At least that's what it used to
Sounds
be.
right.
We've changed a lot of the
Let's
names,
check.
but let's see if Palafox...
It is fairy charm.
Nice! That's literally just boomer knowledge. I totally guessed based on what it was called 10 years ago. But hey, we got there. C9, they're trying to get there and catch back up to CLG here in this game. Despite the 4-kill advantage, C9 is keeping the gold nice and close. Remember, they might have got that first Herald, but they weren't able to claim the eye and actually use the objective because CLG outfought him in the fight. However, Dokka's still bottom. He has a teleport. Does CLG want to go after this? Yes, they do. They eject Blabber. The Herald's at 2,500. C9's getting away. It's stolen away by CLG. They'll grab it, they'll get the eye, but now it's going to be a fight. There comes Renata's ulti. There goes C9. Flash over the wall. Dokka's into the back. It's already 2 down. Luger's ready to go. Fate, shield, double kill Luger.
And CLG rip them apart with that Rift Herald they can take down and immediately push on mid lane as well. Dokka follows them over the wall. You saw split comms from Cloud9. Sven and Jensen were trying to kill Palafox on the right side, and so Blabber takes the Blast Cone back into the pit to try and fight it because Cloud9 are saying, look, we can push forward. They've got the Yone low, but they were so split, they just get annihilated inside the pit. Palafox escaped from that extra Azir damage, and then they get the return with these big solo lane assassin picks for CLG. This is where they made their mark. Dokka and Palafox, these guys coming back up from Academy on these assassin picks and really making them shine.
And that let Dokka right back into the game. He'd been getting bullied in this lane. You know, after that early level 1 start, he'd been way down. Like, look at the farm between Fudge and Dokka, but Dokka gets a couple kills. He picks up a bunch of assists, and he's not even very far behind the Renekton any longer. which is such a big deal. I'm surprised, though, that Cloud9 went that hard on it. You know, Jensen had already been pushed out. They're looking for Poom now. Will force the flash.
Yep, he flashes the arrow to avoid the initial engage, so C9 will not get their pick there. If they did get the pick, there's not a lot for them to follow up on. Maybe they could try to force that tier 1 turret mid, which is still standing for CLG, but CLG commanding a 3,000 gold lead now. They've got this bottom lane tier 1 turret of Cloud9 also nearly dead. Dokla's gonna push the wave up on this one. He goes in and looks for Jensen. Repositions himself a little bit with some fancy feet there. Jensen throws out the wall. Palafox coming down trying to help him out here. There's the kill. CLG get a freebie along with the turret.
Yeah, nicely done. You know, Jensen well-timed on the ulti, but just everyone from CLG piling in, taking him out very, very quickly. Fudge will trade back a tower on that top side, but it's been CLG running this 4th game.
I love plays where you can see in their little movements the comms in action, actually. Because Contracts hesitated when they ran into the control ward, but then you see the moment in comms where they're like, hey, Fudge is top, no teleport Renekton. Hard force this, just brute force. There's no way they can answer our numbers. And they pull off the dive, they hard force, the tower goes down as well. Dokla teleports in. That is simply teleport advantage. Good call from CLG coordinating their map play. The cost is, of course, hey, Fudge was top lane and he's split pushing up there, so he gets the tower in the aftermath. But CLG got the kill and got bottom tower, so definitely positive for them.
Absolutely, and I think the gold allocation is even better, right? Like I'd rather have gold on Dokla versus gold on the Renekton. I would always trade that, for gold on your Akali, which they got. Plus they slow down the farm there of Jensen. Jensen was the only player left on Cloud9 who had not yet died, so he was not actually getting slowed down there, but is now, dead, taken down, and he's going to be pushed back on that kind of clip that he's been farming at.
Yeah, Dokla's 3-1-4 right now, so the Akali's feeling really good, and you're up against a Draven and an Ashe bottom lane, which are both squishy, completely and utterly immobile targets. This is exactly what Akali wants. This is your highlight reel. This is your base drop. This is your montage.
I mean, Yone as well, man. Like, Ashe is just going to be food, right? Like, this champion from behind, it is rough. You are going to see why, a lot of people do not pick this at the pro level because it is so risky. You're playing so much around your lane dominant style that when that went bad, and I have to give so much of that credit to Contracts, right? Like Contracts, 70% KP, he's been involved in a lot. He is the one that got this bot lane going, and I think he is deserving of the credit for the position that CLG are in this game.
That was one of our biggest challenges and tests out of Champion Select. This first pick, Poppy, gonna have to prove big for them, and it has thus far, especially because the soul laners still had those flexible assassin counter picks for them later in the draft.
All right, update on what's going on. We have a bit of a visual bug of some kind for Poom. They're just restarting his client, and then once he's loaded back into the game, we'll be ready to go, and then hopefully we can resume off of that one.
Players saying ready.
Restart, we'll fix it. Are we getting the R in the chat?
You ready, chat? You ready?
Oh, baby, let's do it. All right,
crowd ready?
Everybody's ready and up. The crowd has been wonderful today with the chants back and forth. If I wasn't already hoping it was going to 5 today, which I was, I would definitely be hoping it now. This has just been a whole lot of fun here on Summoner's Rift with these two teams.
Absolutely. And we're back into the game now. I'm sure it's going to pop up for you guys any second here. Let's get it.
All right, 6 kills Zeri problem. What you got for me? There's a 600 gold bounty on Luger's head.
Yeah.
And with the positioning we've seen from him so far this series, that is a liable bounty, okay? So Cloud9 have to be focusing on that right now. They've got Draven, Ashe, plenty of follow-up there from Jensen's Azir, so see if they can actually coordinate their efforts. Cleanse on Luger does make that harder to claim, of course. So even if that Ashe arrow is soaked, you can easily cleanse it and immediately try and juke away.
It's going to be really tough, right? Because if you hard commit to trying to burst down Luger, which you kind of have to from this point, and he's able to cleanse the arrow, he's able to get the bailout. Like, there's so much damage on the CLG side. There's a very high chance that they burst someone down, and then you get that bailout reset, and you come back to life.
I think you have to go for it while they're split. CLG have a very good 1-3-1, so they will be splitting with Yone Akali. Dragon's coming up now, so you want to converge on it. And it should be their reward with the lead they got off of that Rift Herald play. Basically, this giant 3K plus gold lead was acquired during the Rift Herald play for CLG. They got so many of those kills chasing down and the aftermath there of the Rift Herald charge. That will fund their further intimidation of these neutral objectives, and Dragon picked up for them, splitting 1-1.
Okay, so Infernal and Hextech, the two most offensive Drakes, are off the table. That means it'll be pure utility here with Cloud Soul showing up again.
And so it's an interesting scenario here where CLG, they're like, yeah, we've got a very natural 1-3-1 setup. Double Assassins, Teleport for Dokla is going to be up. It does provide Cloud9 with an opportunity, again, to try and make an amazing Ash Arrow play. You know CLG are going to split the map. They're going to try and push on multiple lanes at once. If they get the Ash Arrow pick and have people there around to follow up, that's where Cloud9 could try and claw their way back into it.
And that's where you're going to have to see Sven look for some creative angles, because otherwise it's just going to be Poom tanking the arrow and cleansing it and backing off. And if I'm Poom, I'm going Mikhail second this game, I think for sure. Because honestly, from the position that you're in, the only way I really see things going awry is some sort of Ash Arrow stun on someone, bursting them down before they can really get out. You know, maybe an empowered Renekton stun, but both those can be shut down by the Mikhails pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 drafted two very strong lane bully lanes in top lane and bottom lane with Renekton and Draven. But they also do not scale very well. So that's why we can see CLG, now that they've acquired this comfortable lead, getting a bit calm with how they play the game. They're actually not even exposing themselves to a 1-3-1 pick. They just have Dokla splitting. The rest of the team is grouping as 4 to not even allow Cloud9 that opportunity.
Here comes Contracts. Jensen tries to get away, manages to escape thanks to the ulti and the flash. Arrow flies through, hits Contract, the one tanky member here on CLG. He has to flash back over the pillar, slams Renekton into the wall, and now Fudge gonna take some damage too. Contracts gets away with the heal. Palafox throws the wheel up into the air. Dokla's ready to come on in, and Luger is godlike.
All right, they're gonna let him go with just the 1 kill here. Dokla using the R2, too low HP to actually go in for those kills. Cloud9, a lot of expended cooldowns in addition to the extra kill for CLG. So the important things in a lot of these fights afterwards is count all of these flashes. The front line now very vulnerable, both Renekton and Trundle flashless if they get picked out at all. The mobility on the Assassins here from CLG solo laners is so much that it just provides so much threat, even walking around the map, fishing for those. Plus Jensen's as well on the Azir.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think you can kind of feel a little bit of desperation now from Cloud9. They're trying to really force this. They TP Fudge up towards top side though, but I love the aggressive move there from Contracts. Gets the stun onto Fudge. And C9 can't finish anyone off here whatsoever. And now back to live. It's on to Palafox. He's in trouble.
Yeah, I think they're going to finish this one. Fudge takes the kill there, so at least they'll be able to stop the CLG split push machine for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what they have to do. They have to pick people off in the 1-3-1 and then quickly try and defend the other areas. Here's another look at how it happened. So, again, the key, firing from Fog of War. There's a little control right here by Blue, but Ashe is so far back that in the Fog of War, Sven fires it out. Really solid aim from him, and Contract's now gonna get dove.
Okay, Blabber using the subjugate there to make the target more vulnerable. Contracts tries to walk away, but he can't do it. Nice chomp from Blabber to guarantee the kill. Zap goes through the wall, but C9 brought a lot of bodies down here for that one.
Another pick for Cloud9. That's 2 picks, and they're gonna get this bottom turret. So CLG answered with the top turret, yes, because they show so many bottoms, so this one is gone. But Cloud9 get way more out of it. Back-to-back picks, 2 kills, plus the tower. These are the small steps that you have to make if you want to claw your way back in.
Absolutely, and I think for Cloud9, you know, you're just kind of highlighting those bounties and saying, if we can take down Luger, that's 1K. You know, we're looking for that.
Did you hear the audience shout for the chickens there? Like, oh my goodness, that Zeri W one-shot all the small chickens? That is a 7-kill Zeri with Infinity Edge, yes. So much damage.
Oh, speaking of damage, Dokla says, hey, Blabber, you ain't got no ulti, buddy. Easy pick for the Akali.
And that's what we're talking about. When the front line don't have flashes, there's so much threat from these assassins. Just walking around the map, you're going to have pick opportunities. No flash there from Trundle because of that topside play.
They're TPing on the Baron.
Got it.
Yeah, the enemy jungler's down. Enemy jungler's down for 20 seconds. Even when he spawns, he won't be able to get back here very quickly. You've got Palafox, you've got Luger. The Baron will drop pretty rapidly. Contracts has his smite ready to go. Palafox going over the wall, looking for Berserker, gonna hit him pretty hard. Berserker loses shield going past him. Baron's at about 2,700. Okay, Jensen's not even there. Baron secured from CLG. Big Dokes looking for another one. Trying to find Sven. Doesn't even try. The Baron's already down. Dokla gets it.
With the Ia in the shrouds. Clean looking right all the way back.
Dokla is going off, man. 5-1 215 got bullied in lane. Who cares? He's been picking up the kills. And C9 now trying to pressure on the map here, trying to get themselves at least a dragon. But Fudge is in trouble.
Okay, Fudge gonna lead the way. Dominus trying to keep himself healthy enough to get out of this one. Berserker, no mana, half health. Oh, Poom's ulti doesn't catch anybody. That surely would have led to a kill if it did. Dokla still looking. Jensen gets over the wall. Palafox, meanwhile, just wearing purple up here in top lane, doing whatever he damn well pleases because nobody's around to stop him. The Drake is alive, but neither side is stacking him just yet. Arrow flies through with no mark being found.
Dokla's getting all the way up there. Let's see if they can actually make something happen. Our cooldown for the Akali coming up. They want to delay until he has that.
Yeah, that's a huge difference in the way this fight looks. Palafox also walking all the way across the rift to join back up as he goes over the wall. The Q3's ready to do it. He doesn't have his ulti just yet, but he doesn't need it. He kills the enemy AD carry. They take the dragon at the same time. CLG is absolutely slaughtering Cloud9 here in game number 4.
This is that CLG style. This is how they got all their upset wins over these top teams in the regular season. When they've got the flexibility in Champion Select and they are not afraid, both solo laners, to pick out these champions, constantly going for the picks.
Oh! Palafox getting exactly what he came for. Finds the kill on Sven, and that's 25 seconds until the Cloud9 support is back alive. A deep TP coming out
Last chance
as we're
saloon.
going to see C9 try to find any sort of a play. Yes, they will be 4v5 as soon as Berserker spawns, so this is a little bit risky. There comes the Draven ulti. Fudge still waiting. Poom might die, but he flashes away. And Contracts just made it look so quick and easy to disengage. Fudge goes over the wall, but he's right in the middle of 4. This one's done.
CLG gonna even us up, baby! You wanted 5 games, you wanted silver scrapes! Well, Cloud9 now, they're trapped at their turret!
They're looking for it. Jensen goes in. Palafox gonna get shut down. Nice pick coming out from C9. Ash Arrow arrives, but it arrives late. There's Poom's ulti. Turns Trundle berserk, but he can't do much with it. Luger with a Zeri zap. Thank you very much. CLG will trade one back mid laner for mid laner.
Oh my God, there's so much action. CLG not afraid to dive in and get these kills time and time again. Cloud9 just trying to hold on, trying to scrape back whatever they can, but CLG are so far ahead and so much gold in pockets. 3K on Luger to spend, 3,300 for Palafox to spend. It's just gonna get worse.
And they just bought the McHales for Poom as well. That second item we wanted to see so bad to stop these arrows from being successful for setting something up. C9's gonna need some kind of a miracle here. It's gotta be another Blabber Baron steal and to end the game right there, because I'm not seeing any other way that C9 could possibly win. The Draven and the Ashe, they're living in a Kali horror simulator. This Summoner's Rift might as well be Silent Hill for these guys, all right? You had better be checking every little corner, every little shadow.
I mean, it's so terrifying because it's not even just Dokla. Palafox did the same thing to them as well. You gotta watch out for both of these guys who can absolutely destroy you at this point in the game. There's just not enough peel you can keep them off.
And this has been the new look of this CLG lineup. Any member can carry at different times or sometimes all at the same.
Oh boy. Luger has found Blabber. The arrow comes through, stuns him up, Contracts with a push. But Blabber is not low enough that they want to overcommit. CLG not just mindlessly, recklessly throwing themselves in, trying to secure a kill. They're happy to just take him low, force him back. Use the opportunity to get the wave pushing up here in the top lane. Looking for the tier 3. Contracts goes for the eject. And he throws the 2 Cloud9 carries backwards. Now they'll have some free firing time onto the tier 3 turret here. Blabber gets hit with a handshake, but no real damage threat just yet. Top lane, tier 3 turret, 1/2 HP. Palafox, fate sealed, but nobody's behind him, so it's just a little bit of poke damage, and CLG backs away.
Forcing out the flash there, though, from Sven. CLG just getting so close to closing this one out, to forcing game 5, to forcing silver scrapes here. Trying to pull off a huge playoff win for this team. To take down Cloud9 would mean so much to the CLG team and the CLG fans.
We heard it from Dokla himself in our video at the beginning of the day, talking about how strong of a team Cloud9 is, how well they've been playing, and how much it would mean to CLG if they could win this series. They said if they win this series, they feel like they can beat anyone.
That is an awesome thing to hear from a team that has just roared to life here in summer in a way that they have not been seen in what feels like decades, but in reality has still been years since CLG has been a real competitor, since CLG has been one of the big dogs.
Well, it's since 2019 since they've won a best-of-5 series, so it has been a while. Hot minute.
Indeed, a toasty second, my friend, as we do have 40 seconds until that next Drake spawns. The Drakes are very slow this game. It's still not Soul, even if CLG gets it. They're probably much more concerned here with the Baron, spawning in under 10 seconds now. C9, it's so dangerous for them to move up and even check this that you have to think CLG is just going to be going straight for it.
Okay, and you better think Blabber is thinking about that Baron steal he got on Nocturne.
Yep.
Can he repeat? He's got Flash, he's got Smite, he's got a Dream.
It's a little bit tougher with Trundle, as you kind of only have your Flash or that Blast Cone.
Yeah, you got a good old club there, too.
Here comes Teleports is showing up. Blabber's on the front line. He's going to be focused. Palafox jumps in, buying a bit of time for everybody else. He's
Dokla
very low. Dokla sweeping in, swooping in, and cutting Cloud9 to pieces. Late game Akali does whatever she wants. And damn,
you want to go home?
He's going home one way or the other, and Sven is going in the dirt as CLG is going to game 5. We're going the distance, baby. Let's do it.
This series has been so back and forth. I wouldn't have it any other way. CLG crushed Cloud9 in game number 4 here, 20-5. They're gonna have some fun, pad the stats, and take down that Nexus. We're going the distance.
Action-packed series. But the analysts expected what the people wanted.
I predicted 3-2 in this series as well, I'll have you know. Yeah. And honestly, the amount of 3-2s on the prediction board, no matter whose team logo was next to the 3-2, there was a startling amount of people thinking this one's going the full 5, and I am so damn happy we were all right.
And absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things that a lot of times when you make your predictions, you think, okay, 2 teams are pretty equal in strength, so you say 3-2. But a lot of those series don't actually go 5 games, right? Because one team figures something out, really creates an advantage that kind of gives them momentum throughout the series. This is actually 2 teams battling back and forth, giving us what we wanted, this absolute slugfest. Back and forth advantages taken out in draft. We saw the Ashe dominate in the first time it got brought out. This time, it's contracts making the difference, putting the Zeri ahead. And Ashe looked just useless the whole game long after that.
I think this game was super big for confidence as well.
Yes.
Being able to pull out the Akali and the Yone, double swap, flex later, and then having them be able to perform later on in this game. Like we said for Cloud9 at the beginning of the series when they had this giant lead, it's such a big momentum and confidence builder, and now CLG fighting back.
Especially after how the last game ended, right? With the kills at Baron, the game just ends. You could have easily seen CLG just kind of crumble after that.
Can't be living in the past.
But to be bringing out the confidence picks, to be flexing on them, even with a rough early game, Dokla getting bullied in lane so hard, was so far down. They have that one big Rift Herald fight. He gets a couple kills, and it's off to the races for the Akali.
And at the beginning of the day, the desk was even talking about the experience difference playing in these playoff situations, playing in high-pressure best-of-5s between Cloud9 and CLG. They might not have won a best-of-5 since 2019, but they are damn well looking like they're ready to end it here today. We're going to Game 5, but before that, we're heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. We asked for 5 games, and we get 5 games. Couldn't be happier about it as CLG finds a way to extend it. And I'll be honest, based on how that level 1 went, I'm amazed at how quickly they were actually able to kind of turn the tides of this game and get it rolling in their favor. Before we get to the gameplay itself, let's talk about Champion Select, because when their backs were against the wall, Raz, where do they go? They go to Akali and Yone.
Boom. Right back to where it all began for CLG, this split. Right back to Akali Yone. Because they saw the comp. They were like, Azir mid, Draven bot, immobile to a degree, carries, straight back into the backline. I like the idea. and it worked out for them.
For CLG side, I initially liked, C9's the Draven. I thought that was a cool call out. That,
Yes.
you know, Berserker has played this. He can pop off with it. The problem is double Enchanter bans remove some of the things that they would normally pair with it. And so they're trying to get lane dominance, so they go back to the Ashe, but that starts playing into that double assassin thing that you're talking about, where suddenly Ashe does not quite provide the peeling tools that a Yuumi or an actual Enchanter can provide. She gives you the engage, but not necessarily like, oh my god, someone's on my head, what do I do?
Yeah, this is one of those drafts where I look back at it. At the time, I enjoyed C9's draft. Like, I liked it. I thought it was a good idea, called back to game one. It's basically kind of relying on the tempo of all lanes winning. Renekton's going to have a good time because it recognized I'm either into Yone or Akali, and that's a win no matter what. And bot lane had double ranged. I thought that they would, much like game one, be able to hold on to that lead. That didn't happen. they got the lead level 1. And then guess what happened, Dash?
Contracts.
Boom! Flashed over the wall.
Yeah, this was really big because it was a response to that topside invade, right? Blabber was actually able to come around and then cross back through mid. This is where Contracts came, got on the Grom. And then this fight, as Azael mentioned, is so crucial because of what it does for the Akali. Because until that point, and even after this, the Renekton kind of takes over. But the fact that she was able to participate in this was huge.
I thought Contracts did a great job kind of bridging these lanes that should have been losing, as you were just talking about, Raz. He gets in the bot lane, disrupts that one. Suddenly, Luger had like 4 kills pre-15 minutes or something. That gave them enough pressure so that the Akali could eventually come online. And then when she did, for, you know, the Yone and Akali, it was just like, pick your poison. You can murder almost anyone on the enemy team.
It was actually so funny in these late game fights for this exact reason. You're like just watching Dokla go brrr throughout the entire team.
Look at this.
And he wasn't alone. It was just, it's so depressing from the C9's POV when these assassins are killing you from a screen away. And a lot of it came down to, as you mentioned, that bridge in Contracts' early game ganks.
For me, though, it's so much about how quickly they were able to turn what looked like an absolutely disastrous level 1, perhaps a series-ending level 1, into a stomp of a win, Emily. And this, I think, is a perfect kind of contrast to that first game, which Cloud9 kind of locked up handily. And then we had 2 very tough ones in the middle. And I almost feel like now momentum is squarely in CLG's favor now as we stare down a 5th and final game here.
And obviously, we already know Contracts likes to go bot side, but it was smart to recognize those openings because the Zeri being ahead, to your point, like, was actually so massive in this game. Luger had an insane performance, and the fact that they had already picked away the Renato, which was kind of the only Enchanter left, was really smart as well. Plus, the Akali Yone thing is something that I feel like only CLG is gonna pull out, right? And it is incredibly risky. Like, I kind of want to reiterate how incredibly risky that was.
Oh, for sure. I think all of us, I don't want to speak for Mark because I'm not sure you were in the room at the time. Like, I don't think any of us actually liked CLG's draft more necessarily at face value.
Well, then you can't be there to correct me if I say I loved it now.
That's true. I couldn't. So, you know what? That one of us
always
was right.
loved it.
One of the 4 of us was right.
Maybe it's results-oriented. Maybe it's how I actually feel.
All right, Mark, if you're so smart, let's talk about Game 5 then. And let's talk about what the look should be for either squad. And I actually do want to kind of talk with the 80 carries in mind, Luger and Berserker. While, of course, the Akali and the Yone managed to find their moments to pop off, throughout this series, it has felt like it's ultimately relied on, you know, the 80 carries to bring the damage, you know, kind of near the end of the game.
Well, the first thing is that now they'll have side select for C9. They're probably going back to blue. Blue has won every side or every game so far. And CLG started the series with side select and chose red because they're the higher seed. So that was maybe a mistake that is going to bite them in the butt now if they go back to blue side. And then they can do a better job setting up Berserker, because while the Draven, I think, was the right idea, they weren't the things that propped the Draven up other than just like more things that are threats or the Ashe giving lane dominance, but you couldn't speed the Draven up or get him into those fights.
Yeah, I thought it was really tough for both these carries. So like the jungler's going down bot side of the map to at least protect them or all these things. It's going to play a huge difference going into this last game. Like talking about the previous game that we just came out of, like Poppy was in a really tough spot personally after what happened in the level 1. But then, smart enough, recognizing jungler went topside for Crab, Blabber's not in the way, so I can actually help my AD carry. So that's going to be for sure the focal point with how well both of these guys, Luger and Berserker, has been playing all series long. I think that's going to be the explanation point in this series.
It's a meaningless point, but I love that Berserker's got one more kill, but also one more death. And that's the only difference. The only difference in their KDAs across 4 games. And again, look at that damage percentage that Luger had for his team. Again, kind of showcasing how important he's been once they get to those mid to late game team fights. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of questions about how either team is going to set those 80 carries up for success. It has been confirmed for me that C9 will select blue side, as you predicted, Mark. And I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. But Emily, 5th and final game of a best-of-5 series is always where we fall back on that very same reason why the majority of us predicted Cloud9 to win this series to begin with. It's about experience in best-of-5s, and Cloud9 has it in loads.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. So to go back to Palafox's point where he's like, you know, like, we want to come in, we want to just play super, super aggro, we want to play with confidence. I think the last draft, which initially, like I said, I did prefer C9's draft in that, the bringing in the Yone and Akali speaks to the fact that they're like, we believe in our solo laners. We believe that they can carry, and that makes, despite the fact that obviously C9 are going to return to blue side, that makes this upcoming draft super interesting to me because regardless of whether they have the same amount of experience, they absolutely believe in their players.
I'm so excited to see Game 5. It feels like the entire season, yes, it's double elimination, but it feels like the season comes down to this. CLG's been talking about, oh, we're young guns, we're not given the respect we deserve. It's all these nameplates that people are respecting. You see that experience. It's their chance in Game 5 to shut everyone up and take down all that experience.
Are you convinced? Is anyone going to make it? Is it going to happen?
I think it's going to be Cloud9. It kind of reminds me, look, I know, I think it's going to be Cloud9.
You think it's going to be the same?
I think it is. Just because, hey, last time in the finals, when they had Perks on that team, when it came to Game 5, their coaching staff said, hey, Scion draft. They have
Tell me what I already know, Raz. While we await
tank.
Silver Straight for catching up with a notable Cloud9 alum. Check it out.
In the tank.
Are you calling for orange?
Oh, I should eat coffee. I didn't eat coffee.
Yeah. You want coffee after? If we lose, you want coffee?
Eating coffee is pretty good.
It's fine. This is last game.
Stan and Berserker trying to get away. CLG don't want to let him. Berserker's down. Luger's on a killing spree. It's Zeri!
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, it's good. They have flashes. Have flashes. Let's burn them. Let's go!
Looks so quick and easy to disengage. Fudge goes up the wall, but he's right in the middle of 4. This one, done.
They gotta be careful. A big knockback, and that's the kill into Morgana. Azir goes down as well, but the dunks are coming through. A double kill for Balls. A triple kill for Balls. Holy cow!
All the criticism you've had to bear with in the last couple of weeks, how did you manage to come strong into this game and even pull this off versus this team?
Well, all that Diamond 2 practice. Hi, my name is Balls, and I played for C9 for like 3 years, and FlyQuest for 1 year. Currently, I am trying to become a software engineer. I'm studying coding right now and taking a few classes. My favorite memory from when I played in LCS was probably at Worlds when if we beat Nodgen Whitefield like 1 game away, we just make it, and they were a really insane team at the time, and just one team fight or anything can happen. One team fight can change the game.
Okay, let's go. Scoop up. Don't kill yourself from turrets, okay?
This is for Kaboom! This is for Kaboom!
I guess another memory like from LCS was when I guess after we qualified, me and Lemon had like the infamous interview. And I think we just went back to the house and just like all watched it and laughed for like an hour. And that was like the greatest time ever.
You guys are in the LCS, how's that feel?
Really good.
I don't know, it's just super great.
Yeah.
Pretty great.
Are you prepared to be pro gamers already, or is it still sinking in?
We've been practicing like in a lot of scrims, and we're like just prepared for this. Like we're just like we already knew like.
You already knew?
Yeah, we just knew.
I think this will be a lot more.
After our interview together, the LCS was like, yeah, we gotta get these two away from each other.
The time has come. The teams today have gone the full 5-game series distance, and now it's down to one last draft and one last game to see who gets to stay in the upper bracket.
And what a first ban here. Surprise, surprise. The Yone flex pick. Both solo laners can play it right off the bat. This raises greatly the priority on Azir.
Yep.
Blind pick Azir. CLG have to decide now. Do we ban the Zillion, the Azir? Jungle we're looking at still here. There's no Poppy ban.
So the big thing I'm looking at for this draft overall, Blue has won all 4 games today. CLG is going to have to solve the problem that this series has had of winning on the red side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a really interesting one. So they're actually banning Kennen as their answer because Kennen had been the blind on 3, both the blue side games.
Yeah.
For C9. So they're saying that has been the issue. In the last game that they lost to C9, I would definitely agree where Fudge was roasting them.
Yes, sir.
In the first game, it was really kind of less. This is obviously a little bit of a joke. But I do think it's probably going to be Azir, right? With Yone banned out, Azir feels like a really, really strong pick. Lulu, though, going to be the
They're
prio
going to take
here.
the Zeri. They're going to take the Lulu Zeri, and they have to trade Azir Poppy for it.
Or does CLG not allow them to take the Zeri? CLG could be the ones to pick it up for themselves if they wanted to prioritize that pick in particular. Of course, if they don't, they can always save Sivir till free. Now, what is it going to be for Counter Logic Gaming?
Oh,
they
they
will.
take it away.
They
The chosen
prioritize
AD
this Zeri so much more than
Karma.
C9 does, and Karma right next to it.
They're trying to go super lane dominant because now the obvious option is Sivir, right? But they want to go right at him here, with the Karma, with the Zeri, picking for lane dominance. Sivir's going to get locked in either way. I do think CLG has been getting the better of this 2v2 overall. They have been the ones coming out on top. Contract's really getting involved down there often as well. And now it is Fudge on the blind pick top here. He's taking Dokla's pick away from him. That had been kind of the inverse of what we saw in those last couple
I think
games.
that's actually better for CLG. Dokla does way better, in my opinion, on carry champions in the top lane. And they can just pick up the Trundle in response. It has been good in the jungle. Plus, it counters the Sejuani later on with the ultimate.
And it doesn't really feel like it's too much of a denial from CLG when the Sejuani was the pick into the Kennen anyway, right? Like, that's what they were drafting into that. And with Kennen banned away, that can't be the matchup anyway. So, bottom laners plus top side for C9 plus jungler for CLG. Who gets banned? Who gets focused here in the second half of the draft?
Azir has got it, right?
You would expect it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, CLG doesn't have to because they can take it on 4, right? So C9 kind of has to ban that away, I think. But, you know, you maybe want to focus Blabber, and you maybe want to focus Dokla. I do think C9 will probably have to spend an Azir ban. The Zillion getting taken away here. CLG definitely aren't going to ban it because they should take it on 4. But, you know, there is a potential that they want counterpick still. In that case, they might be the ones to ban it.
I think CLG just banned a jungle with second ban here.
Yeah, C9 need to ban it. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Azir already off the table, and so jungle ban comes through. You could technically put the Sejuani in the jungle, but that would be even worse. So, you know, something like Jarvan has been pretty effective previously. One of those team fight setups for them.
And then I think the last ban for C9 is just targeting Dokla, very likely, right? Trying to knock him down a little bit. But we'll see if that is, in fact, going to be the case. They ban away the Orianna. Maybe Cloud9 want to spend another mid lane ban then if the pool is really getting thinned out here quite a lot. You know, already the Yone, the Azir, the Zillion, the Orianna, all taken off the table here. LeBlanc, another high prio one. Ahri has been pretty big. Silas, so there's lots of options still.
Yep. C9 still have a little bit of time left to think about what they want to do with this one. Instead, they're just going to get rid of that blind, pickable topside tank. With Trundle having already been taken by CLG, they don't have an immediate just get rid of the tank answer if the Ornn does get picked.
Well, and we have to remember Sejuani's already taken, so, you know, they're not even worried about the blind. They just don't want to play that tank matchup.
Right, exactly.
And this is what they were banning in second round of bans, even when they blinded Kennen, right? They're actually banning away the Ornn, and then Dokla would go to the Sejuani. So if they want to have him on a tank, which they do not, it's going to be Gwen. So Dokla going to be going back to the carries, playing something a little bit more aggressive. Remember, the true damage did get nerfed. On the center snip of the Q, it went from 75%, I think, of the damage down to 50 on this patch, so it has been nerfed. LeBlanc does feel like an obvious one. It's one of Jensen's best champs historically. It is fairly blind pickable here, but Lissandra and answers like that are more niche could potentially come out.
LeBlanc has already eaten a few bans so far in this series, and now in game number 5, she will make her first appearance.
Do you think Palafox slams down like a Lissandra or a Mouse?
He also really likes the Rise into it, I know, so it's one of these two, Lissandra, Rise.
Viego, the jungler for C9, here is their final pick of the draft. CLG, they still got a little bit of time left to think, hey, he must have heard you, Isaac. He's hovering over all these.
I mean, those are the big kind of obvious solo queue counter picks. We don't always get them in pro play. Malzahar's really good. It is going to be Vex instead. So if you prime the Fear passive with the W, as soon as he goes in, you can hit him with the W. You do have to hold your spells to be able to land the Fear as soon as he distorts in. But that can be very, very effective, and it gives them some dive here alongside Dokla. Palafox can be flying into that back line, you know, trying to pile in. It is double AP soul laners, Karma's magic damage, and Zeri has a lot of magic damage though, so MR is going to be hyper effective here, I think, on the Sejuani.
Yep.
And even things like, you know, potentially like a Mar or something for Blabber could be really, really good.
We've had bloody bottom lanes, we've had bloody top lanes. I think this is the game for the bloody mid lanes here early. The mid laner that gets to roam between LeBlanc and Vex first has huge implications for that bottom lane. And those AD carries are going to be scaling. The AD carries have determined the later game. So which mid laner gets opened up first to be able to move down there. Vex, super long range on the ultimate. Burst champion can definitely make those just as powerful as the roams from a LeBlanc assassin.
And this seems really hard for a Sivir to play. Between the Gwen immunity, the pillars there, all the dive coming in, it's going to be really difficult with that short range to actually navigate these fights and get out enough damage.
Well, that is the task. C9 and CLG tied up at 2-2. CLG trying to do what neither team has been able to accomplish so far in this series, getting a win on the red side. What do you got here for us, Isaac? Sounds like something interesting.
Luger playing Cleanse Ghost. Not something I can ever say I've seen in pro play. So he's actually dropping the flash straight up, saying he's going to get more value out of the Ghosts here. It does mean that in these long extended fights, it could be really, really valuable, but if Jensen pops out of nowhere right onto you, you cannot necessarily dodge with just the ghost. Same thing with Sedge 20 ults and all this, so there is going to be a cost to that.
I do not remember the last time I saw Ghost Cleanse
where it wasn't
serious
inching.
Right, exactly. It's normally the big red flag warning, but here in game number 5, Luger thinks that's the answer to this C9 comp.
Won't be able to flash away from Viego ultimates, won't be able to flash away from LeBlanc's distortions. See if that move speed can keep him just on the outskirts of danger, though. When used perfectly, that move speed can be devastating.
They're next week, guys. Calm down. All right, but yeah, no, it's going to be interesting, right? It's putting a lot of faith in your ability to sidestep skill shots and your ability to use that E perfectly to be able to actually dash out here and dodge it. You can see Jensen career 24-7 on LeBlanc. Absolutely monstrous.
Yes, CLG is in their hell. So the last time CLG was in Summer Split playoffs in 2019, so just the fact they made it here is impressive enough, but they're really taking C9 to map 5 for round 1, so it's a really big day for the CLG fans. Yes, it is. This squad has showed up so big, all split long, and now they're making Cloud9 go the distance. Sven losing out in these early trades against Luger and Poom. Remember, game number 1, it was Berserker and Sven with that Kalista absolutely slamming the bottom lane. But ever since then, Luger and Poom have bounced back wonderfully.
Yeah, and he's actually using his Qs on the minions here, not going for the extra harassment as Berserker and Sven trying to get early access to the level 2. Second wave has arrived, trying to chunk it down.
Okay, I'll just keep shooting those. Meanwhile, top side, Dokla versus Fudge. Dokla hitting level 2 first. Just chops him up.
Yeah, that's rough. You just gotta stay in XP range now. Sven and Berserker trying to play for level 2 here, trying to make sure that they're not missing that last melee minion. They likely are going to miss it. Only Sven gets it, so Berserker did miss the XP on that minion. He will be 1 down. Not the biggest of deals, but Karma is gonna be tough for them to actually deal with in this 2v2. Karma's so much more lane dominant. And we see another Mantra Q hit that's back-to-back that he's been able to nail. They're going to be running out of sustain on that C9 bot lane.
Meanwhile, I really like that we have this view right now because you can see with the pushing lanes
they want to dive top. Look at where Contracts is going.
Oh, do they actually have what it takes to pull off this dive, though? Dokla and Contracts. Okay, Dokla takes a little snip out of him. Fudge still has about half of his HP. Contract's going to start it off. Fudge wants to get away, but it can't be done. Is it a 1-for-1? Yes, the turret finishes it off and ties it up.
That is huge for Fudge, able to actually get that 1-for-1. Does get the flash out of Contracts, the ghost out of Dokla. He can TP back and pick up most of the wave here. That is really, really big. Would have been rough if he goes down without getting anything.
But I love the fact that, again, it's a 3-minute first blood. It's these teams willing to play aggro early. It's such a fun series to watch. As Sven eats a little bit of damage, Luger and Poom backing up. They know their jungler is on the other side of the map. Even if C9's is doing the same, it means they don't have any help, and their health bars are not looking fantastic. Poom's gonna try to freeze this wave right here. Goes for a bit of Mantra Q poke, but just barely misses it. Now the wave collides, Luger can pick it up and just keep on scaling here with this Zeri that's had a lot of big moments so far in this series.
Yeah, able to get the first shot there for Cloud9's bottom lane though, so they'll get the first reset. And the tracking you can see already coming out as they ping down the expected side here for Cloud9. Blabber resets up the top side there with the Viego. They know they're gonna play around the expected position. With those Scuttle Crabs traded as well, it's gonna be opposite side jungle.
Something we'll also have to keep in mind for later on is that C9 is playing with the extra teleport. This is not something we've really seen so far in that series. Palafox, had always been playing TP himself, but it is going to be Ignite this time on the Vex, so he's looking for that kill pressure. But it does mean that CLG are going to have... Oh my God, Blabber flashed the wall. He's looking for the wraparound.
He really wants this on Dokla. The mist coming around the wall. Dokla's going to at least be able to see that one to start his retreat. But Fudge is ready to layer the CC. CLG's top laner lives! He lives!
Woo, just barely. All right, that is definitely going to be TP used. Blabber, though, I like the attempt because you can just actually hover behind the Scuttle Crab vision if you hug the top side wall of the Baron Pit. He did that and then flashed around to guarantee he gets there. But now CLG know, all right, top side jungle pressure for Cloud9. We've got bottom side pressure. Let's push in.
Yeah, what? Palafox was 6. I think they could threaten that dive, but without it, that's way too risky.
Yeah, there's just not enough burst when they're both at full HP, when it is a Lulu that has the ability to polymorph one of the targets. Very scary stuff. Back in top side, yes, Dokla has used teleport to return, but now immediately walking back away from Fudge. Sejuani's surprisingly capable of trading back pretty well as long as you don't get caught in the middle part of those scissors.
Yep, absolutely. You just got to be looking for the side steps. It's so important to use your dodges side to side against Gwen instead of front to back. You always got to be dodging that true damage here.
Contracts showing up mid lane as the mid laners trade back and forth a little bit, but Jensen had level 6 first, so Contracts' presence there is just saying, hey, you can't try to do any crazy all-ins right before he hits 6, just shadowing him a little bit.
Meanwhile, we still have not had the recall from Luger. Staying in lane this entire time, pushing out again. Here goes Palafox, so hits the ultimate.
Palafox looking for Jensen, but he can't get enough damage. It just forces out the passive. Jensen doesn't need to use his flash. Both summoners from Palafox there.
This is actually huge for Jensen because he has TP advantage, so Poom needs to help him reset this wave as fast as possible because Jensen is going to TP back, and if this wave gets held, then Palafox would be way down. So Poom will be able to help him reset it. The wave won't get frozen, I don't think, unless Jensen wants to try to get back and pull it to the side brush. No, he's just going to clear it out, looks like.
Yeah, instantly going to answer here. He does have the flash advantage, so Vex is actually very vulnerable in this matchup. Okay. Now there's no threat for Palafox, no ultimate for the burst, no ignite, but also no defense, no flash to escape. LeBlanc with flash is a guaranteed setup, and once you pass this 7-minute mark, Blabber should be hitting level 6 anytime now. With Viego ultimate, that is insane kill pressure on this Vex. LeBlanc can guarantee the engage, Blabber with the ultimate could look for the execution. So Cloud9 got to be thinking a route, possible plays to punish that mid.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, Jensen just ended up bending the wave, not actually pushing it, so he did actually pull the wave a bit, and it means at least a full wave will be denied from Palafox, and the wave is going to be in that perfect spot to actually set up a gank, and that's why we see Blabber hanging around. Fudge was cheating down from top lane, and Palafox is playing max range because he knows he could be in trouble.
Exactly, since that Vex has no escapes there, no flash or anything, so hovering at tower. Also hovering to his side of the jungle. You can see as he moves down to the bottom side over by Contracts.
Luger will step up to the tri-brush here, fires out the laser in case Berserker and Ben try to take that shortest route back to the turret. Luger's Zeri. Very, very frightening stuff here. This pick has been incredibly potent so far in the series. Still, gonna have to see how the Ghost change affects the performance here in this Game 5.
Is it just gonna be the Dragon 4 Herald trade here? CLG pings go down. They've got vision in the back of the Herald pit. They know that Cloud9 are getting the Herald right now for nothing, and Jensen still has flash, so LeBlanc is fairly safe.
Contracts throws out a pillar.
Fine.
But this is how much LeBlanc cares about champions that walk at you. It's very easy for her to just shrug and get back to safe.
So that's huge for Cloud9. CLG got 0, and Cloud9 get an entire free Herald.
They see him on red.
They actually catch this. They're coming over. Blabber comes back. All right, it is a red buff for Rift Herald.
That's not a good trade if you're the side getting the red buff. Unless the red buff leads to a kill and then more objectives afterwards.
Yeah. What is the future of this red buff?
There's a lot of conditionals here around this red buff, but CLG will try to take whatever else is available here in the jungle as they do have Poom working together with Contracts to move forward and take those away. Palafox has his ulti ready to go here on the Vex, which can create very powerful situations if you're able to reset in these team fights.
It's also just going to be interesting to see how Berserker performs later on, given that he now has the Enchanter on his side. He has yet to have this, in this entire series. They're either playing with Ashe support or an Engage support, right? So now as you scale to that later stage, you have the speed ups, you have that safety that the Lulu does bring. And Lulu Whimsy plus the Ghost plus the Sivir ulti is such an overwhelming amount of move speed that if you ever start to win the fight, you can absolutely chase down your opponents.
Luger and Berserker trading here, but Berserker doesn't want to keep the trade going too long. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Boom also staying right here in the brush next to Luger in case anything happens. So Berserker clears out the wave. Very close farm here in the bottom lane, very close in top lane, very close in jungle. About a one-wave lead in mid. Both tides dead even 10 minutes in.
All's fun in games, you know, when you've got more games to play, but game 5, there's so much more restraint here, so much more pressure coming for both sides. They know this is your last chance. So we're seeing a lot more caution. This is not the crazy bloodshed so far that we've had this series.
I mean, it's tough, right? You want to be the player to make that winning play, but you definitely don't want to be the guy who costs your team the game here. Fudge will be pushed back. Poom with that roam timer. It is Cloud9 who are going to have their support down on bot's side, but Blabber just coming top to match to make sure that this wave can be reset. He wants to cover Fudge, make sure that Fudge is not in trouble, and is still holding on to that Herald. So going to be interested to see where he does elect to drop it.
Exactly. That's one of the things that my eyes are immediately drawn to. Less than half the timer on that remaining.
And I would advise you drop it mid, because if you can take down the Vex's tower, it becomes way, way easier for you to push out the LeBlanc, roam around to your side lanes. Here we go, though. Contract skanking topside. Well, mid lane is comboed!
Palafox stays alive, though. 100 HP left. Jensen goes back underneath the turret and gets the kill while Fudge dies top. It's a 1-for-1 across the rift.
That cooldown I was talking about for Palafox just came up. There were a few seconds left on his flash timer. Cloud9 have it timed down to the T. They finally get the play. We're hyping up the LeBlanc flash in for the distortion chain, and they get the kill onto Palafox. Meanwhile, though, as you said, that topside gank did work out. Contracts gets the Gwen fed, and that is some more late game insurance for them.
Absolutely. I mean, you're already going to get outscaled in this matchup, so putting the Gwen ahead early is going to be really, really nice. We can see this one more time. Fudge.
Pillar timing on the charge.
Yeah, just drops it early. I mean, he's just getting shredded by the R. Maybe he used the, they already Salted to just get back in that brush to start the recall. But now we can see mid lane how this gets set up. Jensen in, connects the chain. Once the chain is there, the stun lands from Blabber. The follow-up with the ulti is
number
through.
2.
Really nicely done.
Yeah, even with Boom there for the shield, Jensen can flash in to finish it in the end. So they take their time, but in the last couple seconds of that flash cooldown, they do return. They make good on the play. Gwen all the way out to a completed Rift Maker, though. Gets very difficult for the Sejuani once the Gwen starts to be able to sustain up off him with the Conqueror, with the true damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just don't really hurt him anymore at that point. Like, if he has the ultimate available, it's just not even worth trading. You just start fighting minions. But, you know, Fudge, this is not like the Aatrox game. It's fine to be behind on the Sejuani as long as you're not getting completely run over. Right. You're playing more for the team fight. You have this Sivir plus Lulu bot lane. That is really your win con. So you just have to stay relevant and not allow Dokla to really run over this game and allow a side lane win condition for CLG.
CLG are going to walk into the river. It's a 2v2.
Pillar. Beautiful.
Blabber is the target, and he has to immediately defensively ult to get away. Contract's pillar placement trapped him in otherwise.
Yeah, does get the ultimate out there. So Viego reduced threat effectiveness here. Dokla did use his ult as well, though, to be able to fight that 2 versus 2. So fairly even cooldown trades across the board.
Fudge trying to freeze this wave here in front of the turret. Blabber still hanging out behind him just in case they try to stop that freeze from occurring. Dokla does end up losing the recall timer that he was going for there, but Blabber still sticking around. Dokla tries to get away. Nice accuracy, point blank. Dokla can't fight him off, and C9 gets their 3rd kill.
Really well played by Cloud9, getting back up to that top side. With Dokla not having his ult, they know he cannot turn around these 1v2s. He can't just sustain through it. They find the kill, and they don't even have to commit the ignite from Fudge.
Yeah, really good job not giving up on the play. Blabber wrapping around to trail here for the lane gank on Viego. After not having ultimate, he's able to follow up on the Sejuani CC to actually get that kill for Cloud9 and increase their gold lead, 1.3K.
Boom tries to get away over the wall, uses the flash to break the chains. Palafox coming around. He'll poke Jensen a little bit, but C9 are the ones that are bloodthirsty now.
And it's a great move from Jensen. You know, Kobe, you talked about how much that lane prio in mid matters between these 2 assassins here. You know, Jensen is playing TP. They got that kill on Palafox, so he's been the one with the push. He used his prio there to move down towards bot side, forces splash off of Boom.
And the big thing is the early completion of the Ludens. So that 900 gold advantage for the LeBlanc is your biggest spike. Your Ludens plus your Sork Shoes plus your rank 2 ultimate at level 11. This is giant kill threat and uses it there. Meanwhile, Dragon started up, or at least leashed out. They don't have contracts here. He's on the Rift Herald, so.
Yeah. You can't do both at once. That's definitely illegal.
Not happening here, as Blabber will be the first into the pit now, as everybody from CLG backs away. Blabber will secure this one, but the Herald for CLG's side could mean a lot of gold in their pockets if they get a good use of it. Meanwhile, one wave will be eaten by the bottom lane tier 1, as CLG completely left that one, rotating their guys around.
And I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, both teams, when you're playing with the Gwen, going for the Herald to try to actually get this split push win condition ahead makes a lot of sense. And on the other side, trying to snowball towards Soul, having this way to actually draw the enemy into a 5v5 as Cloud9's composition also really is playing towards their win condition.
But that Soul is still a very long way away. That first Drake only just now dropping 15 minutes into the game. As Fudge, no fear in this 1v1 against the Gwen, can still trade against him a little bit. You guys touched on it earlier, but as a bruiser or a fighter champion gets more of these items, gets more of the sustain, it's so hard for the tank to do meaningful damage.
Yeah, you just never commit to the all-in because you're never going to have enough damage to actually burst him down.
No.
You can try to take these short trades, but you'll notice in a lot of these trades, Fudge won't actually commit his Arctic Exalt, the Q, because if you dash in on him, Gwen is going to pop Ghost, pop ulti, and look to run you down.
And you keep going for those trades to set them up for when you do have your jungler or your mid laner there. You do have that kill threat damage. So you keep making those trades, for the occasion that you do have it, and you kind of set that mental expectation.
Dokla waiting in the brush, Contracts waiting in the wings. Fudge doesn't want nothing to do with it. He's going to step backwards and do his own brushes here, but can Contracts work his way into the lane brushes without being seen? He's made it into brush number 1, but now he's got to sneak into brush number 2.
When Fudge does not have Blabber here, Blabber's pathing away from top lane, then you stop out on the trades. No reason, especially as a Sejuani, to bait yourself in or go for anything there. Contracts here, still waiting around, looking for a little bit of a counter gank because Blabber has been so active up there, but the timing now is completely opposite.
All right, they use the blue trinket and just find Dokla waiting in the brush. Contracts has decided this is more than enough time to be spent up here. He's back into the jungle.
And Blabber's really pulled away in CS there with the Viego, farming out. Full clear for him. Gets all of his camps done as he clears away from that top side of the map, all the way down here. Mid lane now, Vex ultimate flashed.
Okay, Sven gets away from it, but now Berserker taking some damage from Contracts. Nothing more gonna pull through from that one. Blabber jumps back in, finds a little bit. Worth pointing out as well, Blabber with a longsword in his inventory after completing that first item tells me he's not going to be going for the Dead Man's Plate Force of Nature tanky style of Viego, much more of the bruiser style that we've seen before.
Yeah, very likely going to be the Death Stance there with the armor plus the longsword coming through. Also got to showcase that nice little interaction with Zeri and Trundle. You can use the Trundle pillar to set up the Zeri zap to be able to get that guaranteed through, through terrain. You get that guaranteed crit. It is a lot of damage.
Meanwhile, this LeBlanc continues to scale up. Jensen just got solo gold on the bottom tower. Cloud9 are funneling Jensen right now. The extra money, that is going to go into the Shadow Flame Fund. And that is tremendous burst damage. You can make game-winning plays on LeBlanc. You're always looking at, does the enemy team have any point-and-click CC to lock me down? It has to be Vex being in range to land a fear or something like that to actually answer it. Otherwise, Jensen goes wild this game.
Absolutely, and I do think, something we touched on at the start, the Flash versus Ghost choice here for Luger, you definitely want Flash against LeBlanc, right? So if the LeBlanc is getting out of control and he Flash distorts on you, there's no ability to kind of have that instant reaction to respond to it. So that is definitely very, very scary here for Luger. And I like the choice, from Cloud9, just funneling this gold as much as possible into Jensen because he is their mid-game power. As long as Berserker is farming for late and Jensen is moving around the map here early, I think Cloud9 are in a pretty good spot.
And Shadow Flame is such a perfect item because you're looking at this mid-game burst and enemy team has so many shields with the Karma on their team, you're going to get full value out of it. Jensen already used his Distortion, blue slow plus red buff.
Yeah, I mean, even with Distortion down, you're still LeBlanc against a pure melee champion.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to walk that one off without any real sweat appearing on your forehead. There are 50 seconds till our next Drake spawns. It's a 1-0 lead in that department for C9. But the big thing is C9 are now up 2,500 gold just about 20 minutes in. That's a respectable lead that could really influence whether or not CLG wants to take some of these fights.
It absolutely can. And I mean, you're seeing it kind of showcased in some of these item differences here. You know, Jensen almost has the Shadow Flame, just needs the completion gold. Palafox is way far away from his next item. 2 items are already done there for Berserker on the same side. You know, Luger does not have his done just yet.
Ooh, this could be it. Blue buff on Jensen too.
Oh, Palafox is in trouble now, buddy. That Everfrost ain't hitting nothing. Jensen's still looking for him. Palafox fires back the ulti. Manages to fear Jensen away. But that matchup is clearly in the favor of C9.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you get the jump on him. He just used both spells there for Palafox, so good job from Jensen. Gets the ultimate down from Palafox. That is a longer cooldown. And Dragon, meanwhile, here, chopped up by Blabber.
Blabber going in for that one, as the scoreboard pointed out that we also have the Winter's Approach done for Sejuani that will evolve into Fimbulwinter as soon as he casts one more spell. Tier evolutions are always huge spikes in power because of the amount of time that it takes to stack it up, so that's going to mean even more for a Cloud9 roster that is already ahead. Infernal Soul is the flavor of the Drakes here this time around.
Oh, that's terrifying. When you see a Fed LeBlanc on the other side and you're thinking about Infernal Soul,
yep,
that's scary stuff.
Boom getting away from these guys as C9 brings a lot of manpower towards the mid lane. CLG bringing contracts over to, man, that turret's dead as hell. There is no way they're keeping that one alive. Nice sidestep from Boom.
Karma speed, baby. Nice little move here. Looks like Doklet also finds the control ward that was in the back, so very even vision lines this time. Cloud9 with the 2,000 gold and 2 dragons to their name.
CLG will keep trying to prevent the waves from crashing into the turret. Like I say, as soon as anything hits that turret, it is dead. If Cloud9 are allowed to control the wave, CLG will lose the tier 1. CLG looking to put the same consequence on their opponent. The teleport's coming in. Oh no, Jensen!
TP, that one is going to be right back to the fountain. Let's see about the turn. Palafox has ult back on Vex now as well. See him creeping here on the top side, looking for a flank.
This could tell the story of the entire game, of the entire series. Right here, CLG at Baron down to 5,000.
Ultimate flash.
Vex fires off the ulti. But the Vex ult is not going to find the mark just yet. Nice spell shield there from Berserker, as now they're ready to go right back in! A massive move from Palafox as Fudge falls, and Sven goes with him.
In game number 5, CLG make their stand at Baron. Blabber fishing around. He's got 50% HP. Does take another chunk from another Q from Palafox.
Gone. No shot.
This is such a massive turn off the back of such a bad TP that came from Jensen, that came from the Fed LeBlanc, and everything is upside down now. Counter Logic Gaming is in the driver's seat.
You gotta think, Cloud9 comms were saying, hey, on this tower, when they commit to try and kill it, we make the counterattack.
Yep.
And we need a flank teleport coming in. Jensen, teleport in. But as the teleport starts, look at how quickly, this is not the replay we're looking for. This is the Baron engage from Palafox. He just flashes in. Vex doesn't need ultimate. If you have flash, flashes in, gets the fear. But the tower, as they focus down and they commit to the tower, the Trundle Pillar from Contracts cut off the rest of Cloud9. So then Jensen was all by himself on that flank. And it's a good heads-up play from CLG. They're like, great, the channeling teleport cannot be stopped. Just go group up on arrival. They insta-fear and kill him.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's easy to criticize Jensen there, but at the same time, the tower was going to die, so he can't TP to that. And the only ward in the area was that pink ward, so if the call is to fight, he's TPing in near the team, but C9 cannot kind of hold that position, cannot defend around him. So as soon as he arrives, Palafox has the instant fear with the W, and you are just toast. And it's meant so much now, swinging CLG into the lead in a game that had felt like it was all Cloud9, slowly creating these incremental advantages.
Yeah, coordination in the bigger moments is what means more, because like you're saying, Cloud9 stacked up so many neutral objectives, double dragons plus the gold lead at the time, but with that mistake, with that coordination fumble, and the team not being able to follow up, CLG retake the lead.
But how far can they build it? Remember, Cloud9's lead peaked around 2,500, 3,000 gold. CLG is currently up about 500, with that Baron power play being a little over 1,000 in itself. They want to get more out of these next 90 seconds.
Meanwhile, we've got two different split pushers. Dokla with the Baron buff through mid, Jensen on the top side, and Jensen doesn't have teleport, so CLG, no, we've got the numbers advantage on the bottom half of the map. There's no teleport for LeBlanc. He's going to have to recall.
CLG are going to keep pushing these waves up. The tier 2 turret defense is going to be given up by C9, or at least it appears. Fudge coming around from the side. Contracts gets hit, but the subjugate on the enemy tank means he can still walk it off. Blabber's coming in from the side. No angle here for a reset just yet. Massive AoE haste there from Poom, getting everybody out, but Blabber is still looking.
Whoa. They get off the recalls for everybody. Poom gonna walk his way out, and Cloud9 just are gonna go for blue quadrant steal here. Very close to getting caught in that chase. CLG get Dokla out from mid and the rest of the team away from bottom. They got away with the mid secondary tower, not quite enough to get this, the second one on bottom side, but Cloud9 still with the extra buffs from these two dragons are in the lead. And with number 3 coming up, they're looking for the plan of contracts.
Alrighty, CLG is healed up. They're not in danger as much anymore, but it is sole point if C9 claims this Drake. CLG has the best shot they've had at a neutral fight, fair and square, this whole game long. Keep your eyes on Jensen. That's the big difference maker here for C9. That's the damage that got picked off before the fight could even start when CLG was able to claim their Baron. Palafox, root onto 2. Blabber is low. Stay for the wild growth. He's not able to go into reset. City of Berserkers under pressure. They kill the enemy AD carry. C9 have lost 2, but they've killed 1. Sven runs back into the enemy turret. I can't even stay hyped watching a Lulu run through a turret.
He goes down! The teleport to top side for Jensen. Cloud9 already in evasive maneuvers here. They want to go for at least the split push on top side, but CLG win that team fight and they get their first dragon of the game.
That's huge for CLG, and not only did they kill Berserker, they got the flash off him, they got the flash off of Sven. You know, Blabber, Jensen, everyone is piling in on Palafox, and yes, they do get the kill, but the stopwatch bought enough time for CLG's front line to chase down and kill off Berserker.
Yeah, Cloud9 thought they could go on Palafox because he just used his passive fear, no fear proc, but then as they go in on him, he just Everfrost Blabber right there, and that Viego blew up. Instantly killed. Meanwhile, Dokla was in the backline. Guess what? You haven't had to fight this Gwen problem all game long there for the backline, but Dokla's got 3 items now. Nerfs to the center snip true damage, yes, but 3.5 item Gwen is still gonna rip through any backline member.
It's so difficult to deal with it. The needles flying over the wall, chasing Berserker through his own flash. Let's see how it went down again.
So, Everfrost here, and then this is what we're talking about. Blabber gets blown up here, and on the bottom side, Contracts and Dokla, 2v1 Berserker. Berserker has to flash away, the needlework kills him through the wall, and it's a wipe for Cloud9. Have to teleport Jensen out, Sven goes and dives into the turret.
Yep, I mean, everyone from Cloud9 was piling in to actually try to get that initial kill, and Berserker just gets sectioned off from the team. The Wild Growth had already been used on Blabber, everything poured into that dive to try to kill off Palafox. And unfortunately for Berserker, it means he was left behind. He does have the IE now, but he's not ahead of Luger. These 2 marksmen are on even keel.
Also worth saying, you know, that stopwatch for Palafox returns tremendous value. Viego, it's the biggest stopper to those Viego resets.
Exactly.
Stopwatches, Zonias, Guardian Angels.
People talk about the frustration of being able to focus Viego down as soon as he gets a reset, right? Preventing that first reset, you flip the frustration back onto him and immediately turn the fight.
Absolutely. Some big purchases, though, happening. You know, I already mentioned both the IEs, but now Jensen has Death Cap, and that is massive. Because there's not really any MR on the other side whatsoever. Trundle has 1 Null Magic Mantle. That is it, because there's so much physical damage between Viego and that Sivir. But it does mean that if Jensen can land a full combo on one of these members, he definitely has the ability to take them down 100-0.
And you can see 2 needlessly large rods in the inventory of Dokla, meaning even more power coming up soon. Once he completes Death Cap, that is a very scary place for Cloud9 to be if those scissors are anywhere near him. 2.5 minutes till Drake spawns. Baron is alive. CLG got the first one. Cloud9 do not want to give away a second. CLG up to about a 2,000 gold lead now, closing in on where C9 was when the fatal teleport happened and the punish from CLG flipped this game upside down. It's topside river control for C9.
They've got the speed. Berserker has ultimates. They've got the Shirelias as well.
They're going in for this. Dokla is all alone, and C9 piles in after the CLG top laner. Jensen keeping the reinforcements away. Dokla's not going to get any value out of his own stasis there with the Hourglass.
That is so huge for Cloud9, and now they can try to go to Baron. Jensen did such a good job playing bodyguard because CLG were forcing their way up there. They even got the ghost off of Luger, and now they're going for the turn.
Contracts does not want to be killed off here. CLG 4v5, trying to see if they can deal with him. Vex ulti only hits the Sejuani. Luger is still firing. They need to allow this Zeri ulti to wear away, but Luger is unafraid. He should have been afraid. Shut down by Jensen, and C9 took out the threat.
Way over chase for CLG. They had to wait for Dokla. Still 17 seconds on Dokla. He's going to remain dead. His teleport's up, but Cloud9 will get the Baron off of that one.
That is huge for Cloud9. They lay the trap. They play it so well. Everyone split from Fudge when Palafox's ulti connects to him. And then Cloud9 looked like they were in full retreat. But Blabber just waits in the brush, lands the stun onto Luger. Jensen comes over the wall and erases the Zeri. And Cloud9 are gonna have plenty of time as well to be out on the map for this Infernal Dragon. So let's watch it one more time. This is after the first kill on Dokla, the initial turn on the contracts.
Yeah, Sejuani ult does start out there for Cloud9, but they respectfully kite out the Zeri ultimate, the Vex ultimates, and the Trundle ultimate. And so there's nothing here that you're gonna really get for CLG chasing into the darkness 4v5 with your ultimates all timing out. Cloud9 completely outplay. And now they're gonna get the pick on top.
They ain't done yet. Palafox wants to get out of it, tries to turn it back around a little bit here with some Everfrost action, but he's killed by Blabber. C9 now trying to keep this momentum going even further. Blabber dies to Dokla, 1-for-1 so far. C9 disengaging it. Sven is very low. Jensen and Berserker still full HP.
Those scissors are still very sharp. You still must respect the Gwen. And that is going to put a stop to that push. Dragon picked up for Cloud9. That will be number 3, waiting on the arrival of the Dragon Soul.
Which shows, again, how big it was that CLG got that last one. If this is an Infernal Soul C9 here, things feel very different and much more suffocating for Counter Logic Games.
Absolutely, but it is becoming very, very tough to actually deal with Jensen here. You know, he's doing such a good job of actually playing between CLG and the Cloud9 carries that they're trying to get to Berserker, these squishy members. Has over 600 AP now. Is really at a strong point of the game.
That is tough stuff. Working on Banshee's Veil here too, so that when he jumps in, it's that much harder for Palafox to find a snap punish with the fear or something similar. Really just going to enable him to be that much more aggressive, that much more of a threat here on this champion. Other than the teleport, which obviously ended up costing them very big, Jensen's been having a really good game.
Absolutely, he's been having an incredible game, and that's one of those situations, again, the tower is going to die, that's the only ward in the area. If the team is calling for fight, you're TPing. MR also now starting to come through. I talked about how efficient it's going to be against CLG's team. Full mod done on Berserker. Hex Drinker done on Blabber. Banshee's Veil done on Jensen. You're seeing MR being built up across the board. And even Zeri has a lot of magic damage in there, you know, with the lightning bounces from the ultimate plus the W. Everyone else is basically AP.
Alrighty, Cloud9, what are you going to do with the last 20 seconds of this Baron? They look like they may want to take the tier 2, still standing up here in the top lane.
And they see Dokla bottom, so they know there's no teleport. This is a 5v4 for Cloud9.
Here they go. They find contracts. He has to flash away. Jensen still looking for the damage. Nearly one tap. Boom.
And Dokla still split pushing. CLG are going to give up their inhibitor turret in exchange for Dokla pushing on bottom inhibitor turret. That thing's gone. They kill him at the same time. It's going to be a race on the inhibitors.
Yeah, Dokla takes out the inhibitors as fast as the entirety of C9 does. They have to send somebody back to stop the Gwen. It'll be Fudge doing that job. So inhib for inhib trade.
Pretty good trade, honestly, from CLG, you know, from the position that they are in when you're going up against that Baron buff and everything. You know, you do see Fudge gets back there to defend, but that is an opportunity now. The base is open, and you have seen those games where CLG is able to pull off the back doors.
All right, big priority on both mid laners right now. in this late game, you can win the game by getting that pick. Both Vex and LeBlanc very capable of getting these picks onto members as they're transitioning. They're roaming between objectives and making your team guaranteed the next objective up. Currently, Jensen, 2-level lead over Palvox on that LeBlanc because of the split pushing he's been able to do. Huge, huge priority here.
It is both of our split pushers in Jensen and in Dokla that are level 18, the only 2 champions on the map with that claim. Also, both of them nearly full build. You can see the green bead thing that I can't remember the name of in Dokla's inventory. Verdant Barrier, that's it. I knew all I needed was the first
I
tap.
give you the little leg up.
Yeah, you got me, buddy. I appreciate that. But that's going to be his Banshee's Veil once that's completed. Yeah. And then, of course, back over on the C9 side, Jensen still picks whatever he wants.
Jensen hunting for Poom.
Jensen, if he can find Poom here, he can just blow him up.
Certainly can.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, MR, definitely, I think, more effective for C9, but at the same time, it's about picks, right? So Banshee's Veil is really, really nice. We've seen most of the engages have come off of set 20 ults. If you have that Banshee's Veil that has to be poked off first, that is difficult. That being said, Luden's Splash alone can do that, so Jensen can be the guy that's kind of jumping in and trying to knock off those Banshee's Veils. To open up opportunities.
I would expect Void Staff to be the last item here for Jensen's LeBlanc, and you can see, yep, there's the first half of that. So once he gets a little bit more gold and completes that, even the magic resistance built by the members of CLG will fail to stop the LeBlanc pain train. 1 minute until what would be the soul for Cloud9 spawns, and CLG has to be ready to fight for this.
The tension here building. This series has been back and forth, bloody, constant fighting, and now the breather, the calm before the storm. Game number 5. It all comes down to this in the upper bracket. Who gets to move on with that safety and who has to fight for their lives, get knocked down into the lower bracket for next weekend?
Absolutely. I mean, despite the fact that Cloud9 is up, they're not massively up, but it's going to come down to execution this late in the game, but they're going for Contracts.
Contracts losing half HP. CLG falling back. Luger's here on the front. He's the target. If he dies, CLG knows it's over. They're all heading for the hills. Jensen jumps in. Palafox is down. Poom is down. C9 kills off 3, and they're looking to end the series in the game right now. Luger gets 5, and Berserker goes berserk to finish the 8 and finish the series.
Cloud9 have done it. Game 5. It all came down to this, and they step up huge.
That will do it. A full 5, the full distance, the full win for C9.
Cloud9, they get the final pick and run it straight through to the Nexus. That Sejuani blind steal away really return dividends for Cloud9. Constant ultimates from Fudge finding these pickoffs. And Berserker in the last moments here, the extra speed from that Sivir making the difference in the chase down.
Absolutely, that Sivir Lulu in the late game so big, and Fudge was on point. You said it, hitting the ultimates time and time again on Contracts. He is the tankiest member, but still, the damage in the late game just becomes so overwhelming that you can't be able to really soak that up. And C9, coming up big when it mattered most here, but such a back and forth series, such a close one, really hotly contested. I'm sure there's lots of moments that are going to be stuck in CLG's mind, things that they could have done differently in earlier games even. But C9 definitely deserving victors here. 2 really evenly matched teams, but they're just barely able to edge them out.
Such a fun series to watch. That's League of Legends right there. I'm not doing the whole copy pasta because I'll get in trouble. But in my mind, that's League of Legends right there. That is fun. Back and forth the entire time. No, it ain't perfect. Sometimes it ain't pretty. But it gives you such incredible moments when they find those shots and they find those opportunities.
Absolutely. And something I really want to talk about is in these aggressive games, there will be mistakes, but people neglect to realize that a lot of them are forced errors, right? It's things that when you're playing aggressively, when you're really in the face of your opponent, you force them to make those mistakes. You pressure them and you force them to try to make the correct decision at every single turn. And I think both teams were excellent at doing that. And really playing that aggressive style that is going to push your opponents and test them at every turn.
It was a tough defeat for CLG to go that distance, all 5 games, and not come up with the W at the end. But I think for a lot of people out there that are wondering, hey, contender or pretender, can CLG actually do it in the best of 5? Well, they look like they put up a pretty strong fight against historically one of our most successful orgs in the LCS over all these years. I'm excited to see the CLG lower bracket run. I'm excited to see what C9 keeps doing because both of these teams played exciting League of Legends.
All right, yesterday you thought for sure they're not gonna pick Team Liquid. After seeing this series, what do you think? Team Liquid or Cloud9?
They're for sure not picking Team Liquid. they're picking Cloud9.
Like, yep, that solidified it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this was such a good series, such an exciting series to watch. But TL obviously looked far more dominant, and I think just people are going to base it largely on the regular season. So I do think that EG is going to pick Cloud9. That will be their upper bracket matchup, and I do think 100 Thieves will be then facing TL. And both those series I think are going to be absolutely incredible. I'm so excited for what playoffs has in store in these coming weeks.
Well, this one has finally come to a close, and High will be going pro-to-pro with Sven in just a few minutes. But right now, we're joining the Tigress and Jensen for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. I've got Jensen here. We just spoke to you last week, but it's a whole different vibe on the stage here. Your first playoff series since returning to the LCS. Is the blood pumping through your veins, or are you ready for a nap after a 5-game series?
Oh man, that was a lot more exhausting than I expected. I mean, CLG put up a really good fight against us, so it got a little too sweaty, I think. But I think I'm ready for the nap at the same time now.
Both of the teams coming into the gate really playing aggressively, which a lot expected from these squads. Interesting adaptations in the draft as well, throwing Sven on an ADC in the bot lane. How were you preparing specifically for CLG?
I mean, I think we kind of just focused on ourselves. I think CLG is very similar to us in how they like to play the game. They like to fight a lot, although they do like to play these like snowbally champions a lot more. But I think we kind of knew it was going to be a bloodbath against them, and we kind of just, focused on what we wanted to do and tried to execute as well as possible.
In terms of focusing on what you wanted to do, you specifically, in that last game, LeBlanc was off the ban block. You got to play her. A lot of gold getting funneled into you nice and early. What's your breakdown of that game 5 that was very chaotic from a fan experience?
Yeah, I think the early game went pretty well. We snowballed, and then I had a questionable TP a little bit. I think it's fair to say. And then they got Baron, and I felt like, oh, fuck, I might have lost the game alone there. But we kind of came back, and yeah, we kind of just won a game, I guess.
You brought the party to you for the rest of the game. And one thing, when it comes to those moments that you're talking about, you have previously expressed that you like being in playoffs. You feel that you really turned that light on here. How was that in terms of that energy compared to the regular season when we last spoke to you?
I mean, it's a lot more fun to play playoffs because every game is like super important. So that aspect, like it's like a different mental game for me at least. But I think, I don't know, I'm not too satisfied with my performance today. I think I had some good moments, but I think I had some bad plays too, a bit too many. But I like playing playoffs, so it worked out in the end, I guess.
And you've got some time before your next matchup that's happening later on in the week, facing off against Evil Geniuses. Thoughts on that and what's to come?
I mean, I think EG is probably the best team right now, so it's definitely going to be a tough match. But we have a pretty good idea how to play against them. I think our games against them have been pretty close both times, so I'm sure it'll be a fun one, but it's definitely going to be a difficult match for us.
A fun one for us to watch, I'm sure. Lots of energy from the crowd for you and the rest of the team today, by the way. And congratulations on the dub. Ready to see you in that next playoff series. Thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
We do have another voice to hear from on the side of Cloud9. Let's head on over to High for Pro to Pro.
Welcome back to another segment of Pro to Pro, everyone. I have Sven with me here today. First off, congratulations on the win. It was a bit pretty fun, I would say, right? Win all 5 games. So this first clip I have for you is the very first game. You guys are pretty much just invading level 1. And I want to know about your kind of like mental process here, because like you guys don't have the strongest level 1, you don't really have like pick or anything like that, but you're kind of just asserting your dominance in level 1, and you're doing it in lane as well. So you can tell me about like what are you thinking when you're going into this game?
I mean, the first thing, if you can just pause for a second.
Yep.
It's like we win level 1, so you can take your camps from them in their face, and then we also have a really matchup bot that's really aggressive. Goes Ashe against Sivir, Renata. We win super hard, level 1, 2, 3 mostly. Then it gets a bit more even. So we want to abuse it as much as we can. This is called map split because I mean, in this case, they come all 5 people to fight it.
Yeah,
so
they're all chilling over here.
Yeah, so Blabber calls in the game to just finish their buff with attacks and then flash Renata Q. I think in hindsight here, if Renata doesn't flash, he just like flash on top of him and then holds it. Blabber has to flash because you can't flash a middle range spell. So if he flashes and then doesn't Q, it could go bad. But regardless, in the game, it was like a snapshot call. Just do it, just burn it and leave. And now the mills are going to be low soon, as you see up down there. So we really want to fight past the wave because we just went so hard 2v2 at this level. And Renata has Q, and yeah, we're just stronger. So we fight. I think Berserker should E here, so he hits Sivir as well. He doesn't do it, and I think that's a mistake he made. But overall, we get a good trade, deny experience, and we get jungle lead. I think it could have been bad because they all went there. The whole team came. We saw the Sejuani and the Viva coming across. We got lucky, there was such a flash, and we got the blue buff. It was best case scenario. But the idea is to have the map split, aka Blabber takes their bot camps and take our top camps. So we have like a map split situation, and then we can win lane bot super hard. And you saw this game, the duo can't play 2v2 early game without jungle presence. It's sort of like the same thing in game 4. Without junglers, they can't really play early game. That's the idea behind Ashe pick. And then Ashe's big weakness as support is that you get jumped on by Akali and Yone. You saw that in game 4. I couldn't
You didn't
play
have
the
fun
game.
that game for sure.
But then you have Kalista, right? So in this game, if I get jumped on by like, let's say they have Yone or Akali, I get Kalista ulted and we're fine. But in this game, or like in the other game, I didn't have it. So that's the whole idea behind it. Just really strong laning phase. Typically, when you pick Kalista, you want Renata, but they knew that, right? So they picked Renata from me. So Ashe is a strong laner, wins lane and has pressure. And the arrow is pretty good if you're ahead. You get a lot of CDR from the old Hunter stacks, and you buy full CDR, just arrow on CD. In this game, we have double AP solo lanes, Orianna and Kennen. So they just had like Mercs, Tenacity, and the matchups are like, they're heavy tanks. Silas is like not a tank, but he's not easy to kill for Orianna early game. So if I hit my arrow mid this game or top, it doesn't matter that no one dies to it. So this game, it was hard for me to arrow anyone, because no one just dies to the arrow. But that's the whole Ashe pick in a nutshell.
I think it's cool too, because like it's game 1, so you doing this invade and doing that level 1 fight, it's kind of like a mental game kind of thing too, right? Because the best of 5 is a mental thing. You're getting in their heads game 1. So in this one, this is game 3 at this point. Pretty much every single game, you guys have been playing super aggressively in lane. You're taking fights level 1, you're just going at them. Can you tell me a bit about how that has been with Berserker? Because I remember you doing an interview back earlier in the split where you talked about how it's hard to play with certain AD carries if they don't play the way you want it to. So does Berserker play the way that you like for an AD carry?
I think at first Berserker was very conservative. He's a very traditional ADC main from Korea. He just wants to 5-5 farm and teamfight. That's like his whole thing. He just wants to, nothing happens, we farm equally, or I'm ahead in CS because I'm better, and then you just teamfight and he carries. That's like his mindset. I think we move more on towards things like Kalista and Draven. This is, I think, the most banned champ against us is Kalista. I'm pretty sure about it at least. And I really like playing Kalista because it enables me to play things like Renata and Mumu, Ashe in this case, right? And there's more stuff coming as well. If teams like EG want to open it next week, which they won't, they'll plan out 5 games, but we'll see. So in this game, I think Berserker should skill Q, level 1. I think he takes W, but I think Q is better for me to hook. There's one time I hook
burst.
I hook him level 1, yeah. I think the Q is better.
I think I can bring it here.
Yeah, when I hook him, if he has Q, it does a lot more damage, I think, personally.
Yeah, right
like
here.
If he has Q, right? Also, I went in here because Lulu used Q just before this. I missed. So we have a window where he has no spells. He ends up having it for the end of the fight, but that's fine. We get a good trade here. We also have Longsword versus Thornsblade. You can see Thornsblade.
More sustain.
So, big trade. I think Berserker goes a bit too far. He could have backed off like one ult earlier, and then Lulu wouldn't have hit him so much. It would have been a better trade for us. But the gist is, we have 3 pots, they have 1. Good trade. And in all those lanes and moon lanes, if you don't press your spells, you can't lane.
Yeah, you just get beat up.
You can't sit there and just watch them push. Then you're just getting pushed in the whole game, and you're like, what can I do now, right? And then here,
So I'm bringing this up because I wanted to ask you, as a previous AD carry player, I'm sure you've had experiences where the support just leaves you randomly. You're like, all right, where is this going? So my question is, has playing AD carry helped you knowing when to roam? Because you're kind of gone for like a minute and a half, you do get a kill, but has that experience helped you to like know when to roam, or is it kind of like Fudge telling you to come up here?
Yeah, I can hit boss. So my thought process in the game is that they have Sivir, Asiri, and Lulu starting as Sivir. They can't dive him. They don't have Ignite and don't have any damage to kill him. So he can't get dove 2v1. So worst case, what happens here is top doesn't die,
whatever. I go back bot, nothing happens. I lost my experience, but that's it, right?
Yep.
And my ace loses some minions, that's fine. The game will go on. But his wave top is bad, and he's playing Sejuani without flash. So either he doesn't farm minion for the next minute and a half while I'm missing, because he can't farm even after I'm missing, right?
Yep.
And
if Trundle comes here, we can 2v3 them with Nocturne. So here in the game, I asked Fudge from base, Fudge, if I go top now, will he die? And Fudge said, yeah. And then I'm like, all right, fuck it. And then we call it here in the game. We call it in the game here. If he goes for the million minions, we just go.
Yep.
I said, if it's a million, we go. And I went. My hook was a bit sketchy here. It was like a little bit too much to the right. I think that...
It's a pretty fat hook, though.
Yeah, and all this is balanced, right?
Here, let's see if I can pause right at the hook.
Yeah, it's like, you see, like, it's a bit... I mean, Sejuani is also fat, but...
She does have a big
I think if I aim a little bit more to the left, he can't dodge it, no matter what. I was like, oh my god, if I miss this, it's over. Mentally,
that'd be pretty embarrassing,
it's
right?
mentally over for me if I miss this hook. And I'm like, he's dead here, and get killed to Kennen. So Kennen has a freeze and a kill, and I hope he'll carry, which he had one good teamfight middle of the game at some point. I think it's this one, probably.
Yeah, this is the one, actually.
Yeah.
So I have a question as well. So obviously you've played AD carry for a very long time. You usually want to stay alive till the end, but as support, when you're playing an engage support, you actually kind of want to die first or second, right? So how'd you go about learning that? Because here, you watch this team fight, obviously, it's a pretty crazy one. Fudge gets a huge ultimate.
Yeah.
But for you, what are you looking for in a team fight? And how has that been difficult since you've always been trying to stay alive previously, but now you're trying to die, actually?
I mean, hit pause for a second.
Yep.
So like the dying thing is like, I admire people like Vulcan or Hylissang who have the whatever it takes mentality. Just go and die if you have to. You know, like I will die for my teammates to carry. It doesn't matter. KD is completely relevant support. Some games you have to go zero 10. When you're playing Nautilus as a single tank against Trundle, balanced champ by the way, you just have to die.
Yep.
This is how it is. You have to go into teamfight thinking, I will die, but I will press ult on Siri before and make him less OP for 1 second while he's in the air. And that's like the whole gist of Nautilus in this game. It's just to, there's like this, the Siri dance is like, if he ults too early, you back off. But if he ults, like this, here we can back off, right? So here I was saying in the game back off, and I was like, no, go. And then I'm waiting for Siri to come back to the fight here to ult him, because he's the only one that matters in the fight. So I ulted him, and I hit Ari as well, because I'm too good.
Was it planned, or you got lucky?
It wasn't too good, but Ari is always trolling the fight anyways. Like he's out of the fight, right? And here I start watch, didn't use it, because I'm too bad. But that's okay. Because normally I have Hex Splash, right? But it's disabled on TR. So, anyways, side note. But yeah, in the fight, once the fight, it's like, they engage, they back off, and Ari re-engages. All I'm saying in the game is, I will ult Siri no matter what. Nothing else matters. Ari's already trolling too hard. So I just ult Siri, and when he gets knocked up in the air, he has to run backwards, right? Because if he doesn't run backwards, he gets ulted by Kennen and Orianna, and it's over. So when that happens, those guys are dead. Because they're already like really deep.
You bought a lot of space.
Yeah, they're deep. They're trying to make space for their AD carry, their mid. So these guys are gonna die now to Orianna ult. I think Fudge does a good job here of not ulting these guys and flashing in first and then just dying. So yeah, I think this fight was probably well by us, but I think they went too far, and I think Ari griefed the fight a little bit. I should stop watch here, and maybe I'll die later, and maybe one time, but yeah.
Awesome.
Also, I should have went the even strat item, stop block it, because it's more aggressive, and our comp is all about someone has to die in our Nocturne, Nautilus, Kennen ults. If they don't die, we lose the long fight, right? The Siri, you know what I'm talking about, the Siri chase you all down, pentakill thing. Yeah. The thing.
That's not very fun.
The Siri thing, yeah. So we have to make our ult count in this game. I think Fudge did well here by saving all his spells for the last part of the fight.
Gotcha. I appreciate that. That's all that I have here, actually. I know there's a game 4 and a 5. That's kind of crazy, honestly.
Oh, that was
but I just want to learn more about your process of learning support, playing, and getting better at it. So that's it for it. Thank you, by the way. Congratulations on the game. It's very fun to watch. That's all that we have for us today. So we're going to send you all over to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Woo.
Thank you very much.
That was beautiful.
Thank you, Sven. I don't know how we follow that, man.
Yeah.
Just like,
Can we hit pause?
First of all, I might need you to hit pause. Yeah.
I love that.
Where does anybody want to go? What do people want to say? They went through games 1 through 3. Obviously, game 5 did break in Cloud9's favor, but this was just a razor-tight series, Emily.
I like what Sven said about him and Berserker working together and kind of going around Berserker's natural tendencies to possibly play a little bit more safe in lane. Obviously, we've already identified him as like a phenomenal team fighter, but that is another reason why I kept harping on it was really cool in game 1 to see that Kalista come out and then play around it so well, because it's another facet of his play that's really strong.
It's absolutely true that in the beginning of spring, it felt a little, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but he was playing with Winsome. There was a question of like, even if they wanted to play lane dominant, how much would they? And it's clear that he has grown a lot in summer to play the more aggressive champions, try and win lane from level 1. And they did that a couple times this series. And even when that didn't work out, they always had the team fight and fall back on.
Yeah, Mark, I think this game was completely decided by the draft.
Oh my God, you troll.
Raz, I'm gonna need you to hit pause.
Okay, all right.
I'll let you know when you can hit play again. All right. Until then, I'm gonna need you to hit pause. I think too, as well. It'll never cease to amaze me to have the opportunity to watch pros kind of work back through, especially a series like that. 5 games. Guy just played a marathon of games, and he's still recalling the thought process that went into certain decisions in game number 1, like that level 1 and things like that. I just think that that's something that should be recognized because it's pretty spectacular.
That's why I always loved Sven as an interview.
There you go.
There it is.
There you go. He'll run it himself. I said hit pause. Okay.
Look, sometimes I find my way through.
You're doing a lot of moving for a man who's supposed to be
remote. I find my way in.
Draft game 3, or game 5 rather. Trundle still managing to find a way into every single draft, but this time Cloud9 is able to find some solid answers. The Lulu priority to start. Sivir still going to be part of their bread and butter, but then it's Sejuani and LeBlanc for Jensen to bring it home.
Meh.
I mean, it's nothing special, right? Necessarily, but it kind of is perfect for Cloud9, it feels like.
I will also say, I did like some things in CLG's draft, right? They did get to a point in this game where Zeri and Gwen can kind of just take over. And then additionally, I did actually, even though it didn't win, the Vex pick was really interesting. I think there are a lot of things you can go into a blind LeBlanc. Vex is one of them. Obviously, they hovered another, which is Lissandra. But I actually didn't mind CLG's draft at all.
Yeah, I thought a lot of these fights, much later on in this game, were decided just based on positioning and team fights. And I know it's really difficult flashless for Vex to reposition. So she kind of was getting bullied a little bit, especially by Jensen. I think Jensen played really damn well in the LeBlanc, especially one time where there was a 3-man gank mid and he was able to flash Q, then W away in these fights. It got really close. These fights, specifically around ADs again.
Well, and this was when the Vex was working. There's back-to-back fights where she had really big Everfrost to set her team up to find a lot of kills. But they didn't get enough of a lead during that time period, and this is why I was kind of joking about the draft point, was because it was very much a game that was decided by vision control, decision-making, team fighting, things like that, because right before this, Jokla gets picked from a lack of vision control. Here, they basically stop the Baron, and from here, you think they're going to back off. We stop the Baron attempt, 4v5, great, but Luger gets a little greedy, no vision, no flash, because again, he has that Summoners of Ghost and Cleanse, and just gets blown up right there. And so, these are the things that decided this game, and I think it's worth noting, exactly how close this game was.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy, because that was a big decider in that game, because they were able to claw themselves right back into it, and for them to lose in that fashion, any AD carry, it's built within you. Not even AD carry, every player, it's built within you. You've played Flash nearly every game, that you can, if you have sums available, you can get out of that situation. Clearly, he thought he could have the ability to pop out while still pressing forward. That wasn't the case. This was another pick where I think C9 ended up winning out. This is the
game winner right here.
Yeah, the Cannon.
This is Berserker.
This is Berserker. It's online.
Berserker
and no one can touch him.
He just decides to end the game. He's like, all right, they're low enough, and I have Lulu on me with my ult and everything. He just runs into melee range. Gwen kills the backline, ignores the Gwen, kills her. Like, this is the I can take over the game any moment mentality that Berserker had.
This is the Berserker that Sven was just talking about, right? This is the Berserker who already has made it to full items and a late game state, which is what he seems to be playing for all of the time. And it's even cooler to see him kind of to level up in those early game aspects that we feel like he can grow
I
in.
looked immediately at the player cameras after that moment, and he had the biggest grin on like his face. So
what was it that the Travis piece? He likes money. He picked up a lot of gold there with that. I just like money, all right? I'm just gonna run forward and kill everyone. What do you want from me? And I wouldn't want anything else from an AD carry, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I guess won't surprise anybody then that player of the series, as well as our MasterCard Player of the Week, is Cloud9's Berserker across their 3 wins in particular, but honestly, even in their losses, he had a very strong showing today.
A small thing to point out the damage percentage in game 1, that's because Sven was actually doing a bunch of damage coming out of that bot lane. So just throwing that out there because that was an absolute bot lane snowball from them. And I will keep pointing out having that facet of a super lane dominant phase is really, really good for C9 going forward.
Yeah, it was a tough call between him and I think Hans Sama for most people. But I think the thing that set it apart for me was the more difficult matchup directly. I think Team Liquid versus FlyQuest was very clearly Team Liquid decided after that first game, and Hans ran over that. But this was a series that was on a nice edge, and Berserker tipped it in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, it was a battle, and I felt as though that this was the image of Cloud9 that they were looking for with this team. When they put this team together, and you have Berserker and Sven in the bot side of the map, that you would give them resources. They probably didn't expect to see 2 AD carries down there, with Ashe consistently being seen, but they certainly expected to, especially for Sven, lane-dominant players that want to be able to get those resources early and then for sure deliver. And congratulations to Berserker. He really delivered it for his team in this series.
For me, it was just that this series kind of cemented the fact that pretty much in every team fight, when I go to find Berserker, he's well positioned.
If he's not dead immediately.
Right. Yeah. There you go.
If the team didn't engage onto him.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. If they didn't blow the flashes and the stuns to get everything on top of him, it always seemed like he's perfectly positioned, and this series highlighted it. From here, we go to the Samsung SSD Fast 5. What we're doing this time around when it comes to playoffs is we're taking the winning teams from each of the series and we're comparing those to the league averages, just to get a sense of what those teams that are taking the dubs are doing right.
Hans Sama, as a player, went wild in the last series. One player of the week, player of the series, that one. And I felt like he is just someone who has a chip on his shoulder, especially with how the split has gone for him. And he has really turned it on. So I'm really excited to see how he's going to be going forward.
I think made even cooler that both of our 80 carries on the two winning teams in the series that we've had so far look so good is the idea of their future matchups.
Yes.
Right? Because now I want to see these two kinds of guys go up against the likes of Danny, FBI, Huhi, Vulcan. Those are going to be some terrifying bot lane duels, I think.
Well, Dash, when do we get to figure that out?
I'll tell you this much. We figured it out right now in terms of what those matchups will look like as we turn to our bracket. It's Cloud9 moving on to face the #1 seed in Evil Geniuses. Just to correct a little something that was said earlier in the broadcast, Evil Geniuses selected their position in the bracket following the regular season of games. So they elected to play the winner of the CLG versus C9 matchup. It was said earlier in the broadcast that we're awaiting their choice. They had already made their choice, so they were locked into playing C9 as soon as Cloud9 won that matchup. For the side of TL, they'll be going up against 100 Thieves in the 2-3 matchup, while CLG drops down to the lower bracket to face off against Golden Guardians. We have 4 matchups next week. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's a whole heck ton of best of 5s, 2 of them being elimination best of 5s.
So when the pressure's on, your year ends or you keep playing. So as exciting as the top half brackets matchups are, just because of the names in them, Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves, I think everyone's waiting for that rematch after the massive throw that happened in the final week of the regular season. I'm also just excited about the bottom ones.
Exactly, because I'm excited to see what's been happening in that chamber. For these teams for a year have been training. No, actually for a week.
For a couple weeks.
For a week.
How many did
Brad's chamber? Only one.
Brad, just hit pause one more time for me, if you will.
But honestly, I really want to see what Golden Guardians and TSM have in the tank, because they do need some creativity to be able to bolster a series against better teams.
You want to take down that CLG? Whew.
It's going to be tough.
It's going to take a heck ton of work in that 1 week's time that you just talked about. Now, we've got DeMonte and Palafox joining us in the Bud Light League Lounge right after this, so you can go ahead and head on over to twitch.tv/BudLight, or you can stick around here on this channel and catch the raid as soon as we're all wrapped up. That's going to do it for us, though, here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you next week for 4 whole days of the LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other.
I thought you were going to throw it at the
Unlike
camera.
Raz to that bear.
Yeah, what?
Good night.
Cass just like...
Yeah, they actually...
This is why you like cats better than dogs.
And you're probably not gonna be able to read them. What if I had try reading Sven? What is he saying right now?
I have no.
You're saying
Yumi. Farman.
Fudge goes into the back looking to cut up CLG. He'll take out Dofla, but where's he gonna go now? Luger's trying to get away, and Blabber's bringing down the hammer as Luger falls. Palafox picks up Fudge, and C9 takes Contracts down.
Might be gonna get run down.
Oh! Beautiful use of Pillar while mid-air. Luger won't survive. Palafox won't survive. Double kill back over to Fudge. C9 absolutely smashes them in game 1.
Are you ready, kids? No one's gonna complete that, really? Aye, aye, Captain. I can hear you. Oh. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Wait, we'll stop it. We'll stop it.
Let's go now.
The Drake's at 3K. C9 jumps Fudge over the wall, and Drake's gonna go their way as Jensen secures it. Sven tries to go in, but now you got Cloud9 in the fight. They're into the back line. They go Berserker. He's down. He's gone. And C9 will follow. CLG just found the fight. CLG still here on the front line, grabbing the kill on Sven. But Fudge slices them to pieces. A double kill twice. An ace for 1.
Just press R.
Here comes Fudge! The Baron's down to a lockdown! It's stolen by Blabber! And Cloud9 just turned it all in its head! Welcome back to our C9 versus CLG Best of 5 Round 1 playoff series. Game 3 had the most explosive ending yet, my friend.
It exploded in CLG's face.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, it's good. They have flashes, flashes. Let's burn them. Let's go!
He's very low. Dopa sweeping in, swooping in, and cutting Cloud9 to pieces. And now it's down to one last draft and one last game. Nice spell shield there from Berserker, as now they're ready to go right back in. A massive move from Palafox. CLG falling back. Luger's here on the front. He's the target. If he dies, CLG knows it's over. They're all heading for the hills. Jensen jumps in. Palafox is down. Boom is down. C9 kills off 3, and they're looking to end the series in the game